No, what's up, guys? "25 minutes until greatness. No leakers, okay? We'll look at all the leaks and spoiler after, hopefully. Hopefully if there's gonna be leak and spoiler. It's been so long, I forgot how to play PoE. We'll boot up PoE maybe after this. PoE 2, obviously. Bro, PoE 1 league was like one of the worst league for retentions. It's kinda crazy. How did that happen? They were cooking like a whole a whole big league, and then it just lasts for like 2 weeks. You don't know what's PoE at all? Well, study too much. And next month, you're not playing PoE 2 launch? Try to go with a safe league starter this time around. Yeah, what's up, Caleb? Finish your study early, you can play. To be honest, I'm not sure like if I'm gonna be like really hardcore grinding this league. Just because I know I have to split time between where winds meet. Also, I don't want to burn out as fast as PoE 1 league because I don't know. Doing like content creations but just doing YouTube was like okay, but like streaming also is I don't know, just streamings. Maybe I can stream on Lixart kind of, but yeah, I'll probably go back to making videos. Preparation for finals. Damn. Is any good video to look at before like the stream stats? I don't think I missed anything. It's like two small videos that they kind of put up as a teaser. Yo, what is this? We get effects from live stream today. So if we are watching the live streams, we get drums. Not true effects. Wait, that's it? Wait, that's everything. Only 15? Yeah, I'm online a bit late. It's fine. Like I just wanna chill a little bit. Low key, I'm kind of nervous if there's a lot of people here. What am I hoping for the most for 0.4? Okay, so I like. I mean, it's not like I like, right? But a lot of people are hoping for Did I nerf just so the endgame can be a bit more balanced. But I hope Druid's gonna be good. Like, I hope we get new weapons. I think Sword would be nice. Tornadoes. Oh, I mean, Cyclone, actually. Cyclone would be nice. Actually, okay. So, what's up? Yo, what's up? That's kind of like a bingo, but okay, so did I nerf, right? I think Dead Eye nerf is gonna be one of the big thing. Well, I don't know like how they gonna nerf it. They already nerfed it once. Alright, lightning gems. Wait, what? Lightning gems? Hell no. Wait, lightning gem nerf maybe. Lightning gems nerf? I think low key, right? I think low key lightning damage is a bit too broken. You check on lazy stream like 3 minutes before it started. Well, welcome back. But yeah, lightning is gonna, I don't know, like, okay, lightning elements is kind of strong right now because it has shocks. I think ignite is a bit weak. Toward the end of last league in 0.3, I saw some really interesting self ignite like prolif build, but it's from the last one I saw was from Jangron, right? So that one might be okay. It's a bit clunky. But okay, so Tech Rod need to get nerfed, right? The Tech Rod Blood Mage thing. I don't know if Blood Mage gonna get nerfed, but Tech Rod interaction needs to go. But then again, that's like Blood Mage. Blood Mage was kind of crazy. That thing that adds like tons of physical damage, physical spell. No way they will buff Deadeye. Well, they kind of surprise you, but I think the strongest build is all like was Blood Mage. Yo, what's up, Awi? On either side of hi, I'm Jonathan. Well, I mean, there's Deadeye nerf right here. If anything, they nerf Deadeye all like, you know, untouched. Royal nerf, yeah, that's a good one. I think Royal nerf deserves to be in one of the square. Yeah, totems, I mean, okay, so I think the totem build for Lick Starter was a bit scuff. I mean, I did get it to a point, like, it's good, by like day 3 or 4, but it's still scuff, like, I want to make, so like, my goal is to make like a pretty, beginner friendly, so it has to like, have mechanics that's kind of just work. But yeah, we had to go through a lot of loops to make it, good. To be honest, I'm like kind of blank because I'm not sure what happens lastly. Okay, we can do something like, I don't know. Okay, so did I nerf like new weapons? I think new weapons. I'm not sure if it's confirmed, but new weapon. Herald Thunder nerf. Was Herald Thunder a problem? I think the double Herald setups and stuff was already nerf. Maybe they will change, but I'll say nerf. Underwhelming warrior buff. I mean, warrior buff. Hey, what's up, Icarus? First content creator to mention Tech Rock. Yo, what's up, Saya? Ember Fizzlet, spell totems that dream. Wait, okay, spell totems. Wait, can we have spell totem yet? We can dream, right? Spell totems added, maybe? Okay, spell totems added. We can have some fun spell totems. Is it too early? I think it might be. Like, the thing is, Druid coming with more martial skills. Shit, I kept thinking about Wyvern Smith, but yeah. Okay, 11 minutes. Okay, we got some times. But yeah, martial skills, probably not a lot of new spell, but maybe Exsanguinous is coming? Yes, Expedition 33 music. Yo, okay, so Exsanguinate is a kind of like a stretch, so we gotta put it here. I mean, they done the Power Siphon kind of dirty though. Sword was found in the files. Yeah, I mean, we already have people picked up sword in the game, so I'm sure they have it. I'm just not sure if they're gonna add it. New tables for maps. I think they're gonna revamp like the whole endgame. Maybe new endgame mode that is not map. Non-mapping content. Yeah, I think like maybe non-mapping content. I think Blight is a bit too early. Table for maps. I mean, the current endgame systems, they're like way too much roleplay in the endgame. So I think, okay, so they need to add something like QOL for rolling maps. I don't know, like, I'm pretty sure they're gonna add like a bunch of QOL as well. Incursion, okay. Kind of see it, right? Okay, so I think we can add incursion, but it's not gonna be like the same PoE 1 incursion, right? New weapon is given with Druid coming. Yeah, we probably getting Vaal, right? Cause there's like claw node near the a Druid thing. Alright, so we already know, right? Druid's gonna start here. If we are playing here, it's like a claw node right here. This one should be like claw or like Druids. I don't think is it gonna be like unarmed? Alternate ascendancies? Let me think. I think that was such a cool idea. Did Abyssal Lich end up being good? Alright, so alternate. Okay, so alternate ascendancy. Incursions. Alright, incursions, revamp, or like, you know, edit. We can do like new incursions. Rakiata foes nerf. Was Rakiata's was not too broken. Cause Rakiata's was pretty much only like really good for bossing, pretty much. Right, because pinnacle bossings they actually have elemental resistance, or like if you roll that on your maps. But otherwise, it's pretty neutral, so it didn't add too much new stuff. It didn't use any new stuff, yeah. Ascent trial, ascent. Okay, yeah, true. Toda. So things that deserve to be in okay, so Toda, right? Okay, so new trials pretty much. Might be like single target damage content where we'll be fighting like boss. Or if it anything like the old Toda, right? It's gonna be if it's anything like the old Toda, you're gonna have to play utility builds, but I'm not sure how else like I'm not sure how you're gonna do that in PoE 2. And low key, I don't want them to do that. Devil corruptions, with the new incursions. Did we already have like 2 way to corrupt? Just Dangan, what's up? Thanks for the Prime for 2 months. Locust? I don't think they're gonna add Locust. It's gonna be like a new incursion kind of mechanics. Wait, what about Fork nerf? Wait, nerf the Fork, like nerf Delirium. I think they should do that. Is she making an announcement today? Yeah. Yeah, Vincent, it's coming in 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, we are getting the 0.4 reveal. New way to craft. There's always the wait, crafting nerf. How about crafting nerf? Crafting nerf, like, or like at least deterministic. But just do crafting nerf. I think crafting was way too strong. And it just make like all the rare items you picked up on the ground not as exciting. Like, okay, we want new way to craft, right? But the way you craft on 0.3 also needs to get nerfed. Poison buff. poison in above. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm just kind of throwing out those ideas. Yeah, poison. What I think about poison. If anything, I actually think bleed need to get buff. Yeah, how about bleed buff? Poison I thought was okay. Game is too complicated. We'll play with mace. Just do auto attack. Yeah, I think the okay, so with the total array, I think we should have like trials improvement somehow, like no, Icarus, thanks for the prime. Ballista buff, holy. I don't think I'm playing Ballista this league. Unless they actually added like ballista attack, right? So we can use it with like an actual attack, then maybe. Life stacking spark, yeah. Life stacking spark is pretty much tech rot, right? So we already have that. 100% that thing is getting nerfed. Chaos buff from Mikado. Chaos is always yeah, Chaos always cool. I don't know if Chaos needs to get buff. Like maybe the ascendancy need to get buff. Better ignite pro. Like, yeah, that's a good call. I think ignite better with. How about an actual prolif? Actual ignite prolif. Cluster jewels, holy. Where would you put the cluster jewel though? I don't think they're adding cluster jewelry, but if they can, they're gonna add it somewhere here. That would be crazy, but that's like, well, they could add it with incursion too. It's a stretch, but why not? Cluster jewels. Bottom right. I don't think it is at bottom right, but yeah, we can put it here. Cluster jewels over here. LA buff. Yeah, life stacker is gonna get nerfed, but like it's not actual life stacker problem. It was just the tech rot. Tech rot being like spent and then also give you extra fizz is the problem. Alright. Alright, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Yeah, anything at the wall, yo guys. Okay, so ballista buff. Let's go, let's go. Sword. Wait, we gotta have new weapons. ES nerf. Why not? Life buff. Okay, what do I want? How about sprint buff? So you'd no longer get like heavy stuns. New movement skills. Okay, that's a good one, but okay, why not? I don't think it's gonna happen. Okay, how about we put sprint buff here? And then new movement skills. Because usually they don't reveal a lot of this stuff. Okay, I think it's already happening. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, last one, last one. Evasion. Okay, how about the what was it? Deflection, right? Okay, how about deflection buff? Deflection buff. Let's go. Okay, so we're done. Alright, alright. Okay, but how are we gonna remember this? Okay, I'm just gonna tell on the stream, okay? 43 seconds. I'll be right back. Getting some water. No, we have ES nerf. Right here. Okay, how about... put this one here. and then spell totems, because I don't think spell totems gonna happen. Okay, I think we're good. Wait, we need a better one for here. How about with Toda? Toda is gonna happen.
Hi,
Alright.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director.
Wait, Jonathan Rogers. Okay, wait, we're back.
Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2.
Holy, let's go.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream.
Lazy AI.
So you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions
Claim
below.
your point. Where's your point?
Now today it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of
New
Exile
class,
2,
yo.
The Last of the Druids.
I got the music.
Well, what have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Bro, they knocked the wolf out of him.
What's wrong with him?
Ah, he's lost his bloody mind. I will find you, Eve.
Wait,
Now, as you can see, the
Dragons?
Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an
that'll
animal,
like
you may ask?
Molten
Well,
Strike.
the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, Animal
A
Talismans.
talisman. Okay.
When you equip an animal
New
talisman,
weapons.
you can
Check.
choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what
Oh,
you
there's
choose,
werewolf and
you'll be given
werebear,
that
okay.
animal's basic attack as a
So
new
that's
skill to
wolf form.
equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do
crazy.
without even
Wait.
thinking about it all the time in
They are
battle.
always like doing this.
In order to
Like
allow
doing
for
this in
hybrid
PoE 2
melee
is so
and caster
smooth.
gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form
Is that
last for some
cremation?
time and aid your animal skills in some way.
That's cremations.
The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam.
Holy, it's like a hybrid class. Spell and...
While in bear form, many of your abilities
hybrid.
use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
Yeah, this class has like massive AoE, but it looks a bit
double
slow.
up the number of slams you do.
It is very too slow.
You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever
Druid
wondered
is
what the
looking for
Karui
you.
god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer.
Wait,
Finally, build up enough
It's
rage
actually
and you
pretty
can use
good.
one of the bear's ultimate abilities.
can,
Walking
like I
Calamity.
mean,
This skill summons a
if
storm
it
of
scales
fire
with like
around
attack
you for
speed or
some
something,
time,
maybe.
while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear apocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower
Bear-pocalypse.
and more
I didn't know
lumbering animal,
that's a
with
word.
slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's
Yes,
check
look
out the
OP
second
like
animal
Smith.
form for the Druid, wolf form.
Yeah, okay, this is what I'm interested in.
For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just
Fast
the
and
wolf's
furious,
basic
okay,
attack will leap
I like
forward and
that.
rake his foes. After attacking,
Rake?
the wolf stands
Okay.
up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more
Wait,
quickly
that's
between
pretty
packs
fast.
of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon.
Coal
And
and
the
lightning?
first of these is Lunar
Whoa, just
Assault.
coal.
It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land
No,
on the
where's
ground
the
nearby
damage?
and explode. If you
Excuse
want
me?
to get into battle quickly, you can use your Pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in
Bro,
order to
where's the
regenerate your pack.
damage?
To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies.
So there's like a combo going on here.
If they're still
usually
alive
I
after
don't
that,
like-
your pack of wolves can
Usually
finish
I
them
don't
off.
like whole skill combo. So we'll see. We need
Just
to see
like
some
with the bear's
actual
raw
like.
skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other
percentage.
classes.
This looks a
Pounce is
bit-
also a meta gem that you can socket
Okay, so
mark skills
freezing
from other
mark.
classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding freezing mark from the monk to pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, cross slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well.
Okay, that looks
You can
pretty
also
good.
use it to freeze enemies that are close to being
It's a wolf
frozen,
pack.
making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon
Okay, this
to
boss.
transform into an Arctic werewolf with lunar blessing.
Bro,
In this form,
Wait,
you
this-
move and
this
attack
is
more
cool.
quickly and deal extra cold
but this
damage.
boss,
Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try
Bro,
a
there's no
hybrid bear
damage.
and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
bro, what is this thing? At least they should show like
All right, let's talk
I
about
know,
the third form
it
available
doesn't
to
look
the
like
Druid,
it
and I
does
think
a
it's a
lot of
cool
damage.
one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number
It's
of
a lot of work
long-range
for
breath
no damage.
abilities. But that
Okay,
doesn't mean
okay,
you can't get into
Wyvern.
melee range when you
Holy.
want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern
Wait.
is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage.
Wait, this is
After
cool.
the battle, though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack.
Wait, how do you turn into
Once
a
your wings
Wyvern?
are charged, your wing blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage.
Wait, that
If
is
your
that
enemies are
is
close
good.
to death,
Okay, I
no
like
need
that.
to wait for them to actually
It's
die.
lightning damage.
When you see this blue marker,
Always
just
good
devour
damage.
them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all.
Wait, you get
Alright,
to eat
so
the
those
enemies?
are some melee options.
Holy
But how about
what?
range?
For power charge?
Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't
Wait,
breathe
that's
fire
free
after
power
all.
charge.
Rolling
All
magma is the
frenzy, right?
first
If
of
you
the
can
Wyvern's
convert,
breath
but,
attacks.
it's on the left
Spit
side, so it's a
balls
bit
of fire
harder.
that bounce along the ground. These balls will
It's
trigger
the cars.
volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea
Yeah,
to cast
lightning
one as a
damage.
human right before you start spitting.
Just Molten Strike, but only one proj.
But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours.
Wait, that was not
Spitting
Molten
a
Strike. Wait,
barrage
that,
of
that
oil
was
at
the
your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite.
Oh, it's mud.
If you have power charges, though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you
Okay,
can
that's
do this
really
for.
cool, but
Make sure you keep your
it
foes
seems
at
like
range.
it's gonna be pretty
You're
hard to
vulnerable
play.
to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a
Movement
druid of
is very
Scope,
slow,
you have
it's
the
just
ability
PoE
to
2.
harness the power of nature to
Yeah,
create
rolling
entangling
magma,
vines
holy.
to slow down your enemies.
They're bringing rolling
Another of
magma
nature's
into
punishments
PoE
is
2
the
now.
thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet
Wait,
are
there's
easier
a
to
new
shock.
debuff. Wet?
Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage.
Okay, they're buffing lightning damage.
Making things
what?
wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well.
Wait, also easy to
and you
freeze?
know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities.
Water the
Use Lightning
plants?
Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further.
What the?
Summon
Yo,
thrashing
they are
vines
cooking.
to slam at your enemies for a time.
Wait, I like that.
Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
So they're basically adding like a bunch of new
Now
elementals
then, with our
and
enemies
like, new
sufficiently
stuff to
subdued
the
with our
game.
plants, time to
That's
really lay into
crazy.
them
That's
with our
really good. That's
lightning-infused
like
barrage.
a new kind of caster. It's
Now,
the new
this
kind
last
of
Wyvern
hybrid
ability
caster.
is just ridiculous, but we felt
Okay,
like we had
this
to
is
do
way
it.
too cool. I gotta
Use
cook
Flame
up
Breath
a
to take to the
dragon build that
skies
we'll
and
play.
rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all.
Yo, what is
So
that?
fly around and burn in it.
I mean, that is cool too. Man, okay.
Now there are a few
it's
other
really good
skills we didn't
showcase.
cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell totems.
Yo,
Spell totems
okay,
are
yo,
meta
spell
gems that
totems.
let you create a totem that will automatically
Wait.
cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will
Wait,
need to
we
spend
got
3
it. Spell
endurance
totems.
or 3 power
Predicted.
charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily
Yo, we
generate
got it.
endurance charges by
Spell
consuming
totems.
rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a
Spell
bunch of
totem
new
lock-in,
support
that's
gems.
me.
We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game. But I'll
30
show you
new
a few of the
support.
cooler
yes.
ones here.
Alright, let's see
Fan
here.
the Flames can be added to any wind skill
Fan
to
the
spread
flame.
fire from one ignited enemy to
Okay,
other
ignite
enemies
pro lead
behind.
buff. Nice.
It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast.
Fan the flames.
But you can also use it on many other classes
Ignite
with
pro
wind
lib.
skills,
Also
like
check.
the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles.
Flame blast totems.
Accelerated growth
PoE 1
causes
build.
extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain.
Explosive plan.
And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along.
Yo, what is that?
And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well.
Firestorm. Actual firestorm now?
Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form war cries, or on the warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your
that's a
empowered
pretty
wings
good
for an
skill.
extra damage boost, but it's also great
Wait,
with any
Tesla
other
coil.
shocking skill.
Okay, that's a pretty good
Try it
AoE
out with
skill.
Lightning Spear.
Is it doing
It
any
obviously
damage?
needed more AoE clear. There's a whole
Lightning
pile more,
Spear.
but we'll leave
Bring it
those
back.
for you to discover.
Bring back 0.2 build.
Now with a new class comes new ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later.
2 ascendancies.
The
Okay,
first
let's
class
see.
is the Shaman.
Okay,
The
Shaman
channels
totems.
nature's elemental fury
Totem
and can harness
shamans.
rage as a spellcaster.
That's what I'll be playing.
Unifying as animalistic and magical
Shaman
tendencies.
totems, guys. Let's go.
By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you
Wait,
are.
rage?
And with
Okay, we don't
Furious
want
Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols.
that. Runes
After
and
allocating
idols.
Wisdom of the
How?
Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the
Extra
Shaman.
modifiers?
These new
Holy.
mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing
Big
your
Knight
build.
magnitude.
You can
That's a
also
good one.
allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough
Where's
elemental
that?
damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury.
Holy.
There are other abilities
So
for the
the
Shaman.
shaman
just
is
show a few from
basically
each class
like
for now.
spell shifter
The other
caster.
Druid ascendancy is the Oracle. The
Oracle,
Oracle
okay,
perfected
so
the power
Oracle
of foresight
totems.
and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When
Okay, I
taking
like that.
Fateful
Maybe
Vision,
spell
you will
totems?
see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
Really? Dude, that's a bit awkward to play.
And with converging paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both.
What? Double the
And one of my
damage?
favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the
Extra
Druid section of the tree.
Bro, no
By
way.
allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example,
Okay, there's no way.
self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs,
Efficiency of
with the
skills.
trade-off of making your
Minion
reservation
bill.
skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows
Okay,
Oracles
we
to
need
have a
to
small
pass the
chance to
skill tree for
avoid
that.
death.
There's no way we telegraph from just
Both the
this
Druid
video.
ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get.
That's
So we're
actually
expecting
insane.
a huge variety of build possibilities from these.
That's way too much
Now there are
variety.
unique
I
talismans
mean,
for
they
the Druid
keep
to use
cooking.
as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show.
That's crazy.
With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story
New
to tell.
pinnacle bosses,
and this
okay.
time is no exception. So let's roll the
Endgame's
trailer
content, let's
for
go.
the fate of the Vaal.
Faith of the Vaal. Let's go. Incursion.
It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn.
Predicted. That's a new weapon.
The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A gateway through time.
Well, we're building temple once again.
Again.
We are also building temple, by the way.
Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets.
You know what I was thinking? Like,
Be rewarded for your
layout like this is good for Molten Blast build.
And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits.
Can't wait to spend 1 hour in the
I
maze
beg
just
of
to make
you,
no money.
hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani,
but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto
But what
me
is
your
this?
desire. At last,
PG 13 game?
fulfill my soul.
Actual Gunnar League.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director
It's
on
as
Path of Exile.
Aziri.
In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely.
Yes, it's a Gunnar League.
After killing
Right, so we're building
the
temple.
remnant appears
Yes,
to gain some
okay,
amount of
I
power,
like that.
but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing
Bro,
you
what
to
is
craft
that?
your own dungeon to explore.
Craft your own
Place
dungeons?
paths to
Wait,
link up
is
the
this
dungeon,
like Elysian
and place
3?
rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the
Highs
temple
with extra
and
steps?
discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards.
It's actually insane they are cooking
On
this.
entering a room, the doors will slam shut
looks so
behind
good
you,
too.
and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns.
I want to see the loot though.
For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With
No, it's
better
upgrade the
leadership,
level of the room.
garrison will level up, making
Level
the
up,
monsters
yeah.
harder, but also more rewarding.
Okay, so
Different
harder, more
rooms
rewarding.
have
Makes
different
sense.
requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook
Bro,
up a
that's
generator to the
kinda
power network
crazy.
to
They're
supply it
cooking.
with power. After doing so,
Level 3,
the golems
wow.
will be powered up, making them much more dangerous.
Okay, tell me it's more than
You
one
don't
portal.
need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what
Okay.
effect it will have on the temple.
Okay. That's good. That's good. That's a good thing they added this, because there's no way
After
we had
running the temple,
remember
a
this.
few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So
Holy.
that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more.
So we'll
Once
be like
Doriani
fighting
finds
in
out
close
about your
quarters,
travels
so
to
any
Lyra
build
Vaal,
that's kind of
he will attempt
like
to persuade you
is
to
good
take
in
on a
close
new
quarter is
mission.
good. What is that
The
skills?
temple entrance contains
Ballista
a
might
prototype
actually
of the
be good.
time portal device. It will
Ballista
be able to take you
shotguns
back in
in
time,
these kinda
but
small,
only to
like,
one
area, so
specific
it's
point.
good.
Right before Atziri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Atziri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
Man, that looks so good. That's
Atziri
crazy.
is on
That
the far
looks
side
really
of
good.
the temple, so you will need to expand
So
the
Atziri
temple
chamber,
significantly
okay.
to get to
so
her.
it's
And even
incursions
worse,
with extra steps.
her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to
Okay.
deal with that,
Then what we
you are
need to do?
going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him,
Architect.
you will need to place path
To get the
runes.
key.
But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards.
Okay, so we should be
At
playing
level
a
1,
totem.
the corruption chamber
spell
can be
totem
used to
build.
corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only
Corruptions?
accepts items that are already corrupted.
Okay,
What will happen
it's
to them?
double corruptions.
Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify
Okay,
it
it's
any
double
further.
corruptions. Okay.
But this
so we
device
did get
allows you to corrupt your
double
item a
corruptions.
second time, adding another enchantment.
That's
This has the
insane.
capability to craft some very powerful items indeed.
Okay, so we do
But
get
be
double
warned,
corrupt in this game.
The
That's
Vaal are
that's
all
crazy.
about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50%
Three
chance that the
sockets.
item will be destroyed.
Nokas of corruptions. Can you sell the temple? Okay, can we sell this temple? If we can sell the temple, it's good. It's good money.
Each
We're
room
gonna have
has its
strats
own
to
interesting
basically
mechanics
make
and
a bunch
rewards
of
when it
Nokas
levels
corruption
up.
temple and sell it.
Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops,
And we itemize the temples. That's what I want.
and in many cases,
Yeah, a lot of poop.
new crafting opportunities.
Double corrupt gems. Okay.
For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight. But if you can defeat it,
Okay,
you can
crossbow
find new
buff.
corrupted
That's
soul
good
cores.
damage. That's pretty good damage.
Like Guatalitsi's
New
thesis,
soul core, okay.
which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or
Sacrifice life to run
thesis,
faster?
which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an
Okay,
offering
minions.
expires.
I don't care. Move on.
Get a sacrificial
Gambalik,
chamber to
yeah,
level
Gambalik.
3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice.
Yo,
Defeat
tactician
him
skills.
to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique,
Yo,
modifying
that's
it
good
in
damage.
unpredictable ways.
Did they buff? Did they buff that skills?
One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with
Constricting
another
command
random
stealing the
mod.
game? What the fuck, bro? Wait, we forgot about it, but constricting command should not be in the game.
For example, this soul mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses
No,
you when
spell
they die.
totems.
By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
Holy what? Wait, attack and cast
Now,
speed if you
one
summon
extra
totems?
thing to
Wait,
mention
that's
about
really
these
good.
Vaal crafting machines.
Wait, so
You
it's
don't
double
have to take the
corruptions, and you
items you
can
want to
also
craft into the
modify
temple.
like corrupted items?
If you don't have the
Wait, it's
item you
actual
want to craft
Vaal
with you at the
uniques.
time,
Okay.
then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the
That's
Flesh
Fireball
Surgeon.
unique. That's crazy. They're cooking this.
A Vaal Flesh
There's
Surgeon
gonna
can be
be
leveled
so
up
many kind of
by
builds.
placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab.
Back totems? I don't know about back totems.
But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon
Man,
has some
constricting
rather
commands still in the game.
unpleasant
They need
experiments
to
in his
balance that,
personal
'cause,
lab.
that was pretty broken.
Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Wait, what?
Some rooms
What
like the
is he
Commander
talking about?
can give you a new type of reward. Medallions
That's
that
good
can
damage.
be used to manipulate the temple in other ways.
That's good damage. Alright, crossbow build then.
Using a Queeper Lartal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop
See,
runes
level
from
2.
destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a
Wait, you
reward
can
a second time.
double corrupt?
Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts.
Holy.
Now, with all that
Hold it.
aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
Wait, this guy's good. Wait, this guy's insane.
Once defeated, you will find another console that can be
Wait,
used
this,
to modify
this
the temple.
gotta be like some mechanics
But
to
this
it.
one is special. It allows
Is
you
it
to
the
place new
teleportations?
types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes,
Okay, that's a trash unique.
and currency.
The runes, okay.
But also a
Okay,
few
so no
other,
loots.
more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socket balls back out of an item at the
Oh, we
cost
can.
of destroying
Okay.
it.
I mean, that's good, because it's like subgettable that's cost
Now,
like 50
something
div.
really important is every
Okay,
league
that's-
we
that's a
release a
good one.
significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works
Holy
well for late game
endgame.
players,
Let's go.
we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match.
Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some
So the
really
new
big
maps, it's
temples,
just like
you can
Eden
generate a
Temple,
challenge that
pretty
can
much.
even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face
guys.
Adziri while she was at the peak of her
Adziri.
power. One of the
At the
rewards
peak
you will
of her
gain by
power,
defeating
okay.
the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself.
2 portal?
This fight takes
Only
place
one
at
portal?
a critical moment in history, right as Adziri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form.
Bro, she got full
Now,
boobs.
we are not going to show you the whole
Raw
fight,
boobies.
but we will tempt you with one of the rewards.
Actual Guna Lake.
This is Adziri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all
Spell
of your
cost
corrupted
life,
gems
10%.
and
Wait,
lets you
this is
trade
Tech
life
Rock.
for extra damage.
Excuse me,
But
this
in
is Tech
addition to
Rock.
that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will
Bro,
constantly
what? They
appear on
did
the
nerf
battlefield.
Tech Rock?
Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other.
So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with
Okay,
a few
so
changes.
Abyss in the core game.
Now, for those of
New
you who
change,
haven't
okay.
seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the
That's
Abyssal
fine,
is
yeah.
now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame.
Nice. Okay, I kind of like Abyss.
If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
That looks broken. Which
You
one?
can also craft the
You mean
tablet
the,
to add
staff, right?
abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function.
The staff look broken, yeah, because it looks similar to Tech Rock.
Now that Abyss is core, it also needs
Sacrifice
its own
life
Atlas
to
tree.
get add a spell, and then
You can gain your first points by
if
completing
you
an
can
Abyss.
recoup those, like just like in 0.3, it's
But
still
there
gonna
are
be the
more
best caster
available for
build.
doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options.
Tacticians, like they're like really
You might
glazing
just want
tactician
more
right
monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss
So I think
have
Abyss
a chance
still
to
gonna
overrun a
be,
nearby
I
map
guess,
with the
one of the
Abyssal.
best endgame
Or
mechanics
make
to
your Waystone
use and farm
modifiers
currency.
also
It
apply to
spawn a lot of
Abyssal
monster.
depths.
Temple
You
might
could
be
specialize in the
pretty good.
interaction with other leagues, or
Like low
specialize in a
investment build.
specific Abyssal
Low
faction.
investment farm. The fire staff, yeah,
One
it's
of
look
the
broken.
important elements that we have heard loud
But then
and
we
clear
still don't know if
is that
the
needing to do
actual
abyss
thing that
crafting
makes
on
Tech Rock good
waystones
is still in
is
the game,
quite
right?
annoying. So, we have removed
Okay,
that.
yeah, good. Remove. Okay, good.
In fact,
We got
have
it.
removed instilling from waystones as well.
Okay,
This mechanic
perfect.
felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content.
Bro,
But
no
it was
more.
both annoying
no more
to
pop.
do
Holy.
and resulted in a lot of visual
That's another
clutter.
bingo.
Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps
And
each.
wait. Okay, so tablets.
Once you defeat
okay,
the Arbiter
10
of
left. So
Ash,
we still have to
you'll
deal
be
with
able
Vaal.
to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding
Buffing
any
endgame.
more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that
Okay, so
note,
no more chaos.
Fate of the Vaal
No more
does
chaos
bring the
swamp.
ability to corrupt your tablets,
Corrupt
hoping to get
tablets.
one of many different random outcomes.
10 tablets. Okay, so I like
Now,
this change.
with regard to
We
Delirium
get to
Fog,
maps more.
even
and then
though
we get
you
async
shouldn't
trade,
have
so
to
we're
have it
just
on
gonna
every
get
map
to
anymore,
like spend a lot of time
we
in maps.
still did want to
Perfect.
make it
That's
less
what I want.
visually annoying.
That's what I
Delirium
think
Fog
is
has
good.
been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters.
Overwhelm, yep.
In 031,
Then how are they gonna change
we
this?
reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this,
Reduce?
but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15.
Okay, so tier
Well,
15 you get more
after letting
monster.
this simmer for a while,
Great,
we
that's
are
fine.
still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number
Okay.
of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40%
Bro, what is that
more items,
damage? What?
grant 40% more
Where's the
experience,
skills? Wait, why
and
is it
have 40%
recharging so
more life.
fast?
in addition to
Wait,
all
I'm
the
playing
normal
this.
scaling they get due to being higher level.
Also,
This only
volatility
applies to
build.
regular monsters, not bosses.
I'm playing this, bro. What is this?
We have also reduced the speed
Wait, that
modifiers
does
that
look
monsters
insane.
can get sometimes, which also
That's the
helps
first
a lot
good
with
build I've
this.
seen. Is
Now,
volatility with
we did have a large amount of content for
crossbow
endgame
skill.
planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest
0.5.
assured,
Holy,
there will
confirm.
be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle
Yeah, we're
bosses,
getting a
and
0.5
a
league
significant
confirmed.
overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of
20
things
to
have been
30%
optimized.
improving
And we have done a
FPS.
lot of
I
work
like that.
to take advantage
Okay,
of
I'm
more
okay
of your
with that.
CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher.
25%.
And a lot less
okay,
bad
that's
frame
good.
spikes during gameplay. It does
Bro,
make
8
quite a big
positive
difference,
W change, I like
especially
that.
on consoles.
You were
a
suffering
lot
from
more
that?
work in this
Okay,
area is
yeah.
ongoing, and you will continue
Especially
to see
if you're
performance
running with
improvements over the
Delirious
next few
map.
months.
Yeah, positive
Of course,
change. I like that.
Another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced
Bro, we gotta go
dozens
see
of
all
others
this.
that are
These
not
are from
currently
PoE
used
1.
very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside
Fury
the 2 new Druid
Reclamations?
ascendancies,
Okay, Smith?
we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with
That's
some of them
crazy.
getting a grander rebalance,
I like that.
such as the Smith of Katava.
Okay, so we're thinking of what
Alongside
class
the
we're playing.
20
I
plus
think
new
Druid,
Druid
right?
skills,
And then we're playing
we've
like
also
Caster Druid,
rebalanced
maybe?
90 other active
Are we playing
skills
tacticians?
across
And
all the
then-
different classes. And
I'll think
to
about
top
it.
it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
Alright, here we go.
Today, we're launching
Spend
2
monies.
new series of supporter packs. The
to
Precursor
swipe.
and Calgurin packs. Each
Calgurin
tier
pack.
contains the pack's full face value in points,
Why are we
alongside
getting
several
Calgurin
exclusive
pack?
microtransactions. As always,
like,
the
from
microtransactions
PoE
in these
1.
packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6
Way too many
exclusive
passive skills.
microtransactions.
Not enough.
First up, the
This is PoE
marble
game.
statue
We need
character
more passive
effect.
skills.
Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next
Okay,
move,
I don't think
the
this is
stone
that good.
crumbles around you. The precursors
next.
had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the gravity well
Okay,
portal.
next.
Witness the power of its pull
I'm
as
buying
you
the other
approach it.
packs. AFK MTX, yeah,
Draw in
definitely not
enemies with
friendly.
your own gravitational pull with the
Why are we getting an
awakened
AFK
precursor armor
MTX?
set.
Is this for High Out Warrior?
The precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would
How
patrol
good? Why?
and tase intruders. Why
Exactly.
salvage gear yourself when the master
Yeah,
of the
I don't
forge
like
can do it
fire.
for you?
I don't like rats
Molten
and
gold
stuff,
spills
so,
out
yeah.
as the forge master breaks down your items. The relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track
Okay,
cosmic
level up
events with
effects.
absolute precision.
That's kind of useless.
Harnessing that skill,
Finisher
with the
effect might be
astronomer's
nice.
level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat.
Okay, but that's
The
really,
time taken to
like,
reach your
that's,
last
like, a
3
huge
levels
effect,
is
so it's
also
kinda nice.
displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of.
Where is that?
Crush
Oh,
unique
rich level
enemies
13.
by
Okay,
unleashing
that's
the
not
wrath
bad.
of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself.
Kalgurn support pack. Okay,
A Kalguran
so far pretty good
seafarer
effects.
needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast.
Pirate?
This set has you covered with the classic tricorn, and of course,
Well, I don't know if I
a
like the
piglet.
sets.
The lost
That's
treasure
an,
weapon skins
that's an
top
ugly
off
leg,
your
and then,
appearance
you're
of a
getting
true
this?
raider
Okay,
of the
never
seas.
mind. I guess we're not buying
These
packs.
gilded weapons can be applied to wands,
Maybe we
two-hand
can buy
maces,
skill effects
and
if they're gonna
shields.
add more skill effect to the game.
After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout.
Yeah, they should do that.
A home of some of the most
Transfer
deadly
the
ocean-dwelling
MTX from
creatures
PoE
in
1 to 2, which
Rayclast.
I think they will.
Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs
Okay,
will
they're
be
not
made
cooking with
available for
MTX.
use in Path of Exile 1.
They're not cooking with the
Thank
new
you very
MTX.
much for all your ongoing support. We're just
Wait, that's
about to
it,
start
okay.
the Q&A with Ziggy D.
Right, so we'll Q&A
Afterwards,
with Ziggity,
at
and then
11 a.m. in Z time, we'll post
2
the patch
hours,
notes.
15 minutes, we'll get patch
With
note,
release
okay.
at the end of next week, our community
so we'll
team
look
will be
at patch
posting
note after the
crucial
Q&A.
information you'll need for the release.
And
Keep an eye on
maybe
the
log
news.
into PoE 2 and play a little bit.
Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward
Yeah,
to
that's
playing
cool. That's cool.
alongside
I
our fellow
like the
shapeshifting
new league.
exiles.
I think it's great.
All while uncovering lost Vaal secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host,
Yo, the
Ziggy
sound
D,
is
and today
good.
we're going to be touching on the design of
Promote
the
the,
Druid and the Fate
sound
of the Vaal
guy.
League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into Endgame,
Scared about balance skills?
balance, and
You
other
should not be
game
scared.
design
We get a
topics.
bunch
I am,
of new
course,
skills, so
joined
if it's
by
not good,
game
we just
directors
pivot.
Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. Hey guys,
Personally,
going?
want
Oh,
more
very
focus
good. I mean,
scaling.
you know, it's been a
I think
great-
you'll get
It's been a great one to work on
focus
this one. Like,
scaling.
I've really enjoyed it. So, yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been, like, no time at all since the last time
No,
we
they
were here.
changed
Here
the
we
color.
were.
The LED color
It
changed
feels
to
like only
orange
several
now. It
weeks,
was
and that's
purple
pretty
last week.
accurate.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah,
Final
I'm around
Bond
every 2
unique.
months or so now.
Crazy.
It's great. I love it.
They
It's
fired
good
the old
going.
audio guys. Yeah, the new
So,
guys looking great.
I do have to open with
new
this.
guy is
though,
crazy.
Druid
He's
looked
good.
a little bit weak, I think, in the
Replace.
demonstration.
That's right,
video
Bob.
today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally
guys getting
expect.
dropped,
So,
by the
yeah,
way?
There's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
we were seeing some people say, oh, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So it just comes down to
Just checking.
to
Are you guys getting
things you go
drops?
through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less
You'll sell
demonstrative
it,
side and get them posted
go
and stuff
char.
this week.
Thanks
Because
for
honestly,
the Prime sub.
you can just play it literally right now, and it's
I got mine.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this.
You
cool
can
thing
see
works.
there's no
There's a
new
fine line there for
ascendancies.
sure.
3 forms are
Wherever you
crazy.
get
I mean,
too
it's
hectic,
insane,
people are
right? We're
like,
getting
I don't even
like
know what's going on. I'm just looking.
100 passive
a
points,
ruckus.
and that's a lot of
And
things
then,
to
yeah,
balance.
in this case, I'd say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people.
Raw Druid
I think
gameplay?
it's good for this
Okay,
class
he's
because
he's
of the
uploading
shape-shifting stuff. It's so hard for us to. Normally, we can look at something
Druid
and be like, oh, that's
gameplay.
just a demonstration.
One,
we kind of
like,
know what it
in
will
1
look
or 2
like
days.
at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge roll, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the classest, like the hardest.
Wait,
class
so we're
to
getting
design
hopped.
so far, and it took a bit longer.
Be
Like, I
hopping.
think
Liquid
we were
suck
originally
if
hoping to
constricting
bring that
command
in a
is
previous
nerfed.
Yeah, quite a while
ground.
ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in
It's
one.
gonna make
because not
a lot of
only do you have
attack
the
builds just
situation
default
where,
to constricting command. Yeah.
Obviously, we want to have
We'll see.
synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and
Add
work out what
totem
those
up
might
in.
be. But with this class,
Loki,
people
I
want
think
to be able
Flame
to
Blast
play
totems.
just as a bear or
'cause,
just
Flame
as
Blast
a
is
wolf,
already in
as
a
well
pretty
as
good
people who want
spot.
to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that adds a whole other complication because, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the Wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The Wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many
PoE community
iterations of that. So,
might
it was
be
just a very
softest
tricky
in
class
gaming.
overall,
People
like,
are just
crazy.
already crying
I
Lick
remember
is
seeing some
bad.
very
That's
goofy
crazy.
looking, like Wyvern.
Okay,
like,
anyone
months
that
ago.
say Lick is bad,
This is not working.
Right.
Like,
Well,
I
that's
don't know
the
what
thing,
they're
like,
talking about,
For a
bro.
long time, the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like
They're adding
it
like
looked-
crazy
it
content.
looked really
I don't
silly.
care.
Like, man,
I mean,
the
if
wolf
it's
as well, I
bad,
mean, it
we
was
just
really
gotta
hard
play
to
it for
get
2
right,
weeks and
because one of the
just
things we
call
really
it
wanted to
right.
avoid
We'll
was,
see from the
I didn't want
retentions.
that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster.
2 hours of
it's
yaps.
pretty-
I think we're
An
getting
interesting
like
thing
1
there, I
hour
think,
of
is that
yaps,
each
and
form
then I
technically
think
has a
I'll log
kind of
into
passive
PoE2,
benefit.
Right.
Yeah.
and
So
we'll
obviously
play
you've
until
got
patch notes.
The running fast as a
yeah,
wolf.
pretty much.
Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were. But
I already
for the
thinking
bear,
of
for
2
example,
build.
'cause
We
you're
can
just a bit
try it.
bigger. you know, bit of a tank.
I think
you
spell
actually do
totem
get
might
armor
be a bit too
and,
risky.
Armor applies to elemental
Not
damage
because
as a thing.
I don't
and,
think
like,
it's
there's
gonna be
kinda,
good, but
which is like honestly,
usually
unless you
spell
actually click the
totems-
bear keyword is like undescribed everywhere.
It's not really something
Yeah,
you
there's even more
play
than
on
that, because I was
Lixart.
just looking at it
Even
in
like
game
even in
before.
PoE 1, I
The
think
bear has like
spell totems
passive
is
endurance
kind of
charge
weak,
generation.
but
Yes, it
like
does.
with
So
enough
from
damage,
rage
it's gonna
expenditure,
be
it does.
crazy
Like, that's so
good.
cool.
Yeah. So,
But yeah, spell
we
totems
really wanted
fun,
to
but not
make sure
as
that each
Lixart,
of
I
the
think.
different forms had things that
Yep,
can
performance
benefit the other
improvement
forms.
is
So
very
like it was really
important.
tricky to think like what are resources that a bear can generate, what are the resources the wolf
Yeah.
can generate, what are the ones the wyvern can generate.
Yeah,
that the
bear
other ones can
generates
use
rage,
in order to kind
makes
of get that
sense.
cross synergy. So yeah, that's
And
kind
then
of
we
like
use
one of the reasons why we
rage
had to kind of come up
to
with something
improve
like
the spell
Kind of
damage,
trickiness.
And that
so
caught
it's
me
gonna
by
be like
surprise as
a
well, 'cause,
hybrid
like,
spellcaster,
like,
which is
technically
kind
it's
of cool.
mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human
Yes.
to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But
So-
but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam as
You
you like
absolutely
slam the
can.
ground,
So
like,
the thing with this is that we you
See
want to
what's up, yeah,
present a
PoE 2.
fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards. and all
Playing
that
WoW
sort of stuff. There are gonna be
Classic
a lot of
unless
people who are like, I
passionate
want to be a
as
bear, and they
solid,
just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you
I
can
don't know. I think
pick all the other stuff and use it at
restricting
the same time. So
commands,
one talisman,
whether
like,
you
effectively
have it
when
or
you
not,
pick
it's
on
gonna be a
talisman
chase
from,
item,
like,
right?
Wolf, bear, or wyvern.
You always
all
have
that's
chase
giving you is
item
the
in the
default
league
attack,
anyway,
right? That's what you're actually
so-
picking, and that's all it is, right?
I
And
mean,
then
we're
often
getting
will
a
guide you,
bunch
like,
of new
what skills
skills.
you're
It's
picking
not
and so
like
on, but
it's
you
gonna be
can just
default to
use with that
restricting
same
commands.
talisman
It's
as many
just
different
like
animal
we
skills
don't
as
have
you
a
would
lot of
like.
skills, and
And
most of the
that,
attack skill
just
can
means
benefit
that you've
from
got
it.
that sort of free flowing, like
I don't think
trying out
Lix
different stuff,
is
sort of
Doom
combo gameplay
if
that
they
we,
don't nerf restricting
like to
commands.
try and get. So obviously there will
Might
just
be
be a lot
Doom
of
if
people who
they
just pick
don't
one thing,
nerf
right? Like, I
Tech
absolutely
Rot though,
expect
because
that.
that thing was broken.
But yeah, no, there's a lot of
I think the restricting
experimentation to do
command
there
was
if you want to do
fine.
it.
yeah. So you've tried to hit like making it so
It's
like,
not
people who
like
just want, like, a
as
simple,
broken as
straightforward,
Tech Rot,
like, I just
right?
want to run out as bear and slam the ground. Like that's certainly
Yeah.
very
Yeah,
possible.
Wolf
there.
build is cool.
But
I think,
also,
if
you-
anything,
with
I'll
this
play
whole
Wolf,
class, you have the
but
problem of,
we'll have to see
how
some
do we make,
numbers.
like, a
Hopefully in
spellcaster
Passionate they
and
give
a
us
melee
enough
attacker
information
that's
to do
shapeshifter
that.
as well.
Because I do want to
I mean,
try
this
out
one's got a
Wolf,
bit of
right?
everything.
Wolf form is
For
pretty
sure.
cool,
How did you
and
make all
then
that
cold
kind of
damage
work
is
together
kind of like
and
what
solve
I
that build
like.
problem of like how do you actually scale these
Problem
things
is, like,
together in a way that just one
PoE
thing isn't
2
way
or
better than
like
everything
even
else.
one
Well,
is
I mean, it's
always
always tricky,
skewed
and
for
Mark's
lightning
obviously the one
damage.
who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see even just from a
So,
design
I mean,
perspective,
maybe not
you know,
Wolf,
so
but
just
Wyvern
on the
then.
defense of, like,
Wyvern for
horrible
cold
stuff,
damage,
and then be like,
for
how the hell
lightning
am I gonna
damage.
balance
right?
this? But effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that you know, so for example with the
Yeah, let me check out Reddit.
volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff. If you
You're
wanna,
not having it this league.
get all of that
Shit
together.
looks so fun. It
So
looks
it's
so
just a lot of
fun.
that
I'll be
thinking, how
honest.
can an animal
Like,
form aid
let's
a
be
spell?
real,
How can a
guys.
spell aid an animal form, like all the way
PoE
through?
2
And,
communities,
then, yeah,
or
as
like
I said,
any
we throw it over the
communities
fence
at
and then
all,
Mark
right?
tries to work out
People
what kind of
that's
numbers
complain
can
is gonna
actually
complain
make.
online, and
a
people
web
that like the
of- a
league's just
web
gonna
of
play the
infinite
league.
difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it just it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game.
And like,
what-
I'm
all the things
always
you can unlock
positive
and the
about this
crazy
game,
builds you
or
can
even
do,
PoE
but-
1, right?
Yeah,
Until
I mean, like,
I
this
stop
week's
playing.
focus has
There's
been
no
like,
need to
okay,
hate on
we
the
had all
league,
the
right?
like during
If
our
you
alpha
just
testing,
not having
internal
fun,
testing, we had like
you
there
just
was
play
the,
other games.
I want to be all forms.
I had great
going
times in
between. There was
Wyvern's
the, I just
Meet,
want to be wolf. I just want to
and
be
now we're
bear. I
back
just
to
want to be a
PoE 2.
dragon.
Very
and
refreshing,
now we're getting
actually.
a lot more of. I just want to.
We're getting, like,
nature
entirely
plant skills and do
new
plant stuff.
content,
so it's like,
so it's
okay,
good.
well, how do we make that work? Well,
Wait,
because
what
they're quite
what
long
are they
duration, so
talking
we're having a
about?
bunch of complexity complexity with that as well, and it honestly just it does just spiral
Me
into
erase
like,
the volumes a bit.
oh my god, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly
21
fun
million
to play,
variables. Is that a
then honestly
Bitcoin
we're golden.
reference?
So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Despite,
A lot of testing.
partly
Okay,
because
so
it's been
Druid
in
is
the
gonna
works
be
for so
nerf.
long. but yeah, it's
So Druid
I don't
nerf
know,
on
like,
League Start,
ultimately
and
pretty
then
fun.
buff
I'd say
mid-lake,
there's still
maybe?
something. Obviously, there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer, and you know,
I already
and
know,
someone
like,
was
this league is
mentioning,
gonna
like,
be
yeah,
good
it's
for,
just
like,
fun
caster
placing
Druid.
6
It's
volcanoes
so
and then
crazy
just
good.
slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet.
It's
you
so
do
crazy
like,
good.
that's
Adding
fine.
like
I
a
was
bunch of new
definitely enjoying
interactions,
obliterating
like
bosses in
cleanse,
bear form,
wets,
like with dropping tornadoes, and there's
you're lining
the totem,
coal,
which you can summon in animal
freeze
form,
a bit more
and then you're putting
enemies'
fishes down,
wets,
and they're
right?
exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground, and they're exploding.
I mean, it's just
There's
crazy
definitely
things.
some,
I mean,
boss going
it's
on
so much
there.
fun.
Even just walking past
It's like one of
the
the best
just
sandbox
many
in the
entangles
industry
going
right
out,
now.
and then
But you're
there's
not
that,
getting this in
plant
any other
support gym.
games.
I'm like, all right, it's
Like,
putting
they are
the new-
really cooking with
I
PoE
see
2, by
chat
the
being
way.
like, no,
So,
Ziggy,
yeah.
don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing.
At least for me,
one
right?
thing,
I'm
let's say
personally
fixed. It was a thing that was like,
like,
double generating rage.
I like
so I'm
to
like, I don't know if this is intended.
Right, right.
drink
Like, no, the designer
with
said that's probably
build.
not
Like I like
intended.
to figure
Thanks,
out
Ziggy. I'm
builds
like,
and stuff. I'm not
I don't
really
know,
into like
I-
pushing mirror tiers
I
and
will see
endgame
where that
content
goes,
on like
because I
day
was
2
like,
or
no,
3,
that's
right?
fine.
So
This is a fish.
It made it
I'm
to
gonna
me,
head
and I
well
was like,
with
no,
this
I'm fine with
league
that.
Yeah,
instead
because it
of
generates
you know,
rage
maybe
when you first
endgame
slam,
is
and
not
then the
what
fishes,
people
every time
liking,
they
but
pulse,
that's
it
not me.
generates rage. I'm like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage. Each time.
Right.
I'm like, that
Okay, no,
doesn't
that's interesting.
seem
Yeah,
That's
more
very
mapping
interesting.
time,
That's
basically.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tablet
It's
crafting.
fine.
I love that
I
because
mean,
that's like
they
ridiculously
care about the
powerful. That
game,
feels
obviously,
like way
and then
permissive.
they want
I
to
was
make
like, this feels illegal,
the
but
endgame
that's like
good for everyone.
you gotta let a few things in there
Nah,
that
it's
feel
fine.
So
illegal.
yeah,
It's done-
they
it's doing what the
acknowledge
skill
the
says.
problems,
may
they
not have-
fix
maybe
it.
I
I
didn't
mean,
get
what
enough.
else do you
Okay,
want
cool.
from a
I
dev?
don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards.
GG
I just threw
is,
my opinion
like,
in there. I don't
gold
want to
depth
necessarily
when it
be
comes
like,
to making PoE.
you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? You know, so
Yeah, you gotta.
There's still
we'll
problem.
see what
Yeah.
happens. But,
I like them.
Whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
Yeah, they'll see the thing not generating rage, and yeah, they'll see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. It's just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket. The talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation to just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my Mace Marauder or my
Yep,
Quarterstaff Monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In
Okay,
fact, it was one
cool.
of the things initially that you know, it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record
Follow
like
my
bear
Amazon
lines,
bills, love it.
you know, for the Druid
thanks
lines.
for
And I'm
the
like,
yeah, no problem.
hey guys, remember,
Thanks.
anyone can turn into this animal.
Will you
You're
be
actually
making
going
a
to commit to
werewolf
every single
build
class.
this season?
Is gonna have
We'll see.
like
Okay,
three different
I'll go
extra
through the patch
versions
note
of every single
in
line the character
2
can do.
hours, I think.
It's like, yeah, that's. But
I think
so
I'll
we ended up
spend
going with
like
voice
maybe
mode
an
at the
hour,
end.
go through the
But,
patch
yeah,
note,
that was,
and then
what
we'll
it
talk
was.
about it. And then
It's like their kind of their thoughts. I think it
We'll
shifts
see,
to.
yeah,
It almost
we'll
sounds
see.
like, to me, that's what it sounds like.
there
they're
will
like,
tons.
yeah,
There'll be
yeah,
like
thinking it or something like that, I don't know.
gems.
But yeah, would it be completely impossible to record every
Leaks
single line an
on
additional
skills
3
and
times
stuff
for
like
every
that, so
character
we need
class?
to
Voice
look
actors,
through.
everybody come
At
back
least
and
I want
use
it to
your
be
roll
good,
like a
right?
bear.
So,
Exactly. But
We
yeah,
wanna-
effectively,
we want the
every
League
class
starter
can
build
be
to
an
be
animal.
good,
It's
so
exactly
you're
the
gonna
same as
have
the
a
end of the
good
weapon
league.
restriction.
So yeah, we'll have to
Ultimately,
take
being
all
a
that
bear
into
is the same as
account.
having a mace, which might sound a little bit odd, but that is actually, you know, how it works and
Oh.
what allows, you know, having.
Whoa. I didn't
Yeah.
even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No.
form?
What I
Wait,
meant
no,
was
what?
is that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
Yeah,
you know,
right,
like,
okay.
yeah.
Damn it, now we have to
Hi,
make
mum.
it
Bro,
possible.
I'm too young
well, I
to be
mean,
a
you know,
mum.
you can turn into calm as a bear.
That's unique
but,
item territory for the future.
Yeah, well, yeah, it often gets talked about like the idea of like, oh, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the
Yeah,
future
be on
you
the
can
lookout
blur
for
the
that.
lines a little bit, like,
I'll
'cause
do
maybe in the future you're like, oh,
maybe
this
if I have
skill
time,
has a way
I'll
of
do like
crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the
summaries on
identity
the
of a weapon type really
revealed,
comes
and
a
then
lot from what
maybe
it can
talk
do,
about
and so
potential
that's
league
kind of the
starters.
main reason why we do it that way. But yeah, but the thing is as well, the weapon swapping. I mean, you can still use.
Well, maybe
skills from
I'll,
different
just
elements.
gonna
Yeah.
Sorry,
be,
different.
talking
weapons
about it
and
on
things
The
stream
thing is,
instead of
like, it's
making
funny that you
videos,
mentioned
and
that with the
then
bear because, like,
try not to
definitely
burn
some of the
myself
bears I
out pretty
noticed
much
parallels
before
between some
league
of
start. But yeah,
skills
we'll
and some
talk
of the
about
mace
the
stuff, and I could see
3 ascendancies at
absolutely
least,
combining
or
like
two,
this bear
right,
skill that places
of the
fishes
new druid
with
class.
the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergies.
Hopefully we
they're
get
adjacent
the
classes,
passive
right?
skill
I mean,
trees.
you've got like strength versus strength then.
2
Like we
or
want to be able
3
to make
days
sure that some
before
of those
we
key
start.
elements do like
Not
cross
like
over
one
just
day
so that
before.
to open up the way to have synergy.
So we have
between the
time
different
to
classes
actually
easily.
cook up something good
As you
and
get more
solid,
classes and more skills,
maybe
you
test
obviously
it out
get
as
an
well.
overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant
Thanks for the
keyword
follow,
that has
Dapites.
overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
like,
It's interesting actually those ones because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strengthened, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength Int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the Strength Int side. But that's been fun though because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure.
I think the new lit
How can we
mechanics
make it
feel
so this
like
can
a
apply to
chore?
some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree where like now you've got some interesting interaction.
I don't think so.
So there could be some kind of like
It's like
thing
an
where
entire
growing plants
non-mapping content,
as
so
a
you
ranger
can do whatever you like,
could be
right?
sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can
Hi,
like
Macme,
plant
what's
stuff
up?
all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing.
Watering,
They'll have-
the
they'll have
watering
ways
the
that
plant
works.
is kind of
I
funny.
mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options.
Right,
in the
right.
future
Is
as
that like
well.
a support
I
gems
do like
that
the
turn
idea
the
of being
plant
like
into
a
the zombie
druid
plant?
watering
That's the thing.
my
It's easily
That'd
a
be
thing. It's not
pretty
even
fun.
hard to do as well.
Right.
They didn't
It's
talk
kinda just
about
like, thanks,
trial,
Druid, you
like
buff
the new
poison
trial,
rangers.
right? So there's no
That's
trials or
what
what?
happened.
Yeah.
There's no trial of the
And
ancestor?
rain buffing lightning skills as well.
I
like
forgot about it.
increasing
Like they
shotguns.
didn't show anything, so I guess no new trials.
It's
Can't wait
it's-
to
it's
explore old hat.
pretty
PoE.
pretty
Yeah.
wild how much
It's
stuff you've
back
just
and
jammed
it's
into one
gonna
class
have like
here.
double
How did you
corruptions.
like kind of settle on a identity for the Wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even
Yeah,
a lot
the
of like
Wyvern
Druid
is
stuff is
insane, the
pre-established. It's like,
dragons.
oh, you got
Or
plants
like,
and you got like nature
Wyvern,
and you
I
got like
guess.
lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we
Streamers
really
too loud,
wanted
hard
to
to hear
have
you.
a third form that
That's
was a
kinda
little
like
bit
the
out there
points,
in
right?
terms of
I'll
different from
lower
what
it a little
you've
bit.
seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got
'Cause I wanna
transformations
hear
has
what
the
they
bear and the
talk
wolf,
about
right? That's
too.
just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction.
Yeah,
that was the
Preoric, thanks for the
reaction
prime.
of, like all the fairies come out of the
Yeah.
woodwork.
I don't
and,
think
like,
it's
you
maybe
gotta
just
have
you.
a
I can
wolf.
lower it a bit
Yeah,
more, but
exactly
yeah,
right.
we
So,
do want to
like,
listen
okay,
to
we'll
this.
have a, yeah, exactly. Don't anger
Actually,
them.
I can lower it
So
on the
we
stream
yeah, that
side.
was that was a real concern. So yeah, we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we
Alright,
needed
is it better?
We needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster.
the rain is
and,
active
like
gems, right? And
speedy
then
kind
you
of version,
can
obviously,
very
being the wolf.
smoothly
We
weapon
also wanted
swaps.
something that had
So you can
some
play
range
any build with
elements,
lightning
and then sort of more spellcastery
cold
vibe
damage,
a little
right?
bit
And
more.
then
And so we sort of thought about it a little
yeah,
bit
you
like
can
what
kind of mess it
animal
around.
is ranged?
I mean, that's kind of cool.
Like it's not really there's kind of not a lot out there that can really.
But
sort of
is it
do
better?
that.
It sounds
and
better.
So yeah, eventually we settled on the Wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, "How about a dragon?" And we're like, "What?"
Okay,
the heck?
yeah,
What
that's
are you
it.
doing?" But then eventually
be
I
so
thought about it,
stupid.
and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some
Yeah, no
potential
problem.
here.
But yeah, I
Yeah, if
mean,
you
I want
suggested to me, I told
to
you not
hear
to do
the
it 'cause,
Q and
like,
A and
there's no
stuff
way
to
you can
see
make it
what
look good and not look
to see.
stupid, but-
I mean,
But,
just
eventually
anything that
it was hard though. We did get there.
anything
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
interesting.
But yeah, it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going
Yeah,
on.
I mean,
And-
as it should be for strengthened.
yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration. Actually,
Yeah.
like as well, like energy recharge. I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for
cooler.
my slight disingenuousness.
something cooler.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be
Because
defensive. in
it
nature.
forces you into
right.
certain build
like a little
types.
bit, yeah.
Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go
Bro,
at
they're
designing stuff
talking
that's
about
more
ES,
utility or
but
defensive
no nerf.
only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive
Right,
benefits.
okay.
That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad. But we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea,
Whatever.
or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like wings to something defensive for block or
Out
something
of mana,
for
what's up? Yeah, I didn't know I
you
streamed.
know,
I
hard
streamed
carapace
recently,
maybe,
yeah.
or I I don't know, the fact it has
randomly
wings,
as well.
some
I'm not really a streamer.
I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds?
Yeah, totally.
That sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or
there's
something.
gold
Okay,
over
you
there.
know what
Quick,
they
shapeshift,
should
pick it
sell?
up,
They
shapeshift
should
back.
turn your
obviously,
Roa
I'm
into a
obviously
dragon.
joking, please, I'm not doing that.
I would buy that at a
Oh,
heartbeat.
no, please don't.
I can't believe if they're bringing
Wyvern
Wyvern into the game, they need to make a pet, or maybe not a pet because we already have that. But they have mounts, so they should make it like a dragon mount. That's crazy. People would buy that instantly.
We had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as
no problem.
iconic
Thanks.
to Druid.
I'll put out more build guides
in
in the
like,
futures.
Something that makes sense. Or like
0.4 looks really good.
So to the Druid, I feel like it's not obvious.
We'll definitely be cooking something.
There's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know what I can never remember.
Thanks for the follow, Spiral.
That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's
God, you
like,
have a prime left. Was the dude was just thankful for your build and asked about werewolf? Yeah, what's up? No problem. I saw it.
Advantage of energy shield to generate
Thanks
armor.
for the
like, so
prime,
when you lose
guys.
energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin as you. There's like things like that we've added, but it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the
unicycle
the
skin
weirdest
for
part about
Roa,
that is,
so you
like,
can
yeah,
be
you're
a
gonna have
bear on
energy shield as a
unicycle.
bear. It's a bit strange. Like,
I don't think you
as a
can
bear and then there's a little energy
ride
shield pop. I mean,
Roa
it
with
is what it
the
is.
bear
It
form,
has to be
right?
that way.
That would be funny.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can
Yeah.
go full armor.
Unless you
but,
can't use any
I feel like
skills.
there's like such a range of identities
only
within
bow
that one class as
and,
well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much.
only
with
bow
that
and spear,
sprinkling
right,
armor
for
stuff
Roa.
going
Yes, you
on there.
could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the Wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the Wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are like depending on what animal form
the
you're going.
Wyvern
there's a bit
get
of alignment in the
benefits to
defenses.
yes.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work.
Gonna
There's
slow
nothing saying,
mapping.
I
What
mean,
do you think
that's
about
part
Druid?
of the beauty of the game.
To be honest,
as well.
I don't really care about like fast
I
move
was
speed
actually I had that
and
experience where I was like, because I wasn't
efficiency
really, it wasn't as clear, I was
map clear
almost
to make up
inventing my own
tons of
lore there a little
currencies.
bit,
That's
where
not what I like.
was picking the regen from the
I like a
Druid,
very
and then the
efficient
Zelt's
build
right
and
there. I'm
fun
like,
to play,
this
pretty
actually,
much.
like,
Not too slow,
you're converting
obviously.
your natural kind of like life regen into
Which is why I
energy
didn't really
shield,
play
but,
Warrior,
like,
but
this
yeah.
is kind of the Druid's thing. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, Keystones certainly are pretty powerful.
I
and we
don't
have a
think it's
bunch
gonna
of-
be too slow, to be honest.
There's an extra. I can't
We'll
remember
have
what it is.
to
There's
look
one-
at patch
There's
notes,
one that
right?
says
If they
do not
nerf
translate on it, so
Jedi
it's in
wings,
progress.
then yeah.
But yeah, we were playing around with some.
But they
trying to
could
have some
also
armor,
put
energy
more
shield,
move
hybrid
speed
stuff going on with
notes
the
on the
Keystones there.
passive skill tree.
It was
Thanks for
based
the
on
follow fencer.
what's it called? PoE ones.
Will you
is
be
it Divine
playing
Shield?
Druid? Yeah,
Is that
we'll
the
wait
name of the
for
Keystone? I
patch
can't remember.
notes.
Too many names. But it's based on
What's
that,
up,
but not
Miss
exactly
Kitty?
the same.
Cat?
Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was
The
like, we
plan
need
is
more
to be,
Keystones that I feel more druidy.
So the plan
and,
is to
I know there's a
look
rage
to
one
play
there
Druid,
that is,
but I'm not like
but
gonna be
embracing
like
the animal
hard
ferocity
forcing
where it,
Druid
like,
if the
what does it do?
number
It's like
doesn't look good. It's
doubles
kind of
your
risky,
maximum
right?
rage, but makes you
I
don't get
mean,
inherent bonuses from
I
rage.
like
so it's
to
like
play,
if you really want to do the skills that are
I like
rage
to play
consumers,
Druid, right?
like
It's new
rampage,
stuff,
and you just want
but
to
then,
rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that
If it
keystone.
doesn't look
You
good,
lose the
and
benefits
it's
of
kind of
rage,
hard
but you get
to. I'm
to
like at the
rampage around
dilemmas. Like
for
I
twice
think
as
I
long.
like to play Druid, but
so a few things like that
if
we're
it's
trying to
not
add
a good
that are thematic
experience,
as
I don't
well.
want
And
to
I think that's another
force
one of
people
the
to
really
follow
cool
me to play on like a bad
parts
build,
about adding
right?
a class is 1/6 of our tree
I like the
was
change
just
to less
filled with
monster
just
but better
placeholder
drops. Yeah.
garbage. Like actually,
Hey people, what's up?
like there's a giant link thing there.
Map
There's no
size still the
links in
same.
game,
I mean,
really.
less
You know, it's
monster
like,
so you can
what
sprint
are we
a
doing
bit
with
more.
that? You know, it's like
They didn't really
and so I
talk
was like, well, that
about
looked like a vine.
mapping,
Just make that a
like
plant thing.
actual map
And-
layout change.
And,
So
so now it's a plant
hopefully
thing that
they
talks about
kind of
overgrown
like
plants. And, but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And
reduce
guess
the
what?
map
Now witches
size.
and
I think
sorceresses
toward
have
the end of
more
0.3 they
energy shield
changed a
stuff
few maps.
on that kind of direction around towards the druid.
What you hate
and
it
warrior
is
has more. And,
yeah, mostly
you know,
it's gonna
and I
be
don't just mean energy. I
melee
mean
issues,
everything.
yeah.
All the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there. The strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different.
I know
part
one
of
thing
this
for sure,
tree, so like we don't have
like,
any just like weird open stuff anymore.
At least
Yeah,
for
that area
this
of the tree was a
particular
little
league, because
strange.
we're
I
getting
mean, It's such a massive tree.
the temple,
already, and
right?
you're adding
Any
more
build
to
that
it,
is
and then, like,
good
I have to
in
like,
melee,
the
and then
Oracle class.
skills that can
I saw
bounce
the Shaman
up
one, I was like, yes,
wall
this is
is
exactly what I
probably gonna be
expected. Then I saw
strong.
the Oracle, and you guys had like 100
The skill that overlaps and stuff like
130
that.
extra
So far.
passes.
So we'll be on the
far.
lookout for that.
Like, why do you do this to
I
yourself?
think
Like,
those
this seems
are definitely gonna
ridiculous.
be
It's
strong.
fun.
Because it's cool.
ED Contagion,
Because
yeah. I
it's
mean,
cool.
they
That's
didn't
the
really
only
nerf
reason
ED
you could ask for,
Contagions.
right?
I was like,
What more could you want?
I really
So,
went through. I know we showed
I mean,
two examples.
I'm not
but
sure
I
if
was
they're
like,
gonna nerf it
really
or
wanna
not,
make
right?
sure
Because
there's,
we're
like,
not
cool
getting patch
off-spec
notes. So
stuff
any
here. I wanna make
question
sure
about
that
skills, we're
if
gonna
you
have to
want
wait
to
for
be able to
patch
get
note.
more of a certain thing,
We'll go
this
through
is a
the
way to
patch
do it.
note and
But
look
at
at
the
all
end
the
of the day, it
skills,
still
see what
costs passive
happens.
points to allocate, right? So it's more about
Because they, you know,
know,
0.3
maybe you
same
want
thing,
some
right?
stuff
They
that
literally just
normally you'd have
kill
to go to the deck section for and get
the frost
maybe
bomb,
some
right?
projectile related
For
stuff,
early
and now
leveling,
you can
so,
get it
yeah.
up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life
Druid
again,
is a failure if you
what
can't write
would
in
you
a
change? Like,
cycle
what
as a
different
bear.
paths would you
Whoa.
take? And so it's this
Whoa,
interesting,
God.
like,
You like bear form, huh? I mean, I'm not really
Existential
interested in bear
crisis.
form. I think wolf and wyvern are cool,
initially,
yeah.
initially, I always do write my little
Like, all the way
blurbs
back
about
in
them
my
to,
WoW
to, you know,
days, right?
get them in
I
the live
think,
stream, and I was like, it's got all
I didn't
the
really like bear
passives not
time
yet
as
added
well,
to the
so-
game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, to as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do.
There's a lot of
Like, is that
combo
really,
skills on
like,
Druid.
that's-
Yeah,
that's
I
too
mean,
much
it's not
time,
just
too
on
much
Druids,
work,
right?
right?
When
And I'm just
new
like,
skills are added into the
if
game,
we say that
any
about everything,
ascendancy
you
or
get
class
nothing
can
cool.
use it.
Yeah.
And so it's
So it's not
that,
just
and I mean, even
the
the
Druid,
shamans, like
but with
runes
the additional
revealing hidden
Druids, we
powers,
get
like,
a tons
we're
of new
setting ourselves
combos
up for
that we can also do on
a
other
large
classes as
amount
well.
of cumulative
So
time
that's gonna be
over
cool.
a while, right? Any rune we add, anything
could
like
add.
we have to add and consider
oh,
the
no,
shaman
we'll do that
stats,
as well.
and we have that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and
Actually,
same with the oracle
tacticians might be
passives,
good.
and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar,
Because
we're gonna
tacticians
to
have that
relocate all
modifiers
those nodes
to
because that tree's going to
freeze
get
monster
a
more,
giant.
right?
Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section.
So
But it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You
yeah,
add so many
immobilization
builds, so
build-up.
many cool things, and
So
if you don't want to deal
you
with
know,
it,
if the
just pick
combo
another
of
class.
like
It's fine,
rain
you know,
and freeze is good, we can play like
you don't have to
build
or
up
pick other
freeze
nodes
enemies
on the same
pretty much.
class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So
it's really
I
strong
think
for
this, like,
campaign
very
and
clearly
early mapping
communicates
as
that you're
well.
also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know
Tempo
what the
look
passives
interesting,
are
yeah.
going to be that are hidden behind
Tempo
the
is
Oracle
definitely will
ascendancy,
be
right?
interesting.
So it's
There's
like,
double
yeah,
corruption,
that's
so
cool,
like
that's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
they didn't mention if you can itemize the temple.
tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that.
Because in PoE 1, you can itemize the temple
build
and
guides
sell
that
it.
kind of stuff. So you know, like
Because if
I
you
love
can
the
sell it,
secret
it's
stuff.
a
I
legit
actually
way
got
to
my
make
secret
crazy
abyssal
money.
lich.
Yeah, wow.
You make a lot of
There
money
was an
just selling
actual
temples in
final
PoE 1.
secret,
But like
and
if it's
maybe
a
there's
thing
more.
where
You
you
wanna
build
know
a
about
temple
it.
and it's
Look
only
at
for
him. Look at
you,
him.
then
He wants to
I mean
do
it's
more.
not really.
Of course, I love it. I actually
Crazy.
I
It might
love
not be
people
that
having
good.
cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned out of
Yeah.
the gate. Like I understand.
I mean,
the
what Mark
need
said
to
is
plan.
kinda
I
correct,
understand the need
right?
to have confidence in a build.
But then
and
they
you
should
don't
also
want to
give
go
us
in and only
the
realize you've made the wrong
access skill
decisions
trees and
stuff
everything
like
earlier.
That, for
So
sure,
it's not like
but
pre-planned.
I definitely want
You
to
want
that
to
balance where
pre-plan
you
for
have
build,
that, while you also get your
but
cool secrets.
pre-plan
that you
for
get to add
like
to the game that
endgame
are
is
fun.
not good. But yeah,
Yeah.
pre-plan
I
for
think
build
there's,
is
like, a
okay.
couple
They
more
should give us
questions on Druid,
early.
but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk
Oracle
about the other thing. I could talk
sounds
about Druid all
crack.
day.
I mean,
think
it
the
sounds
design's
crack,
super
but we
interesting,
still
yeah.
need to look at
But,
passive skill trees.
some of the questions were that I think people are a bit
Tempo has
confused about, like, the
synthesis
talismans
elements,
and
yeah.
the forms and how that stuff works. So the
Well, was it
talismans are
synthesis?
effectively
It's
just like
not,
another
right? It's
weapon.
Fireborn,
exactly.
actually.
And things like attack
Something
speed,
that was
movement
changed
speed on
in
gear and everything
PoE
will
1
affect
this
you and
week,
your
right? We
movement
get
Absolutely,
Fireborn.
and
right.
forms. It's not
Absolutely.
like I think because a lot
Then
of
they
other
say you
games
can
do it where
itemize
when
any
you change
room.
form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting
Did they
you.
say
Well, I mean,
that? I think I might have missed
effectively,
that if
so
they did.
We're doing the changing form by
Then
utilizing weapon swaps.
I guess
so you've
we
got
just
two
run
weapon
it
sets
ourselves,
inherently,
but then
and the
that's
talisman
not
effectively
a
serves
lot of
as
profits
weapon.
because a lot of the
So,
double corruptions
like
gonna go
if you're
poof.
playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes,
Yeah,
like in the
spellcaster and
Druid
melee
section
is
of the
gonna
tree,
be
all have
interesting.
like attack and
I feel
spell
like
damage
that's
and
gonna
that
be a
kind of stuff.
pitfall for a
Like,
lot of
certainly
players.
for most of the start of the
Because
class,
it's not
you
gonna
won't
be
have
as
to worry about
strong.
it, but as you get deeper in,
It might be too
and if you
clunky
want to do
to
hybrid
play.
spell attack, you are going to have to
It's
think
not,
about like, okay,
just,
what are my
it's
attack
not like
passives, what are my
ED
spell
contagion,
passives,
right? For example, just for
and-
comparison.
I was actually surprised.
It's
at
already
how
a 2 buttons,
simple
and
straightforward
then
it
now you're
was to
playing
do.
Druid, and
So,
you
like,
have
the
to
weapon
gain
specialization
rage.
tree thing, you still
And
do need
then
to
once
think
you have
about
the
and
rage, you're
understand how
gonna
it works,
have
but
to like cast
the,
spell and combo that.
basics But,
back
using the
to
actual
Druid
skills,
form
just
with the
have them
slam,
automatically.
right?
Like,
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
ever have to
Might be
actually
too
go in and
clunky.
No,
tag a
you
skill
don't
as
have
a
to worry about
certain
that
thing.
part. Just because of the fact that, because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like,
Yeah.
if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use
6
the
slot
ability.
weapons,
So
can
therefore, you
you?
don't have to actually tweak a bit. You just put it in and it kind of
So
works.
2-hand is
Yeah, like if I
3, and
use
then
my spell, it would shift to human.
Yeah.
on
You
the
can
exec
get
and use the
exceptional for
staff.
4.
So like that was all automated.
and then you can corrupt it
so I didn't have
twice,
to, like,
right?
program
Is that
something like
is
that.
that
Like,
6?
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit
But yeah,
more
mostly that's just
unclear.
because you get into a situation with those where because
You
it's
can do
usable
the
on
craft
both,
press tag
now
to
you have
do
start
it later or
going
trade
in
it. Oh,
there
you
and
can
tweaking that
trade
stuff,
it?
but
Okay,
yeah, because
so
it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent
Yeah, if you can
onboarding
trade
there,
it, that's
given the
fine.
potential complexity of that.
Mm-hmm.
5.
Alright, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal.
Is it 5 or
expansion.
6?
And there's
If you
definitely
are
more of a,
using
like,
2-hand
clear
weapons,
divide
is
between
it
the
default
two things,
to 2
and
sockets,
we even actually made
or
two
was
separate
it?
trailers
Yeah.
this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird.
I think
to
it's
have
2,
these, like,
right?
two
Was it
completely
2?
clashing themes in the
Oh, man,
trailers.
it's
So,
been
yeah, in the
so
end, we were
long
like,
since that
there's
Blake Yui
normally,
too.
of course, we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end, we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely
And
separately.
they're not connected. Like they
No,
don't,
not
they
at
don't
all,
have to
right?
be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah, they're
exactly.
not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
yeah. We
that just happened.
Yeah, that was total accident, by the way.
No,
It was
it's
just
lagging.
like 2 totally unrelated.
yeah, sure.
6 slot Moriel.
I was praising
You can
the quality of
double
it,
corrupt
like,
twice.
so yeah, I was,
So yeah,
great.
why
There's
not?
buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign.
Yeah,
I was like,
they're
this feels
linking
like
to
a
the campaign.
major
Campaign is
campaign
like
story
really
beat
good too.
Yeah, so I
going
mean,
on now.
there's a few things going on there. So
We don't
like,
know what they're
initially,
cooking with the campaign.
This league, unlike
Oh wait, are
I
we
think
getting
what
like new
we've
acts,
done
or was it
too much over
no?
the past,
Right? I don't think
the
we get
storyline
new
develops
acts.
quite a lot
I think
more, kind of like
did they say
through
was
the,
it for
through the campaign
0.5?
with different events that happen and sort of
But
link
we're
in a
still
lot.
getting
And
the
part of
same
the reason
act
originally
4
for that is
into
that one of the things we
preludes,
sort of
right?
don't like necessarily about how leagues.
You don't remember the
what
base
leagues
specs.
do
That's fine.
is
Yeah,
like
well,
you've got the
it's fine.
situation where you like walk out of town.
It's all-
in,
it's
like,
all for
you know,
Endgame
literally
anyway.
The first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately
yeah, I
recruiting,
hope
recruiting
they,
your
make-
services. You know what I mean? Like
make
it's
it
like,
so
it's like,
you can
it's actually
itemize and
very,
trade the
like,
temple because that's
unfortunate.
gonna be what we want.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and
No
make sure that there's a little bit more
exalted,
like of like it
synchronized.
doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it, so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like
I don't
okay,
know how
yeah,
it's
it's just
gonna
this is
work.
not quite right. So we decided what we'll
Is
do is
chaos
we'll make so that,
just
you know there is the
less
temple, but
useful
kind of like
this league as
almost
well?
a
'Cause
baby
you can't
version
use
of
it
the
to
mechanic.
reroll
We've
the
got a
waystone.
lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler.
I know,
like to start out
it's
with.
not waystone.
And then
Okay,
once
so
you
it's
pass the
the
sort of key point
tablet.
in the storyline,
Okay.
then it like really
Waystone
opens up.
you can
go
still
into
use
the past, you've
chaos,
got a lot more
okay.
story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch
Exalt
of things
just-
and that
Exalted
kind of
Orb's
stuff.
just gonna
But
be,
I think
like,
it was worth it
useless
because
once
it means
again.
that it feels like the league has a lot more going on.
They didn't touch crafting though,
and,
so I don't know. Crafting
it just
might still
doesn't
be
kind of
as strong
break
as
the
before.
you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like dark horror, gothic, secondary. 3 dimensions deep of like
Yeah.
I'm in the past and or in
yeah.
some sort of demon realm now. I don't know like, what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like in like for each
Which
area we're
cut
thinking
mark
like,
off
okay,
for saying
we
buttocks?
need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to
Is
sort
my
of
YouTube's
make it
gonna
feel
get,
like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
Punished
the
for
PoE
showing
style,
Asiri?
betrayal basement. You just okay. So there's just a
randomly.
Less
basement
abyss,
here,
less
It
harmonizing
just
omens.
doesn't fly anymore. And
They say
also,
they're gonna
we
add it
wanna
back
make sure
in
that these
tablets.
things are
So if
way
you want
more
to run
believable.
tons of abyss, you still
like
can.
you're actually you're like this makes sense.
Yo, hey,
I'm
Maddie,
not
what's up?
just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know
Welcome
what I mean?
back.
Yeah, the Vaal
We
is a
are
very
going
distinct
to
thing,
PoE
and it's very
now.
like tied to Act 3 as well. So
Yeah.
I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't
Well, I mean, yeah,
It's
it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along and like some Mesamites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
Yeah. So I'd say that like it does sort of I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league,
Mr.
but
Lahaye,
it
thanks for the follows.
didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
that was like
the
PoE 1 level kind of.
Yeah. And then this one here, I think like, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because it sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's wrong. And honestly, the scope did explode a little bit because when we, I think that
good night, people.
So when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff. And it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff.
Good morning, actually. Good morning,
we could
Wax.
take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did
PoE
with Incursion,
stream.
in terms of double crops and stuff.
We're
but
back.
we
I
had
think
to make it work in a PoE 2
if you
context.
didn't see it, you should
there's just a lot there.
You should rewind a little bit.
I've followed your progress with
New
designing
lick
this
is
one
pretty
from
hog.
the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say it.
No. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it. Then I mean, everyone's going to think that the game was
Loop
inspired
Hero,
by his
yo, I
blueprints,
played that
but
game.
It actually wasn't. It was
that
Loop
game was
Hero.
pretty good.
And
it was
Loop
so
Heroes.
good, 'cause I
It
told
was
you about
really
that
good,
game,
and
then
it got
I,
boring
it was like
toward the
a
end, but
week later
it was
or
really
something.
good.
You sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this
I remember
little
that.
program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
he's-
because, I mean, it was
he
just a real-
coded
it was a real
this
fun,
league.
just, like,
Oh my
evening
God, it's
thing
gonna
to,
be
like, go and
spaghetti.
just like work on this design. And one of the great things about
Spaghetti
doing that is that I
code.
got to make so many design changes just in the course of like.
No way,
of
he's coming back
writing
in
it,
code.
which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like
That sounds
the code
spell
that I
totems.
wrote,
It seems
but
kind of
obviously
bad with the charge
UI that is,
requirements
like,
and
a whole
less
thing that
cast
a bunch of
damage.
stuff
I think it's
people
kind of
worked
bad.
on,
Yeah,
made look really awesome.
it's a
But,
bit
yeah, that
too
was a lot of fun.
restrictive, and it forces you
what is
into
it
combo
like
as
about
well.
this one that grabbed you so much?
So
'Cause
far,
you got so involved and so personal,
for
like working
bear
on it
form,
at
you
home
can
and
get
I
power
just
charge from
really enjoy this
was it
kind
you
of like
get
little
power
game
charge
within a game,
from
like little metagame things, and just that dungeon
biting
design
or, like,
thing is just a
eating the
really fun
enemies?
thing for me.
So it's kind of bad for
it's
bossings.
it's really fun.
Love a good
I'm not
game.
sure how
and I
the
just like coming up with all the
dynamic
little
is
ways
gonna
that they can
work.
interact and that kind of thing, and try to make one each feel a bit different and that kind of
1
stuff.
year of
It's just a
PoE
good
2.
time.
Yeah, you excited?
got this,
Yeah,
like,
it's a
iterative
good lick
design
for you
where
to come back and
you're,
grind.
You're building a temple, you run
gonna
it
have
like it's a
fun.
really
The
small
temple
one
is
first,
fun.
and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah.
Exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like, does it like fully reset at some point? Like, for example, when you kill at Zeri or
It never
something?
fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this
Okay.
kind of destabilization thing.
Oh, destabilize. Okay, so you don't get
it goes back
temple
to
don't get
not
destroyed.
the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets
2/3
rid
of the
at
room.
that point,
Okay, so it
and then you kind of
randomized
have
the
to build
room.
up again. That's
we
just
build up again. Okay, that kind of makes
that effectively
sense.
means that
So we don't
like,
have to build
when you
from
do
the
those
beginnings.
options, you're getting like
Just,
new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you
okay.
new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can,
because
yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah,
on that
you can,
grid.
yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
like
I mean,
Zeri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. Like, I mean, once you've defeated it Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will. Like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would.
I guess I'll be right
you
back.
don't kill the architect and you don't kill Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back.
I'm gonna go make some tea.
I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that
you guys
go
tell
away,
me if I miss anything, okay? Hopefully I don't miss
full,
anything.
And then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs
nice.
If you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, like, so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where, you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but yeah, the thing with the killing architect and Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on PoE 1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well, so yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if it's
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah,
because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, it's
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully. But I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why I did our temple itemization in the first place. Just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8. I mean, Vaal orbs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. Yeah. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah.
You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
yeah, I mean the temple. We it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
Yeah, it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Yeah, nice. Perfect.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropped here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that it fulfills that it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
you're getting a lesser jewels or been Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE 1 to be returning.
One
Guys,
thing
what
we've
did I
changed
miss?
here is that
You can
because,
log
because
the
double
double
corrupt existed
rooms,
in PoE
some
1,
of
you
the showcase skills here. Okay, let me check it out.
You never Vaal orb gear. Well, I don't want to say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Vaal orbs land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high end unique with
thank you
like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like,
so we're getting this in 7 days. It's crazy. Okay, 7 days.
That's the Vaal spirit.
7 days to cook up something.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Okay, we're gonna have to take a look at this after the Q&A. So we'll take a look at that
so
after
you
the
actually
Q&A.
have to, though. Like, it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft
No, thanks
first,
for the new
it.
follow, guys.
Cool.
Feelings,
Keeps
Nicole
the
Matthias,
usefulness of
and
the
Legit.
Vaal there as well. To kind of
I didn't want to Vaal orbs to just. I mean, you'd still use them on like waystones or whatever, but I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore, because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE 1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, I'm not sure if I do want to do that, just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell, no. But,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in PoE 1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and
Has
it
that
replaces
Druid looking
a random
promising?
modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically.
Let's just see the passive skill tree actually.
Vaal uniques. Yeah, so
I think
we
Oracle might
initially,
be good.
I really wanted to make it so you could just replace
Kind of
arbitrary
force
mods
you
on any unique.
into
But
going
the problem
into
is, yes,
and
it was just a
build
can
that-
of worms
yeah,
that like was just
potential.
not even possible to contain. So basically,
Yours say
what we
7
were
days,
like, okay, is
mine's
there still
8
a way
days.
to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques,
It's 7 days.
and
It's
we
for
ended up
everyone.
going with Vaal uniques, for obviously thematic
Are you,
reasons. Then we can
saying,
sort of make sure that like while it's
you
still
can't play on
crazy,
the
like
first
there's
day?
still some insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it
Are
picks
you
a
in
random
the
mod that's on the
past?
item and then replaces it with another random mod. So you can create some.
You can use it on non-Vaal. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know.
What?
This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What was that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1, so it like re-rolls. The
Ancient
idea
Orb,
here is
okay.
like it's meant to work on these Vaal items because they've been like
Incompatible item error.
infused with royal bloodline
Yeah.
blood, and
Okay.
so it's like the way it works on Vaal uniques is different to just random uniques, where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and
Right.
you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Vaal. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Vaal unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Vaal uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yep.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know?
That's oddly
now,
specific.
these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that
Example
I really wanted
that
to
is
do.
really
But I was
specific?
like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes,
Bro,
very
they're
specific
cooking.
to that unique.
Yeah.
I think it's
And I wanted
already
to
in
do
the
a bit of
game.
that
He's
to
licking.
use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way.
Yeah, I
and,
like
and obviously
that.
that's restricted to the Vaal pool for now, but like, if it works and
We'll
works
have,
successfully,
like, a
there's
lot
no
of
reason that
interesting
like some other mechanic
interactions
can't do it for
that
Edomite.
makes
You
a
can
lot
see
of
it
build
in
viable,
Hansa, you know?
and it's gonna be
So,
fun.
you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
There's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I
and
mean,
then
you've also
we'll...
got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes,
going
true.
On.
And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Vaal unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really...
Buff me, Jonathan? What are you
you're
playing?
going to get some that have these... You would replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two... Because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know
Guys,
with
we
these things for
don't
sure.
want
And this
the
includes
unique
the new,
items
like,
to get to
Azeri
hundreds
uniques
of
that she's
divines
dropping then,
territory.
obviously.
No
Yep.
one's
She's,
gonna be able to
kind of
afford
the
it.
queen of the Vaal,
Yep,
isn't it?
Azeri uniques, Trial Master uniques, you know, like it, you know, a bunch of stuff. So
It's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Vaal uniques.
Right.
So yes,
But
and
in terms of for other
Matthew
cultures, that
IRL,
would probably come in a
okay.
different form, in
Yeah.
a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
yeah, that makes sense for
Yeah.
sure.
In terms of the overall idea of upgrading low level uniques.
Wait, did they talk at all about
Um,
Trial
did
of
you
the
ever
Ancestor?
like discuss the idea of Vaal
Did I
skill
miss it?
gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular
Yeah,
gems. I
it
imagine.
doesn't quite. So, I mean, fundamentally, what a Vaal skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some
Yeah.
sense, you know? So it's like we're kind of doing that in our
You're already
normal
doing it,
gems at this
yeah.
point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
it's like the glory on the
Yeah,
scales,
glory
is kind of
like,
Vaal
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's
Yeah.
kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia.
You can
right
break it
at
with
this
bad
point,
mods.
I think.
Now that
in
isn't to say there
PoE
won't be something in the
1,
future, but I
think
agree
it
that
also
doing
can have
something
bad
like
mods.
that when you
haven't even.
It's
got,
not really bricked,
you know,
but it's just
all
mod
the
that's,
classes and
it
skills
can,
in place and all that.
it can just
I would say that's
eat up
that's
one
like
of
a
the, good
post-release
mods on the
feature,
Unique,
you know,
so
not
yeah.
a pre-release feature kind of thing.
It's a risk.
And
It's gonna be crazy
still
to
kind of
get
with
like a
challenge
really
leagues
strong
planning
Unix
on
with
having
double
things
corrupts
like
and also
challenges,
foul
challenge
bond as well.
rewards,
That's
etc.
I don't
So
know.
the-
post-launch.
Kinda
So the plan
insane.
for that was post-launch.
Can
like,
go up
basically
to
it was
like
kind of like
hundreds
during
of
early access, it
divines.
doesn't quite make sense to do that.
It's
but,
gonna
yeah,
be
post-launch
able
we'll-
to
we'll
allow you
return
to
that
run
again.
like very
Right,
unique
shifting
build as well, which
onto
is
the
good.
topic of Endgame, but
Yeah, did they not
first, just a
mention
brief
Tora at
detour.
all? What
Trial
the
of
hell? Did I like?
Ancestors,
I thought it's just
or
me
the,
that I
the
missed
mystery
it.
content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like? on that? It's
Well, we don't
obviously
have
not
anything to say at the
happening
moment, but yeah, like it'll need to come obviously at some point. But yeah, we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of thing.
Did something happen to the Discord?
Instead of this,
Not
we have
really.
all
I
these
just
different
changed a
ideas,
bit,
so
so you just need to pick up your roles
now,
in the roles channel.
So on Endgame, firstly,
Yeah,
thanks
if you
for
don't know,
noting
just
the
ask
Valerian
in
font.
general
You saw the
chat, and
memes, I
then
guess,
I'll link you the role
So I've
channel
been
pretty
enjoying
much.
all the funny memes everywhere.
Pick up your
that's
role.
good.
If you want to see
Visibility
PoE
improvement for
1,
the
2,
endgame,
or
but
like
not
any
only
of
that,
the
like, you
other
guys can
channels,
turn down
just
the font. You've done some pretty major things.
select
with
the
the,
role.
Yeah, so I
tablet
mean,
Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? Like
Yeah.
the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the
Yeah.
fact that the effect is also annoying.
Yeah,
you know?
the fog's
So,
mandatory is
that was
being
the
very
first thing to
bad.
solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, like how like people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying. And we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, like it just made it not not particularly great. So yeah, the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like, and effectively we were kind of like, we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about like which league do you want to run for different
Spelt
for
days, bow
various
class?
different content that they can provide. So
Oh, is it on his
we decided to go
left
with no
right
leagues
here?
do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft.
Oh
and
yeah,
do
that
something
looks
with,
like
it
a
just
new
would have been a pain.
ascendancies. Wait, is that
Which is why
a
even in the
teaser?
live stream we're like, from this point on, just like
Is that the
Waystones, they'll
Druid,
get
or is that, like,
they'll
entire
have
new
the regular crafting
ascendancies?
with just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again
I didn't even
thing
realize
that
it.
requires you to do more crafting than
another
that.
layer.
Another layer of that, because I
Spell-based bow
think that
class. Buff bow
having to do
again.
that every
Holy.
map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to
Should we
do.
go back to
that
Lightning
you have to
Spear?
do these things. Which,
Did they say that they
helps
said
a
they
lot.
got a buff Lightning Spear,
And then,
or
of
like
course, the
there's
question
new
was, well, yeah,
support
how can we
gems
make
that
sure
work
that
with
we're not
Lightning
like doing a
Spear?
nerf to overall juicing potential here?
It has a
then we had to
bow
look
in the
into,
artwork.
like,
I didn't
how can we get
like.
back the,
It's
like,
kind of
the
small.
power you had. So yeah, that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that. In order
Yeah, no
to
problem,
sort that out.
Brickin.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So
Part of the Ranger. The Ranger don't
what's kind
need
of
more
happened with
ascendancies.
the-
Don't they have like
Well, I
3
guess
already?
the sort of two things that we see.
Oh,
as,
they
like,
have
the
only
major
2,
problems in the
okay.
game. One of them is when you get there, it can
Does
feel
Dead
like
Eye
you
and
don't really have a proper
Pathfinder.
goal. Like you don't have an immediate like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
oh
but the
my.
thing is that in order to make it good, you have to
There's,
spend a lot of time
there's a
and
pig on
attention
Reddit,
making
okay.
new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So,
Do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree
Arcane
side of things?
Arrow
Like,
or
is it
something? You
kind
saw
of
on YouTube
angling
videos?
more towards what you've done in public
well,
life, which
the
has been
league
pretty
trees.
successful?
Well, I don't think we should be
We'll
talking
check all
about
the
that
leaks
yet, just 'cause,
later.
you know,
No
that'll
leaks
be-
right now,
it's
but
more
we'll
for
check all
later,
the
but
leaks
yeah,
later.
there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
There's
but
stuff we want.
Yeah,
suffice to say,
we're
Bloodline
it's-
ascendancies? Yeah.
trying not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
Try not,
We
yeah,
are- we
they're
obviously
not
are
trying
spoiling
to
the fact
spoil
we are
anything.
doing something. And I'll
They're
tell you,
doing
it's
something,
not
yeah.
even. It's not the same. It's not similar.
Yeah.
It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
and so I
tricky.
do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback, because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it Endgame anyway, so I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
Because there's
And we
also different
can,
parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the.
Are they gonna do like a
just
mid
things like how the Atlas tree works?
That's
So,
add like new stuff.
But yes, that tree is effectively going
I
to be
feel like
completely
Todas should have
reinvented,
been
so
in the launch of
that's
0.4.
that will get a full drastic change. And
But
then,
I guess
the,
they want to have this
something
game by Christmas.
that, like PoE 1 with the whole
So
complete
they
your
have to
atlas,
cut
being
something.
a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your full.
And
Your
hopefully
atlas
they
is
roll out
complete. And then there's
0.5
heaps more
soon,
beyond
'cause,
that.
I don't know,
Of course, there's
3
boss
months.
farming and all the different progressions, and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided
The only disappointment
adventure.
is
And
no
there's a
Toda,
little
but
bit
then
of
we
things
get
with the corrupted
Temple.
zones and
Temple
bit
looks
of
really
that, and,
interesting,
like,
so
you
it's
know,
not like
the
we're not getting
burning
content.
monolith and-
It's just, I
but
guess Toda
it's
has
still
to be.
mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home.
I think they spend
and then the
time
other thing
as
that's
well
honestly,
to
we spoke
and
about upgrading the
resource
leagues and
to
adding more
optimize
bosses,
the
is
game,
like,
which make a lot of sense.
that whole like having
It's
King
not
of the
always
Mists
about
and
adding more
Olroth as the
content,
pinnacle
right?
bosses of the leagues.
It's about optimizing the
being,
game,
like, copy-pastes
rebalancing,
from
and
PoE
usually
1
when you get
was not
your
how
game
end
to like
goal,
a certain
you know what
point,
I mean? Like, they're a bit
rebalance
sad
is already
as
good.
pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole
I do stream.
omens are too good, and
Thanks
others are
for,
just like,
stopping
why
by.
would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be
tons of
way
work,
more than we had anticipated. And it was just like,
for Link,
and we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game
I'll take a look
upgrade,
at that
big
on Reddit.
revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often
Still
get
looking
faced with the
for
option:
it.
do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately,
winnable.
yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we knew
bad,
them
which
to
was a
cut.
bug,
Like
by
they
the
have
way.
a huge scopes,
Really?
right? So
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game,
at least
have
the
a cutout
temple
around
made
the
it.
player.
So we'll
Yeah.
have
That
fun
like
with
cuts
that.
out and then tapers off.
There's like a bunch of like
and
cross
all fogs in
synergies.
the
They have to
games, there's
test out
multiple different
Druids,
fogs. Had it except
and then
for
double
Delirium
corruptions.
Fog. It was the
Fireball
only fog
uniques.
that
I mean,
didn't
what else
have
do
this.
people
So
really
that
want,
was
to be
like, well, we
honest?
can start there or by re-adding it, and,
What else do
and
people
then
actually
we'll
want?
iterate
Like-
until we feel like it's about right. But yeah,
That's like tons of contents already.
kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn.
And
this
then
is just
tons of
broken the whole
passive
time.
skill tree as well. It's crazy. They are
But
doing
either
like
way,
tree
like,
path
player
for the
doesn't know if it's
oracles
broken
and
or
like
just
with
intended,
tons of
so
like
obviously,
small passive tree.
fixing it is the important thing. But
So
I
yeah,
know that the guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
They can finally rest.
thank you for your service.
finally rest a default.
Your watch is
Thank you.
complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground.
Mission
It's just
accomplished.
hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a
I think it's a bit too early for tainted currencies, and if they do add that, they're gonna include that in the trailer. So I don't think we're getting tainted currencies.
We actually
but
liked
maybe in the
what
future.
improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like,
Yeah,
okay,
they're
well,
gonna need
if that's the
time
case,
to
then like the main thing we have to do is
fix,
not like
last
nerf rewards to make
Christmas,
sure the
we have, like,
experience
the
gain doesn't
hacking
get lowered or
issues,
anything like
and
that.
it was just insane.
But overall, we don't necessarily need
So
as many monsters. as what
yeah, I
we
don't
were
think they
having in the
want to
top.
like they need
And I think
to.
this is actually going to
I don't know,
also
they
just
need
generally
time,
improve
right?
things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. And because like
I think this league is
there's
already
obviously a point
looking
where,
really
like,
good.
once you
I
can
don't know
one-hit
why people are
everything,
complaining there's no
then
content
there's no
or like no
point,
change to the
in,
endgame.
like,
You
you might as well
get
just go
like
for
a
whatever the
new
fastest
endgame
thing that can
mode.
do that
That's
is,
it.
right?
The lightning spill.
And they're adding quality to
So
the
effectively, by
tablets.
making it so that monster life's a little
Mapping
bit
is
higher
still
as
gonna
you
be
get up-
like
as you get
mapping,
up
right?
there, it
Until
sort of
you get
actually
more
means that, like,
permanent
higher damage builds
lick
become
mechanics
more
that
useful.
come into your maps.
So
the need
So,
for,
for
having
example,
to target
Abyss
so
now
many
is part of the
enemies
map,
goes
and
down.
then
Exactly,
maybe after
right?
this like
You
incursion
aren't
is
just
gonna
now
be part of the
funneled
map,
into
and then eventually
the
we're gonna
highest
build up on
AoE
that.
thing possible.
So it means that like
this
things
is
that
what
are less
essentially
AoE
PoE 1
focused
was
and
for
more,
years.
like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE. You're still going to be wanting to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course.
Yeah.
But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so you know, the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like, you know, not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess and it was fun for my build. And the thing is like that, speaking of like Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So like, I want to make sure like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing because we're doing this whole like monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels. So like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, you know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, pack size, pack size, and stuff like that.
I mean, that's a
but then
positive
I would
change.
love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what,
size is a problem,
I
but
want
like quant
the
is like a bigger problem.
you know, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops. And XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is.
So they're like secretly nerfing
whereas everyone has to
right. Monsters are tougher.
As possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares
like
and bosses, but you know it is. And for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scale.
Pianos.
And I don't want to take
when
that
monsters
away.
are stronger,
like I want people
there's
to be
less
able
monsters,
to do that.
so you require to have
but
more
that's what
single
the Atlas Tree
target
should be able to
instead
achieve.
of AoE.
However, it is too
so
chaotic
that
at a
should
base
be an
level.
interesting point.
You get
to
this
be
weird
thinking about when making a build
thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of a right, and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, oh, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, you know, intentional. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit,
YouTube,
but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling
YouTube has
there's
better
two games
bit rates
there.
from what
I want it to be that
from what I heard.
You build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. Okay. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like ideally you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas Tree, so, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean,
but yeah,
that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary. Where like in the past,
why are they so scared of spoiler?
Like, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size, or stack as much rarity.
It's already revealed announcement. They should not be too scared of spoiler.
I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability.
Personally, I hate
being able to spec
cliffhanger more
content
than like
your
getting spoil.
that has low AoE. That is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters and like. You know, we did get to see a little bit out of Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing where, like, you had, like, Titanic Scarabs or something that was making, like, really strong Rogue Exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do, so...
Yeah, Rogue Exiles, Titanic Scarabs, basically builds that have good single-target damage.
Kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit...
Bleed Mage, Quiet Monster from hits damage
like,
alone,
it's been noticed close to
extra
that,
40%
rare
more life
monsters
is
seem
going
to
to make
drop the
much
vast
difference
majority of
unless
loot
bosses gain
in
40%
Endgame
life as
maps,
well.
or at least compared to normal and magic monsters.
Bleed Mage,
there's a
okay.
bigger
Should we
difference, I guess, than
like
has been the case in
play
the
some sort of
past. And
bleed
where are you
build
guys
on
at
the
with,
Blood Mage?
like noticing or feeling that, or
Actually, I thought that was one
problems
of
you
the
foresee with
stronger
that?
archetype. Let's
talk
see they
about a lot.
buff
I don't
it,
think it's
'cause
necessarily wrong that it's like that. One
I
of the
actually
things we
think
really
it's
want to
quite
try and
strong.
make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass
single
on this
direct
is that
damage as well.
the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it.
But by Bleed
And
Mage,
that's
like,
kind of
I want to
where,
play
we're trying to
crossbow build.
normalize that because by doing that, it means that we can try to get we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue
And that boss
can
are
come
not
with the fact
affected
is
by
what if your build
40%
can
more
one hit
life?
either of them in any case?
Okay, well that's
So
fine.
that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop.
2
anything
League of
still,
Bleed
it's just,
Mage were enough.
It does
I
make
mean,
a certain amount of sense, but I
can't
guess
never have enough.
with
Bleed.
what
I
you
mean,
were
if they're
talking
not
about,
nerfing
Market,
lightning
it
rod,
seems like something you'll have to
lightning
think about,
arrow,
'cause, like,
then
if you want both strategies to be viable,
if they
like the
nerf
pack
Bleed
size
Mage,
juicing,
I'll be.
then there needs to be.
It was not even popular. Like the Bleed
100%.
Mage
That's something
was
you'll
not
be
even
looking at then.
popular.
But,
Last
yeah, I
league
mean,
was
as far
just
as
all
I'm
about
aware,
Tech Rod
it really is
and
the case that
casting
if you
the
just
Spark,
if
I
you looked
guess, or like
entirely
any
just around
spell.
the life of the entity. The
Didn't really
drops should
touch
be pretty
Chronomancer,
equivalent to the amount of
actually.
life that they had to in order to kill them as far as relative to each other. So it's got
It's still
it's
gonna
got
be
5 times as much life.
not.
It's got does
I
5
mean,
times
it's
as
still
many
really
more drops.
like it's
effectively.
fine to.
Like, that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to
play
balance
it,
this
but
stuff.
Yeah, I
for
think
Lick
with the
Start,
balance of how
you are
things are
just
and
like
options we have now, it probably makes sense. But
at
yeah,
a
it looks like something you'll be
disadvantage
keeping
compared
close on moving
to
forwards
like
then.
the other
There's
ascendancies.
a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1 where like everything is in reward icons, little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot because you just had this thing of like every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really it wasn't really that great. So I mean, it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vaal, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills.
Chronomancer is such a cool idea.
Guys loaded.
Yeah, Siege
Don't
Cascade
kill me,
build
don't kill
was
me.
like
You
the
can't
peak
have my
of
loot.
my Chronomancer build.
But I just remember
Anything
you
else
spoke about
doesn't
rare
really
monsters, and I was like,
fully
hold on, did we?
itemize the
I don't think we deployed or spoke
like,
about this
time
change, but
freeze.
I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now they aren't a requirement of the map,
They
but
took
it's
it
just
off.
saying they kind of drop a lot of the
It
loot,
did.
and people were just doing the whole minimap coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4, 2, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
Appear on the minimap.
appear on the minimap.
The funny thing is I thought
Really?
we already deployed that.
Okay.
I don't think we
So
have.
they want us
Okay,
to just
right.
that's
we
what I
go
was
through
remembering. I was
the
like,
whole
we
map
intended to
until
deploy
they
that
give us all
back when
the
people were
ray
complaining
icons.
about it, and I feel like maybe we
I
just kind of
mean,
forgot.
that's fine too.
but
Just
so
going
it
into
was
a map and
fluid.
seeing
Map,
all
you
the rare
generally
monsters is
follow
kind of
the
awkward.
checkpoints. If you're in a straight
But
line
from
map, there's one at the start, one at the
A
end.
player
How the heck are
standpoint,
you
I
missing
would
rares?
like to have all the
Anyway,
rare monster
I don't know, but
icons
it
in the
can
maps.
happen.
But yeah, I mean,
But
from
it doesn't just
like a
reveal the
design
rares, it
philosophy,
reveals
it makes
everything.
sense.
Not every normal, every icon.
Every
So a
You
strong
tried
box
the
is you
Joe
missed,
Curse
rogue
build?
exiles you
Oh,
missed.
okay.
Yeah.
Just so
Yeah,
you
not
can
good as
find if there's any
Lich, yeah,
content
kinda
that you
makes
still
sense.
wanted to
Lich
grab.
is like a
I
really
see.
Now,
strong
some people
endgame
might argue,
caster.
hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
kind of just meant to be a like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's about kind of getting those last things, and
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground. Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But, that's a perfect example of, again, it's, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so, yeah, it's
a good case study because I'm honestly surprised that you did.
I thought that was a good change, and then totems using their own weapons was kind of silly.
But I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing,
Ziggity like it. I was like
it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time.
I thought it's actually gonna improve a lot of the endgame powers of totems since you're not just scaling levels.
Extra bonus reveal there, good stuff.
Yeah, you just said rare monsters, and I just had this
what
random.
What if gem level grubs can roll the same thing twice, like +2 levels or +6
probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But
you can get +2 levels.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
So essentially, you corrupted once for +1 level, and then you corrupted one more time.
In the topic of
for either +1 levels or +6
sort of
quality.
Been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot
Not
is
sure,
that
actually.
the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile.
In the PoE 1, you can only get +1 level
roughly, for
once.
example, like the average PoE 2
but
passive
I'm not sure
is
about
like
PoE
10%,
2.
whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from
Hex
the tree,
EOC
the thing that you get by
fulmination,
default,
that's
to
curse on
gear.
monster. You can
So this
use Dora
seems
Curse
like a
with
conscious
double
decision
damage.
to make gear more
I actually
powerful.
didn't play Dora
you've
Curse build,
thought
and
about
I
or
didn't
made
really
like specific strides towards?
Probably
through
the
all the
main thing that
mechanics,
we
so-
wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree
I don't
is
really
more,
understand that one.
Trying to be a bit more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how
Well, to be honest, it's not the passive skill tree
the way
that is
that the
weak.
monster
I
scale
think
per
the
level isn't the
ascendancy
same.
point
The way
is
that
actually weak.
the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear
If anything,
is
they
different.
can
and,
buff
everything.
ascendancy
So,
points.
again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to nerf from PoE 1.
The tree is like sure.
That being said, yes. I mean, I don't.
And you do get like
Couple
damage
other things. I mean, we
blah,
made,
blah,
for
right,
example,
but
the
I
decision
think
that
it's
like
actually
we
the
wanted
ascendancy
the
points that
class
is weak
stats on the
now.
tree
Like,
to be weaker
now
than the
it might be
exterior.
too late to
So generally,
buff
the nodes are
ascendancies,
meant to
but
go up a
eventually
little
they're
bit of
gonna
power as you get
overhaul
further
and
away, so
maybe
you don't
buff
just get
all
the
the
like
ascendancy
class
points.
hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class starts were stronger.
At the same
you get
concept as
the M
impending doom.
on the
Okay,
top and stuff like
then
that.
maybe
And
I
so
understand it
that
a
was a
bit.
decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have we want gear to be more important, especially base gear.
They want
maybe
gear
overcooked
to
it
be
a
more
little bit right
important.
now,
Okay.
but
Yeah, okay.
and just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole.
I actually think that was
discussion, I guess.
one of the design that make it so hard for people to understand.
More of an in-game problem.
Because if
yeah,
you
no,
are
I would
doing
say-
leveling or campaign run for
I
the
mean,
first
I'm
time and
personally
you
pretty
don't
happy,
pick up
honestly,
good
with how
weapons,
it is.
your damage just like fall off the cliff.
you know,
and
Just that like ratio of importance of gear. compared to
basically
passive.
you
I
need
guess,
like
it's a
if you're
question
playing
of
attack
how
build,
much
right? I'm
power
not
do
sure
you
about
get
like
for free, right?
caster,
Like,
but
ultimately,
Yeah.
that's
for
what it comes
attack
down to, is
build
like,
you want
if
to
my
have
gear,
flat
if I'm
damage on
wearing all
rings,
white gear,
flat damage
like
on
how
weapons,
powerful
blah
is
blah
my
blah. Right?
character
If you don't have that,
from just the tree?
your
And
damage is
that's, like, a
literally
little bit
just
lower, I think,
fall
in
off the
PoE
cliff.
too.
And the reason
And
for
that
that,
bothers some people, I guess.
You
the
hate
reason for that
changes to mob
specifically is because
density,
the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1.
I don't
where there
know,
was more
man.
space
I mean,
stuff.
I'm
Right.
kind of
there.
indifferent. I
And
don't
you
think
can
it's
look
a
at it
bad
even in
thing.
simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of an example.
I
example
liked
of part
how
of
if
the
you have
thinking
more
there is,
monster
like,
or
we
like more
want-
pack size, it
like,
feels more satisfying to play. But
the more
it's
base
also
stuff is available
like
on the tree,
impacts
the more
performance.
the same characters can be because they
Especially
can
when the
allocate
game
same
looks so
stuff
good, and
get
also
the
like
simple
when
without
there are a
having to
lot
worry
of
about
monster and they
the
swarm you
items.
and
So,
you
yeah,
don't know
it's
what's
kind of
going
it's
on,
not
it
entirely
can be
based
annoying to
entirely
play.
on
but
you because
yeah.
you have
Especially
base
we
life.
only get one
Yeah,
portals,
yeah,
right? So
yeah,
the
it's
change to
like
mob
as in
density
life
might
without
be a
gear.
good things that
Yeah.
makes endgame easier,
And where
basically.
you're out on the life thing, just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from
Yeah,
the
I
tree.
definitely hate
I mean, look, we
the
just wanted
kiss
to- we
curse
just
kind of
didn't-
thing for
it's more
PoE
of-
too.
that decision's mostly
the
about not wanting
downside,
every
like you
character
have
just-
basically
another
downside
one of
to
those cases of
everything.
every
Skill
character being
gem,
the same.
passive
You know, like
trees,
it's like
keystone,
we'd rather
blah,
you
blah, like,
specialized in the
all
defense that
gets,
relates
like,
to your character
downside,
rather
which
than
is
just
what
the
I
same
don't like.
stat that every character
Where I
should
clicked
use.
a note, I want to
yeah,
get
we just
stronger,
had that
that's
general
it.
feeling
I mean,
of-
we've obviously still got imbalance
Make a
here.
loot pile,
There's
not small
obviously
spread
still
out
work
loots,
to do.
yeah.
Never ending.
Like we'll see if it's a good change or not. I think it's
So,
too early.
like, you know, the tree will just
to
continue to
kind of,
evolve.
like,
and,
guess,
we added
right?
a lot of
'Cause,
passives. At some point, they're a lot more powerful, and we
you can
intend to
still
keep
get a lot of
doing it,
pack
and now
size
we've
in
obviously
the
just
map,
added all
so
the Druid
at the
ones,
end,
but
like
not just
you might
that,
not feel
like,
the difference.
We added more.
You
like,
can play the game,
ignite
actually know
support
what's going on.
around the
I think that's their
mercenary.
design
You know,
philosophy.
for example, this time, like as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's some changes to like more some prod speedy stuff because like we were like, you know, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen. And so like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, you know. So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So
Phil, thanks for the
again,
follows.
it's gonna just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in
yeah, it's gonna
the
be like
same place.
0.1 again.
So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with
But
the
then
like approach to
they're
life,
not
then, which I
gonna
feel like
address
makes
like
sense, not
attribute
wanting the trees
stackers.
to, like,
Was
look the
attribute
same and
stacker
whatnot.
was not
How
really
do
a
you
problem
feel
last week
about
because
like why does ES
life
kind of
stacker
get
was
separate
too
treatment when
strong.
it ultimately, although it's a
and
defense,
attribute
like
stacker
evasion
just
armor,
feels
it
good to
functions
play, I
much
guess.
more like
I
life.
play
There's a lot of ES
accuracy
scaling, and
stackers, not really
ES numbers
attribute
are pretty
stackers,
high
but yeah.
compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But, you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes
the
coming.
mage go bottom right. All the
we're
lead
at the
mage
point
already go
where
bottom right
I still
anyway.
look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty
Right?
sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy.
Lead at bottom right
that being
and
said, it's
blood
like,
mage bleed builds. But then
you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of
Blood Mage,
knee-jerk
I don't think
reaction
it'll
and
change to
nerf
Blood
kind of
Mage,
things around
but
this. So like, because we've
play
changed and
Blood
rebalanced
Mage
so much,
bleed
it's really
build
hard
is,
to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard
it's
to
not right.
know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point.
Yeah,
again where I'm
elemental
like, all right,
damage
let's
contributes
get all
to
these
bleeding
changes out,
magnitude.
see how the metas evolve, see what's good,
So
see
you
what's
just
bad,
play
and
this,
then
right?
like reevaluate it again. So ES is
Either Plasma
worse,
Blast or
but I don't think it's
Lenny Spear.
honestly, I don't
or
think
like
it's nerfed enough.
Blood Hunts,
To be
I don't
honest,
know.
is kind of where I'm at.
I
with
didn't
that.
actually play Bleed Mage
but
last
we'll see.
in 0.1, 23.
Little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the
52
idea
minutes,
of,
still passionate.
like
they
letting
might
energy
actually
shield
yap
values be high, but
for
really
another
focusing on the
52
recovery side of
minutes.
things and making that the, like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
that is still the intention. Yes,
direction.
that is still the intention.
I like that.
Yes,
it's
it's
just
harder
really
to recover
easy
it.
for
Like,
all of a
there's
sudden
like a
some
way
cool
to
design to come
press
out,
the
and then
button
all of a
and
sudden it's
recover
just
yes
a
in
completely
0.3,
trampled
right?
recharge.
Yes.
And then
It's
it's
like
just
a
well,
skill gem to do
now
that.
Why do I care? You know, and I mean like. It's okay
And also,
sometimes
yes,
if it's
recovery
like
on kill
via
as
an
well.
insanely like I mean Essentia
Deflect
Sanguine is a
some mechanics
perfect
you have to think
example
about.
of
Yeah,
doing this,
deflect
right?
is
Like
not
it
in
just
a
straight
good
up
state.
leech.
At least in like a
and the thing is,
low
like,
investment kind of thing.
I don't
like
wanna take
maybe
that
a
away.
high investment, it's fine.
I just there's a level of there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like if that's a thing you strive for and can
Werewolf,
eventually
Blood
achieve,
Mage,
and now your character's like freaking god tier.
Wait, so the
That's
talisman
exactly
it's
what, like,
not
high-end unique items should do.
restrictive to
So in this case, you
Druid,
know,
right? So
I know
any
we're making
class
that
can be
item
a
rarer.
wolf,
Hopefully
a
that
bear.
doesn't affect the economy too much with some.
Is that how it
me
works?
giving
Like
that away.
any class can
But,
equip the talisman and
on
change into a
standard,
wolf and
sorry.
bear.
But at the end of the
Because
day,
then
I
we
would
can
rather do
try
that
to
than
have
just
some fun with
gutting it. You know what I
tactician.
mean? In
Actually,
this case,
yeah. So for the campaigns, I actually think
But
this
yes,
knows
those
it's
things
like
are allowed
really
to break
strong.
the rule. But I very
then we
much
need
want to
2
push
points to
ES
be
to be
able to
recharge based,
pin.
and as I said,
But
yeah,
after
general,
these 2
historically,
points,
it's again you just come
it's
up with
really
a bunch of
trivialized the
uniques and want
campaigns,
to do all
I
this
think.
cool stuff,
Like,
and all of a sudden,
I
we've
actually
added
think
in another way to
Tacticians is gonna
completely
be like a good like starter
not
if we
care
have
about
like
recharge
good
and
combo
you're
for
getting
like
ES
with
back some other
skills
way.
to
So, and
do
that
damage,
happened
basically.
and happened, and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, yep.
So how
we've
how
pretty
does
much just got this insane
okay? So
life
talisman
pool
is a weapons, and
that's
how do they gonna
permanently
like
full,
force
and
people to
it's like,
play?
well, why would you not do this? Obviously, you'd do this.
Well, I guess talisman, but then
I imagine
the skills kind of go hybrids, right? So people want to do like spell and like attack damage.
and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well.
I actually
probably makes
think
it
like
hard
they're
to,
gonna
like,
change a
commit
lot of
too
nodes
hard
in
to
this
certain
area.
areas of
Like it's not
balance
gonna be the
when
same.
It's such an incomplete picture.
It's gonna have more hybrid nodes, I think.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff. And then the
Session
new
with
stuff is
Glory
like, how
and
fast
Bearbill would
can
be
the new
nice.
stuff
Yeah.
break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And so it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and
might like
balance
start
them, and these new
tacticians.
variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But
So
like,
we already like
we have
started
expanded.
tactician
Like I've
last
got
week, so
3
maybe not.
new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken
Maybe
a
a
few
belief
people
mage
that
if
were
it looks good.
more
Oh, the death
balance
confirms any
oriented out
class
of
can do talisman.
QA.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
maybe
some of our QA people
belief
are,
mage, but we play it on
kind of
wolf.
elite. You know,
That would be
I
nice.
don't know if
I
should
don't
say
know.
who
Like
they are,
we'll
but some of
look
them are
on
off,
the
you know,
combos,
top
okay,
hardcore
like
ladders
gem
and
skills
top
to use.
ladders and stuff, and I'm like, well,
But,
they do know what's going
Bleed
on. I'm
Mage,
like
Wolf
trying to
might
teach
be
them the
fun.
philosophies and how to do all this stuff, and so I've got
So
3
we
new
need
people
like what
doing
notes
that.
do we actually have?
So hopefully,
on the,
and historically we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing
Blood Mage,
balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for.
the hard thing
and
is
if you put
just
the wrong
leveling,
person in
right?
that
Because you
position,
want like early game
who
damage.
knows where you'll
Like you
end
want
up. So it's
damage
really
node early
important,
game that you can click.
to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and
Man,
you know,
these
you're being
nodes need to be
cautious with it. But
changed.
yeah,
Otherwise,
we've got
it's
3
like
new people
completely
with that.
useless.
So
I guess area will
much
affect
larger
nice,
team
but
in the
it's not
future.
damage.
So I'm hoping we can
These are
tackle a
just
lot
tank.
more,
This
and we're
mana
not just going to
regions,
be
and this one
up
is
to like
like
what, 1
crit
or 2
spell
of
damage.
us. I
Okay,
mean,
those
historically
are
it's been pretty
useless.
much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got
Problem
your
is,
elite
like, you
squad,
see-
you're building
you see
your
a
elite
class like
squad
this
of balanced ninjas
on the
now.
ranger, like you
Yeah.
have like a bunch
Pretty
of
much,
cross
yeah.
damage early
And,
game.
Ninja shield.
That's why
I
it's
mean,
so
if we end
smooth.
up with like 5 of us, it's a
You get
very,
the same
very,
thing kind
considering
of
I also have
when you
to
play on like coefficients.
do the leagues and the end game
Warrior,
and
I
the monsters
don't
and the
think they
bosses
have
and oversee
damage.
all
Okay,
of
they
that.
have melee
It's
damage.
pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there
And then
with the
if you're playing a
spreadsheets and with
spell
the game
base,
and going,
you
what
have
does this
spell
build
damage
do, what
over
can it
here.
do? So getting more people there is going to be a game
The
changer
monk
for the
is
future in terms
also
of
pretty weak. That like
you
all
know,
these these notes
what
give
we're
you
able
tons
to
of
actually
damage.
balance, and we probably will be able to do
So,
a new
yeah.
class and keep the game up to
We need to
date in a
change
much
the
better way.
also
and
the like if we
keep
go for
iterating on
like
this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want
shenanigans,
people to
right?
ever think that we're just like going to stop.
We have to level a
with the
spell,
stuff. I
maybe?
mean, PoE1 hasn't stopped after forever.
But then Wolf
And
also
often you
does
wanna
spell
keep
damage,
metas
I
fresh.
guess.
You wanna
So I
update.
guess
You
that's
wanna make
okay.
new. You want to. There's always you make
Then
bad,
we have
bad
to
things
path
good,
of a
good
year.
things bad.
I mean, it's
Well,
not too bad, right? If
bring them in.
we can go with spell damage early on.
You want to make good things bad quotable time.
Yeah, I was like,
And then the
not
wolf
that.
also have minions. Wait a minute. Okay, so the wolf has like a wolf pack, right?
It's been a
And the
pretty
wolf
tight
pack
resource the whole time.
is
and,
considered minions, maybe.
having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer.
Hopefully.
So
Then
I'm
maybe
very
it actually
keen to
can
see
work.
how that's going to play out, especially over the next
we
few
just path over
expansions
here,
and see where that goes and
grab
what it allows us
whatever's
to do.
the new note is for good
have
damage,
less of that
and
picking
then
our battles and let's fight more battles.
yeah, and now we are
Fight
in the
it should be
Druid
cool.
area, which
Cool.
should
On the,
be a
gear
bit
power
better
level
for
side of
doing
things,
like
plus the
whatever
all skills
wolf form,
is
like
being
barrier
talked about a
forms kind of
lot.
thing.
And even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like
Chant
mana issues
benefits
that
from
people were
BM
having.
crits.
It's obviously very powerful.
If
and
they're not
available in
considered
very high
minions, I have
quantities.
no idea what they would be. They could be
I
considered
think it
allies.
exacerbated issues like uniques.
like-
being
it's
less
like
viable
totem
'cause
as
they
well.
don't have them, for example.
Right.
And it does
Totems
seem to
are
be
allies,
a power
not
level
minions.
that's like overriding other
But then
aspects of
it
PoE,
just
and
makes sense
becomes
if they're minions,
kind of
which
the
make all
break
these
stat
notes
in
really
many
good
cases.
because we have minion
Where are you
increased
guys
damage,
at with
right?
feeling on the plus.
So
skills
that's
issue?
good.
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons,
But
you
all
always
these
had this,
note
like,
has to be
IPD,
changed and it has to be
you
better.
know, increased physical damage that was always kind
But
of
otherwise we
effectively
can
mandatory
also go
stat
up
on
here
those
for
weapons.
like more
And,
minions
it was
damage.
something where like you would like you sort of had this baseline of like some kind of multiplicative way to make weapon.
And then if we
weapon
want
better.
to have good
and
spell
effectively
damage,
plus
right?
skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same
This one,
multiplicative approach
yeah.
where like that was a thing that you to
And
make
then
the
you
difference
take
between
this for
a
ice,
bad
like cold damage.
spellcast weapon and a good
Actually,
one.
this is not that strong.
That was
early.
kind of the idea to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons.
Then this one
but
as
I think
well.
maybe
Wait,
like
this
there's just
one
kind
have
of like
40% increased spell damage,
I'm sure
which is
Mark
really
has got
good.
more theories about it.
See, this node has a downside,
we
and
need
it
to
gives
change something.
70% increased
Right.
damage.
100%.
And apparently the
I
wolf
mean, I know
can
this,
easily
like-
die, so...
Yeah, obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus.
Right.
Yeah,
the
I
+3
mean,
to
all these
focus,
notes seems really good
foci
for
and
the wolf
the
skill,
old
actually.
homogenizing for getting the
might be cooking
+3s on
something with this.
amulets. By the way, they're gone.
I
Goodbye,
expected that
goodbye
one.
homogenizing.
Out
already
of,
felt
like,
that.
Link is gonna
They
be
were
here.
illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane
Spell
amount
and
of
attack.
complexity to crafting. And, but anyway, I don't know.
I particularly was
W's.
I
Human
particularly
form has
was like
spell, form has
I actually
attack.
don't like
Did you
crafting
see,
mechanics that cause you to have to
did you
think
see
about
it?
mods in the exact way that they needed you to
Do
think
you see
about
the
them.
gems?
So
How do you
like,
mean?
well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation.
Companions?
Probably.
Wait,
Yeah.
companions
yeah,
is
like
also
they,
minions.
I don't think that that they
The
were quite
Roa
right for
does
PoE2.
work with minions node,
so,
right?
yeah.
Or
But
was
anyway,
it?
that's kind of off the
I can't
point.
remember,
I just
actually.
randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
Again, it's real
crafting,
easy to
yeah.
just pivot to
Wolf
start
blood
listing
mace,
nerfs
yeah.
and things you're
I mean,
removing for some reason.
We'll have to see, right?
yeah.
If minion damage is good, these are good.
But,
Alright, we'll talk about it a bit more
yeah,
when
there
we
is
see
an
the
issue.
patch note.
I understand it,
Or maybe
and I
gem
understand
info.
the whole. I have this perfect wand, but I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
And in
that
particular,
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE1, you had this thing where, if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then,
Play
like
Spellcaster.
Spellcaster was the thing you
This
could
one,
do.
right?
And we kind of did want to still
This
try
one
to like have it
is
so
a
that
spell.
items do matter on
This is
Spellcasters
attack.
as well.
So,
Yeah.
so why
So
then
2 attack, 1
does
spell.
it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work?
This one is,
'cause IPD
Lunar
doesn't seem to attract
Blessings.
ire,
Yeah, I don't fully
but
understand that. I think
gems
the mana
does.
cost thing
Offer
might be
your
part of it,
rage
for sure,
to the moon
increasing
to
mana cost,
receive
but,
a blessing,
I
gain
suspect at
bonus
the end
cold
of the day,
damage,
it's because
attack.
there are multiple ways to
And
create an
then your
attack
wolf
weapon that are good.
companion
Right.
minions,
It's more than
right?
one way.
It does
I
say
think
it's
this
wolf
weapon is not
minions,
the
so
only
I
way.
think wolf is minions.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like,
That might be it.
and
That
that's
might
it.
be part of
It's
yeah.
just
if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine, and that's it. It doesn't
So it
matter
has
what
to
the
be
rest is
hybrids,
necessarily doing.
otherwise
There's not
we
really
do
much
like
other
no damage.
choice.
But then if
And
we're
so
playing attack build, right,
that
we don't
honestly
really
can be
need,
enough where it's like You instead of
Actually,
reducing
this one is just
the
buff.
plus
It does
gems,
no
you
damage.
could create many different options,
And
and
this
maybe
one's
it's still
scale
fine.
off
Like plus
attack
gems is
damage.
one way, or there's this way, or there's this
So
way,
it's
and
attack
that way
build,
it's
I
like,
think.
yeah, sure, there's more opportunities, but yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that, if I recall.
It's weird to me that like added damage on a caster.
The pitch is
gear
up, yeah. We'll take a
isn't
look at
doing
that after the
more.
Q&A.
Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available.
Hybrid
in the
passive
game
on
through
the
other
top left,
means or
yeah, it
something.
has
I
to
don't
be.
know, like,
It has to
that
be
is
like a
effectively added flat
spell
damage
and
in the
attack
same way that
damage
plus gems
percentage.
is.
added flat damage on
It has to
caster
be.
gear
Has to
doesn't
be.
exist.
There's no way it's not.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damage is there.
Yeah.
Added damage we
So
removed
the play might
because,
actually be
you just ended up
just
doing
grab some like early notes and
a damage
just
effectiveness
easily
on
path
every
over
single
here.
skill to the point where it ended up being.
I wasn't in love with
I don't know
damage
how they're gonna
effectiveness
do with
having
it
to exist
because
I find it
these
to be a
give
bit
like
confusing
aura
for
them
people.
like
I
aura
don't
skills.
love that, and so I was kind of really
If they
hard to
move
avoid it.
these
I
like
did have this
down
sort of feeling
here,
though back when we did that. There's of this
low key,
inevitable,
like that's
we're
above
probably
to
gonna have to add
technicians
it back
because we
again
can
one day, and I'm not gonna
because
like that.
aura magnitudes
Because like it
actually
is a very
affect
useful
the
tool, but yeah, I think it's just
banners,
I think
right?
it kind of
So
sucks as a thing personally. I'm
if
just not a
these
fan of it.
I'm
Damage is
getting moved
extra-
like squished down here, and you're playing the banner tacticians.
That's another take on
That's
it.
a buff.
That's well,
And
we've done.
then
I was just thinking of
the pathing
another
from
change
Blood
we've done
Mage
here.
into
So
Druid
obviously,
is not that bad at
I'm
all,
pivoting
so
a little bit, but
if you want to
still
go
talking
for
about
like
caster weapons,
elemental
so we'll say it's
wolf
related,
bleed
but,
kind of build,
in
right?
040 we are
think
doing
I
a
like
change
that idea.
where
We can
even
go
though
for
we're not
that.
changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence plus 3 spells on the
Essence plus
foci,
3,
which
yeah.
I said before, just to
That's
be
crazy.
clear, that is a change. But the other thing
Okay,
we're
then
doing is
talking about like
we're
essence crafting.
taking
It was a bit
the-
broken.
it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people. Oh my god, you're making
Oh,
energy
then
shield.
they're
better.
nerfing crafting,
Sorry, it makes
so
like
no more
no
deterministic
real difference
blistery.
overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively
Yo, Mr. Skizzy, what's
enhanced,
up?
not
Yeah,
offensive compared to a staff.
Hopefully
so
we
one
click
thing
the
we've
good
done
one.
is we've said all
I already
staff
thinking about wolf blood
prefixes.
mage.
So
Hopefully
that's
it makes
the
sense.
damages fire, the element damages the types.
I don't know
it's
how we're gonna
the
test it though,
just
so
increased,
might be a bit risky, but
specific
I
damage,
guess whatever.
increased spell damage.
I'll try not to make it
mana.
too like if it's too
I don't know what
risky,
else.
I might not play it.
The
but
prefixes.
at
Those
least
are
with
all
this league, I want to
now
have fun.
double
Right?
wands as opposed to I think it was 50.
I'm not gonna be
to 55%
ED
higher than
contagion
wands, give or
motions
take,
or like
so-
dead eyes letting arrows.
and
Right?
then so
I'm not
if you
really into
want-
that.
Like it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the
No more
staff
essence
prefix
of battle.
is a double
They're just talking about
whereas
spells,
a wand
but
plus foci,
if anything, essence of
is
battle also need to go.
not giving you. Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage.
Well, it's
I
not
actually
need
think
to,
it
right?
was,
But
than a staff would
it's
have been
just
able to.
way too
So at least now
cheap
staffs are
and
going to be better.
efficient to make
but
endgames
that
attacking
doesn't-
weapons.
Isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously still its own problem. But
Guys,
it's
is
again
there a
just talking
problem
about a little
if
bit
a
of the
build
like
is too risky
overall
because we
improvements
can't
to
test
just,
it
like,
properly?
finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
skill?
made
You
a
guys
ton of
like
changes to just
ED
weapons,
contagion
like,
like starter
generally,
build
right? Like, in
or
terms of
like
the
risky
progressions
fun
and
build
stuff, especially
with
through
the
campaigns.
wolf and
So
the
when
the
we were
new
adding the
weapons and new
talismans for the
stuff.
druid, we were
'Cause
like,
I would like
what do
that.
we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to just hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like
actually,
6 levels lower.
If
And
we
you're
go
like,
and bleed,
I
right?
I don't know if that damage is worth
We
the
want to be
trade-off
down
of the
here.
implicit. And so
Definitely, it isn't worth it.
it isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots.
So it might
And
be
so
a
you get
problem,
these things where
actually.
every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player because generally speaking, you just like you see a
Staff
weapon that
is
drops, and you're like,
stone.
okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking
We'll
about
see.
the fact
The
that there's a new
passionate, right?
upgraded weapon
Passionate.
type.
Always
that's like,
passionate.
that should have been.
Always
higher.
see what they
So
are
what it ends up being
changing,
is
and
there's
then
just
you can
whole,
kind of
like
predict
20
the
levels
meta
go by,
builds,
whereas like, I
unless
can't get a weapon
the
upgrade, and
passionate
that's
is
frustrating.
not details
And
enough.
that's what it
but
actually feels like when you actually play it.
hopefully
but
this
in
one
reality, what
is
it was
because
the
they
weapon type that was
are
supposed to
probably
be an
not going
upgrade
to do
is
a lot
actually a
of
downgrade.
change.
And
It's almost
yeah,
Christmas, so
that's
any change right
something
now
that
would be
Mark
kind of
immediately-
risky.
We saw it. He was like, okay, we need to
we're
do
doing a
something
little
about
bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all
Really
the
notes
weapons that
to
we're
the top
trying,
the
whereas
tree.
like you get to endgame and it's like, okay, what's your
Carpe
fast
diem?
weapon?
Yeah, that's me
what's
too.
your crit weapon? What's your
Seize
just
the day.
standard good weapon? And then
Right.
here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with? The slow, heavy hitter. And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these
If
weapons.
the wolf thing
bunch of
is
different
not
cool
working
implicits,
out,
changing
like,
some of
then
them
I guess we
around, just
can,
reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base DPS.
pivot to actual
generally
Elite Mage
speaking,
build, like
pretty much
lightning spears,
all of them going up
Rick,
across the board in
or
little ways.
crossbow,
Like,
right.
nothing make or break, but
I mean,
like,
that's kind
it's
of
enough of a
keep
thing
it on
that
the
as you're
first
going through the
day,
campaign, you're not just
that's
like,
gonna
where the
be
heck
kind
are
of
my
interesting.
upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So yeah, I don't know, just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
No,
Well,
we play
don't you
for
worry,
currencies.
we've had our
Unless
you know,
SSF
every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with
Well, I
it.
think
Alright,
we did it
so-
again, didn't we?
If you're playing
we did a
Bleed
little
Mage,
bit. We cut
pretty
off
much
some of the
mandatory
top
to
tier
just
mods, so
have
just the
down here
overall
for
amount
now.
of it is lower.
I don't think there's any other
it's a
way,
stopgap.
right?
I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like,
Then you have to path the
it is
well,
true that
I
it
guess,
feels like
here
every change
first.
we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it
Right,
eventually. It's
like
just we need
these
to
are like the
find-
must, and then all
we
of
need
the
to-
lead notes
we
are down
need-
here
we
as
need to
well.
find
like
the
the
mods that can
bottom
replace in
right.
the mod pools that like in order to make it
It's
work.
kind of
And it's
crazy
like, this
how
is the
all of
annoying
it is
thing,
like down here.
It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. Like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way,
Right.
because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it.
Not that you want a path here, you
But
want a
yeah,
path on
there's
the
certainly
outers.
a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is
But
certainly
if we cooked up like crazy build, it's gonna be
misunderstanding with
Bleed Mage.
again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden. There's some formula somewhere, you know, that no one has access to, except for us.
And you've always been a bit.
There's no good
secretive
bleed
on,
notes near the only
drop-related stuff
ascendancy
in
that's purely based on bleed.
particular, and,
Could
like,
be
you guys
that
kinda
it
happy
could
to
make it
keep that way
broken.
for that one, or is it something you're like
We
misinformation? I wanna
wanted to
fix
make it.
Yeah, like all these
clear. We wanted. We had a. We were
I wouldn't say
why
like
don't we
mandatory, right?
just
But
get rid of
it's
the
really good
DR
notes.
and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value. But
What people
that is at
don't
conflict
actually
of removing
realize
it. So you know, there's a
is-
little bit like we just got to pick our direction here. And
It's also
It'll
inherently
be interesting
unclear
to see
even to
if
us. in
Wolf
some
is
sense. Like, we
companions.
can't say like
If
the number
Wolf
of
is
the,
companion,
okay, that sounds a
though,
bit
that
weird.
would
But what I
be
mean by that
crazy.
is like it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like
I don't know
the
if you
content
wanna
people are
take
playing and
this.
stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very
all these
indirect method by which
companions,
currency is increased. It isn't just that
I used to play
it's not just like
companions,
this,
and
some
all
code
these
somewhere where it's like
notes of
increased currency
generic
by this
damage,
amount.
which is really
Like,
good.
it is actually like
It's like 22% increase
it is a
damage
result of
generic.
multiple systems
So
on top of
these
each
are
other
all very
working
good, and you had to path
result in that.
heal,
And that's
obviously.
why, like, the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did.
But in terms of like
so, yeah,
actual
like,
damage, I mean,
sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated.
so you want this,
And
right?
yeah, there's
These
like
are
so
strong
many
notes.
things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point, even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. So
But
yeah.
I think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace
Yeah,
it within the
so-
mod pool.
Wait, what are they
It's okay,
removing?
I don't need to understand it.
It's
then.
exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a yeah. It's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
Mind if you're a wyvern.
I only fear Wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes
Alright.
sense.
Oh, no.
Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. Just
Yep.
in terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and lightning damage
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased. So they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
Tons of things
that
are buffed.
aren't lightning builds necessarily.
That's nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about like let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable.
Are we
So,
back?
again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure. Like cold is
But
ultimately,
ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way. It needs to
But all
translate
for
to
cold
damage on some
skills,
level.
we're adding
I mean,
wet.
You need to,
We're getting
you know,
wet.
it needs to, or rather, it needs to
The rain
indirectly translate
skills.
into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know,
Thanks for the
Unless
new
you're
follows,
making the
guys.
monsters 40%
Dante and
stronger
On.
and
Well, but
they
that's what
are
I mean, right?
sticking
Because
around and then you're freezing them.
yeah, I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AoE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AoE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah, okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah,
as well as some
shock. I mean,
specific
shock is
change.
pretty hectic.
Yep.
Kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then, you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100, and in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like, even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yeah.
So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say chill isn't strong. Not to say freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on a comet on crit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there. It was a first step in the direction.
So ailment would be
it's,
cool,
again,
right?
It's very important not
we
to just
do
do it like
rain, and then we also
lightning,
like
goodbye
freeze
lightning,
enemy
you know, it's like
easier.
be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
It's just the feeling when they like playing their cold
People
builds and,
like
it's
to
better
play
convert
lightning.
lightning.
I thought coal is cool.
That's
I
I think
mean,
that's
coal
when it
and
becomes
lightning
more
is cool.
problematic.
I don't like fire, but yeah.
You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's
we did get Fan the Flame,
fundamental
so that
thing
is some
maybe that's
love.
causing problems where it's
Ignite
scaling with, like,
Prolif
hit
with
damage and
Fan the
crit,
Flames might be
so
cool.
directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's
Play
been in the past,
Flame Blast totems
where
and then Fan the Flames.
leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker,
So how do we
feeling like
gain
just kind
power
of add-on,
charge?
Like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a bit
so you can
flat,
freeze
honestly.
enemies for frenzy
I
charge,
agree.
right?
We've had heaps of discussions here.
So you can
about all
freeze
kinds of
enemy,
different
get
options.
power charge, and then
we had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones.
summons the spell summons with power
we
charge.
want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it
But
to
it's
be
freeze,
and
though.
how. Whether or not it's like
If
we
you're
change
playing
the
Flame
base
Blast,
versus
it's not really
change it
freeze.
through again a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah,
Also,
it is a
it
bit
sucks
flat,
if your totems
and,
die
it
really
doesn't
fast.
have enough. I mean, well, yeah, it is as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I
crafting,
love
right?
0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change
0.8
from like a
crafting
game
was
that
really
some would joke
refreshing,
didn't
but
have
it's also
crafting
too strong.
into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like
it's definitely too
combination of the core
deterministic
currency
for
changes, the changes to essences was really good.
But
and
like
how
they're
these things
lacking,
interplay
right?
with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I'm like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal.
It was a bit too illegal.
What of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're
Still SD about density
right?
nerf.
It's just a few illegal
it's a
things.
few.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how it plays out.
you like
I personally,
overall,
I play.
where it
I mean, I
think
kind
way
of
better
like
than it was
it, to be
before.
honest.
100%.
Better
Right?
performance, less
It's
monsters to
what I
kills, but
found
less
playing,
satisfying to play.
and obviously,
I think.
and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping changes. That people find that getting
We'll see if the density nerf do anything.
It's too easy now
I'm
to
probably
get to the
gonna
absolute
spend
upper
a lot of
echelons
times in
gear.
the temple actually if it's
Is
drop
what
good
I
looks.
kind of honestly, and I assumed
So yeah, we
that
also
there'd
have
be a
to
bit
kind of
of
think
a
about
public
what
civil
build you
war
want to
about
play
me saying
for
that,
temple.
because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to
the tree just
homogenizing,
give
for
like really good
example,
rare
and a few
drops.
different axes like that.
So people just feel like they are.
But yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because
it's
of
so
the
easy
high
to
tech
get like
currency,
over
there's a little bit of like,
100k
you don't even
ES
need to pick up tier 5
body
res
armor,
anymore,
for example.
because what you actually
It
want
would
is
be
a base
bad
type
for
to
Herald
craft from.
Ice Blood Ash
So
with less
in
density.
some ways it's
yeah,
wrong in that
I
regard,
guess.
for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee
We don't
tiers
know
of attack
though.
speed onto
They
bows.
could add like tons of
not alright,
like
right? That's
pack
better
size
than what a
stats,
bow can
so
even yield.
it
So
might
like,
end up
now
being
a
just
dropped
still
bow
having a
can
lot
never
more
be the
surge
best thing in the game, because there's an essence that can grant
Yeah.
high value.
to
That's not
offset
intentional.
the
Like,
less
essences should
density.
be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes.
It would
but I
definitely still like build
feel- the
diversity
thing that,
toward
like,
like
definitely
builds
hit me the
that's
most that I
not
want to get more
like a
feedback on
blaster
is the
build,
people
but
just
have like
going,
more single target
it's not-
damage.
there's no point in picking
Because
up
you're
tier
gonna
5
buff
res
the monster as
eventually,
well, so the
because
monster is gonna be stronger. There's gonna be
you
less
know,
density.
I would rather
So you
just
want
craft from a
like
white base, and I can
build
more
with like
guarantee
good,
that it's gonna
like
be good.
just
and so
smaller
what's the
AOE
point?
and do more damage.
But
basically.
yeah, there's a bit of that, and so. But again, it's very
So I
important
don't think
with
it's
these
gonna
kinds
be
of
a
things
landing
not to just
spear
like,
leak, for example.
yeah, that that's obviously right. Let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that
Do you
O3 was
notice the
crafting added,
uncorrupted
so,
T16 maps they show?
yeah, fine tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
So
I saw it a
sounds
bit, right?
definitely
you make
getting
it
rid
gray
of a few
maps,
specific
and
things.
then
Omen of
you can corrupt
Homogenization was a
it
pretty
for
clear one, I
like
think. That
some
was, like,
good stats.
being
I
quite
didn't
illegal
see
as
it
well as, like, some
clearly.
specific essences.
They show for like 10
like
seconds.
the tiered
on the screen.
currencies.
I'm sure someone
pretty
has
happy
already
with them.
like
I
captured.
think overall
Success.
I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty
Crafting
important
going
role
cores,
in giving
yeah.
you some interesting
I think they're gonna
decision-making
change it.
in crafting.
It's
I'm
not
pretty sure they
changing very
changed.
much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
I'm sure there'll be a few
great.
number
Good.
of changes around. But
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But it's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, there's things here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
a few.
I think it's 6. And
They're
each
getting patch
give
note in
throughout
20
the entire
minutes.
campaign, each will give a crafting thing, so you have at least 6
okay.
guaranteed
Yeah,
campaign
you're
crafts.
dooming.
Oh, great, awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not, and so you're giving you a bit of that throughout, so we don't lose that the league had. And then in game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it, and
Awesome.
you want to get the crafting.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of like the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with like the Sacrifice of the Vaal stuff too. Well, the new Vaal stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain.
Yeah, that's
the really
right. I
high-end
would like to
gear.
have
How much of
mobs that
an
actually
effect
drops.
have
Right?
you seen
Killing's
in
like a
terms of,
tons of
like,
mobs and not
players kind
dropping
of making
loots
the game
feels worse.
easier? Like, has the game got a
So
lot
we'll
easier
see. I
overall
mean,
for
killing
people?
less mobs, but then they
Are
drop
people,
good
like,
loots,
reaching
and that's
their final
fine.
product earlier.
That's actually
It's
pretty
really
good
hard to
for
tell how
build.
much of it
So
is the
it
trade
doesn't force
system
you
and
into
how
like
much of
speed
it
clear
is
kind of build, right?
the
Build that had
crafting
like
changes.
huge
It's
AoE,
actually
very
really quite hard
fast,
to disentangle.
and
overall.
it just
Yeah,
makes
I mean, look,
like
but at the end of the day,
more
it's
build
like the
diversity,
crafting
I
system
guess.
the trading system as it is something people just need to have.
I guess
so,
the doomers
like,
are just
we
people
have
that
to,
like to play Lightning Arrow,
work within
Dead Eyes,
that.
and Zoom.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll tell you, like, if we have a
But then if you want
in-game
densities, you
itemization
could
problem,
spec
we're not
into
gonna go and
Abyss.
say,
I don't
we
know
need
if they're
nerf
gonna touch
trading.
like Abyss density.
We're past that.
Abyss
Yeah,
has
finally
pretty good
figured that in
densities.
our review.
Yes,
You're
yeah.
excellent.
I like that
so
they're
the
starting to
question
add
is,
more
like,
league
I guess
mechanics to
now more
campaign.
just
Yeah.
adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive.
That's to
like
be one of the
crazy.
leak mechanics, though. So I
it's
think Bridge
honestly
is
quite hard
like
to tell as you do the other
Endgame,
changes.
so
I guess
that's
like a
probably not gonna
longer
be in the
period
campaign.
Yeah, yeah.
thing to
But then at the end of the
analyze.
day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So you know,
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches
Yeah,
on
they
crafting a lot,
nerfed split
where,
green build too much,
if people could craft like really good gear super easily.
which is bad for
that
people
it
that
was
want to
fine, because
blast.
player retention would go down.
But
I feel like in
it's
some
good
cases
for
we've
everything
seen
else,
some of the
right?
opposite phenomena.
So
Like there is to an extent the opposite.
obviously
phenomena where,
there's
like,
gonna
people
be
gain
people that have
access
strong
to the
opinions
builds
on
they wanna
that.
play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time.
All I
frame for
want
them.
is
So
we
their
actually drop
engagement
good
and the amount
loots,
of time they
and
play
that's
ends up
it.
going up as a result,
Right.
like in a surprising twist.
that definitely can happen. But at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, you know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because you know,
Play experience, but
when it
like to
comes
be
right down to
honest,
it, like, our
like
model
people
has
that are
always
gonna
been, we
blast
want to
is
keep you
still
coming
gonna
back every
get
league.
everything
like,
they
we don't
want by the
necessarily
first
care how
week,
long you
and,
play a
like,
given league for.
whether they, you
we
know,
just want to make sure
like
that
how they
each
change
time
it.
you
They
play a
they
league,
should be
you're enjoying
thinking
your
about the
experience, that
majority
you
of
wanna
players.
come back and play the next one. So, you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly
I
in
think
that way.
players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? You know, like, how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many
True,
players do we
yeah.
get back the next day?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyper
Sure,
fixated on
sure.
retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some
Yeah.
level, judge the success of how much people like the league based on
Yeah,
that.
it can tell you how much fun
But
people are having.
yeah, like at the end of the day,
Yeah,
what
Zoom
people are
meal is
saying
gonna
about what they
zoom
thought
no
about
matter
it is
what.
actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like
So
that,
it's not really
as
a
long as they're,
problem.
like,
It's
happy
just
and they
like
wanna come
helping
back,
the gap
you know,
between
they're
actual
winning.
Zoom and
If you have
AoE
more fun in a
builds
smaller
than
amount
an
of time
off
and
beta
you're more happy
build.
to come back next league, then that's a
Sure,
win.
that isn't
It just
necessarily
like
the problem,
helps
right?
close the
Less
gap
this
a little
league, but
bit.
Maybe
So they're kind of
It
a little
doesn't
bit
really
unrelated in
kill
some
any
ways,
Zoom
also
build.
sort
Like
of
Zoom
related in
builds
others.
still gonna Zoom.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out. Then the crafting trading thing, I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading. Ah,
Agreed.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Oh, very insightful. Thank
Yes.
you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in
That's
chat
a hot
just saying
topic.
instead of just chanting, but I'm asking
Well,
too
I mean,
much.
adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of, because I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of endgame runes where you can now only use one of them, and it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like
That's
get
a particular
the
thing.
double socketable effect on boots, put all the remove speed
Double
runes in,
socket
and it's like,
effect
oh,
on
great,
boots,
now you got-
move speed, blah blah
and, you know,
blah,
it's
crazy
kind of
move
interesting,
speed.
but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind
They're
of
nerfed it.
enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So
Yeah.
which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really
this is
changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like,
Yeah.
I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always
that's
will.
a thing. Yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move it's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree. But
yeah,
I
I've
don't know.
been more on that side of things. Like, maybe make some of the maps a little smaller, so that move speed's less important. I feel.
It
We
might
don't
be a
mandatory mod
secret
items on-
ascendancy
Yeah,
class.
it was that topic. Okay, cool.
They had that portrait
Just
behind
confirming that. Yeah, I feel like
Jonathan's,
that's been discussed fairly.
but it might be
fairly well
unfinished,
at
I
this
guess.
point,
So
yeah.
only two
We're
ascendancies
the same stance on that, really.
confirmed
Which
so
it's
far.
interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So.
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But is that
another
We've
topic?
done number buffs
I
at the
think.
very least, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think almost every ascendancy class has some level, like, honestly, some of it is
It's
like
getting
one
the assassin
node
treatment.
changed. Some of it, like, for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and, like, we got rid, I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague. And we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful.
But they got
spike
rid
one
of
for cheaper.
poison prolife.
We got rid of that like
because it's a
multi-choice
Herald of Plague.
ailment mitigation,
Well,
and we
that's
were
kinda-
like, well, it's the
I don't know if I like
Pathfinder,
that.
so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE 1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options. for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much
minus
damage
30
you want,
spirits.
defenses
I don't
you
know
want,
if I like
or,
that.
Reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing.
It's not like it's the same, right?
So
it's
yeah,
a bit
I mean,
better. They could buff the
that's a
node
class
instead
where
of
it's
just
got
remove
a
it.
bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
They're
Well,
buffing
just
acolytes
generally
numerical, so nothing
improvements as
changed.
well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been pretty
changes
in the-
everywhere.
in the thick of it,
I think the
balance.
patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like such a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. It's specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's only monsters.
Yeah, that's what I
And so
thought.
they might be just
PF
making
node is
some
better.
silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills.
And
stuff
also,
like that.
I mean,
So
they could buff
I want to
Herald
do a bunch
Plague
of
as
that,
well
but those
to
won't be in the
balance
patch
it
notes
out,
because
but
the
yeah.
intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing... I've held back... From the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement.
Oh, Ice Ranger changed.
So
Nice.
the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments.
Okay, that's
stuff
good.
Like that.
Ice fragments, and that's
What else
AoE
is
skill
not
that
in there? There's a
overlaps
few
on
other
the
bits
ice
and pieces
fragments.
not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is. And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right.
Yeah, we
otherwise
gotta
have to
stare at
give
Mark
some
when he's
false
talking.
information and then change it, and it's not great.
Respect.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure, for
Okay,
sure.
so
Initial
Ice
patch notes
Ranger.
coming
I
in
know
10
they were
minutes.
like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
80
Again, mostly
Unix
focusing
items?
on in-game
Holy.
ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher
Makes
effort.
sense.
We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to.
Then Mark is
I
cooking
saw a
for
question
sure.
about that from,
Mark is
our
always
residents
cooking.
on
I
Expert
always
in
like
chat. But,
Mark
the,
ideas of how PoE
monster
should be.
changes, like for making
Jonathan
specific
is a
changes to
bit
monsters
too
for specters, does that
restricted,
end
but
up in
then
patch
again,
notes?
we are getting way better.
It's pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
These are just way better
well,
changes. Much better than
I don't
when
think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around.
Jonathan
But this,
was like,
what I
not
was
the
talking
leap,
about doing
right?
will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set
Less
of
than
patch
10
notes
minutes?
because we
Holy, I'm
haven't,
excited. They actually yap all the way through. It's crazy.
finished them yet. So, but they will be like I think the patch note says
Okay, I'm
will
kind
be
of
in a
tired,
post
but
later
yeah,
this week.
we'll read
Or
through
later,
the patch
in
notes
the week
and we'll
coming.
see.
So
A funny one in
So,
chat
there's
is
anything
like,
interesting?
When can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never.
Talisman is
never
melee
right.
weapons.
in any game ever. No, I mean
like-
because it's kind of true, right? Like
It's quite. There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever
Gotta
we
be
talk
some
about
sort of,
melee,
like,
people say
cool
that like
wolf
there's
build
literally
that we
only
can
maces
play.
in the game, and it's like quarter staves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's
but
supposed
it's-
to get spears.
All we need to
Doesn't
do
count
is
as
like
well.
look at some
It's
like
half
percentage
range,
number,
it's
and then we can
Stormwave
decide on
really
if it's good or
melee,
bad.
You know, then you get that.
There's always
so.
this
And then
funny
the,
exception with it,
gem
but, like,
info as
ultimately, I
well.
think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
we need swords.
We need
yeah.
We need sword. Yeah, we need
swords
sword. Wait, sword is not in the game.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Because sword is so cool.
The importance is understood.
Especially after we play Where Winds Meet. I think sword is just like such a cool weapon. And we need to get it like ASAP.
We were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics. Some more broader changes.
Yeah, broader change. Numeric is good because I think ascendancy point needs to be stronger. So I like that.
Doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot.
I agree with that philosophy.
At the end of the day, we've just
1,000 more damage for Arclights. That will do it. Yeah, I agree.
Nice. You know,
just add like tons of numeric, make it viable through numeric because there's no broken interactions.
Yeah, lots of around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day,
Lightning
Archers are still somehow better than Ice Archers at the end game. But certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other. And less bad about decisions, and so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction.
That's also one of like the thing as well, because if you're not like a meme master, right, a lot of these
all those outliers on the top end, those are coming
down
a bit.
I mean, you could play a witch hunter, you could play tacticians, you could play gemlings, and they don't really make a lot of difference.
Another one where like just
because the ascendancies like not game changing, right?
Combo. I mean, obviously,
but some they renaming duelists to gladiator.
That's a problem as well. You know, some of these outliers 100% brought into
PoE
place,
1 or 2
caps, whatever the case is.
We don't have that in PoE 2.
More like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplay.
At this rate, it will take 2 more years until we get Sworn Axe.
Just to all kinds of varying degrees.
Maybe
really
how about 0.5?
It's like, do you just do everything across the board
getting sword,
and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do
and
you
then cycle,
really hone in on one
everyone's
build?
Everyone's gonna go cycle.
Right at this point, we're trying to do a
cycle
very
is gonna consume charge.
Let's look at literally
so
every
you
skill
can't
and go,
just
is there a
hold out
decision? What would we do? Right. And it's like,
everything has to be a combo.
Huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be. If so,
I don't like how they getting everything behind getting power charge or like chargers in general.
And then move to the next, do the same assessment.
It feels like
we just tried to do that for literally everything.
The balance
was it Endurance consecrated path from PoE 1, but like with Endurance, like if they can do that, that's fine, right? There's like a internal cooldowns, and you can bypass if you have charge. That would be fine.
Close to patch notes, so we'll rapid
I'm okay with like going with that
here.
directions, but it's not like gated the skills usage behind actual like charges. Right, it's kind of like it's pretty doomed. They need to like have more way to gain charge for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. Right.
Like if you yeah, for example, you have like 1 power charge and you press cyclones, you can spin for like 2 seconds. And 3 power charge you spin for 6 seconds, basically. I don't know.
So what I can say is that it is actually
that'll be pretty bad. But they're just like
at this time.
They just like to gate stuff behind charge.
Much more close than it was last time. Like there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like it's a weirdly huge effect.
Thanks for the follows,
because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all, and yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it, so I can
do
inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but
controller inventory. Oof,
no. But
okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce?
3 minutes until patch notes.
I don't know how to have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like it's got to. I really want it to be next year. Like I really do. So like it'll be. I really want it to be next year. But
we certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. It's certainly by having. To make all the leagues constantly.
It would be nice if they release like a rough roadmaps on what they want to do.
People play the game still and enjoy it, and do what we want to do. But so yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like.
There's no way the original plan is for 6 months.
I mean that hasn't.
That's
yes, all of this does get in the way,
like 2
technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy. So
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
so
true.
so
That's
that's the
true.
new 7 first. So
It's a good.
I think
trade-off.
at this point we're getting
the
it
performance improvements,
somewhere
like really
maybe next
impressive
Christmas.
than even more than the 25% you're saying. Like looking at the side by side footage was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah.
But then
I mean,
it's
look,
just,
we did 25
early
I said 25%
access
as a
or like
commitment because,
1.0,
like, that's kind of like the
it's
I wanna
just
make sure,
whatever,
like,
right?
people have really
Because we
said
already
something
have the
stuff, so,
game
like,
is
I wanted to
already
make sure
really
that we're not
polished at this
over-promising.
point.
Under promise.
And so
They
under
could
promise
just
and
call it
over-deliver was the plan,
1.0
but,
and then
effectively, like, yeah, it's
release like
I've been focusing a lot
1.1
myself actually,
or
and trying
whatever.
to like make sure that it's getting better.
I guess they can
Effectively
like
what we've
fully
done
release
is,
1.0
I
when
mean,
they
obviously
have
there's
like
just
all
sort
the
of traditional
ascendancies in
optimization
class.
that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively
So
making sure
we
we're
are getting
monitoring
there.
things better, taking advantage of more
36
CPU cores.
ascendancies, and then we can
If you're
call it
GPU
1.0.
bound and you don't have
So
dynamic
I mean,
resolution
maybe next
turned on,
year.
then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know that like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem
Hey,
for just about
Makalo,
everyone. Like, even really
Makalo,
fast
thanks for the
CPUs were having
follow.
issues in game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, you know, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. Yeah, we did that by multi-threading things.
Yeah,
much
that's
better
right.
than we were
Ascendancy and
before,
acts, right?
and,
6
you know,
acts,
yeah,
or was it?
traditional optimization, just lots of improvements
So we have
there.
4, 5,
So
and
yeah,
6.
like
right?
now, there's so many things.
I'm
that
sure
are working better
they
than they were before.
are planning to do
like
it
in
next
many
year.
cases,
There's no
honestly,
way
you
it
see
takes
double
2
frame rate,
years
like,
from
just
this
straight up.
point.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So yeah, and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They you know, consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. And yeah, it's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, like, you know, like the thing with multi-threading is that, like, yeah, depending on the exact scenario, different
I just
things
hope
can
like we
happen
have a
at
good
different times.
first day
It can
on
cause
launch
some,
without any
issues. I'm really hoping
crashings,
we don't
without
run
any
into that.
ping
We're
issues,
trying to do as much testing as we
DDoSings.
can
That's
to
what
fix
I
all those
want.
kinds of issues.
That's what I hope for.
But yeah, effectively, that'll be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. And you know, yeah, I probably should make like a video on exactly like, you know, some of the like go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And even it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that like, oh, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's yeah, we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and yeah, like it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not even, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point like when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
Yeah, I have. Just because
recently.
it's been such a big issue, and you know, like I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And yeah, as I said, like already it's so much better now. But yeah, we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All right.
So we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested
go
in listening to us
read
anymore.
the
Patch notes here.
All right, everybody's gone. No, thank you very much.
Wait,
guys.
so
It was,
are we
pleasure to
listening
talk to
or
you
are we
once
reading
again,
patch
and
notes?
I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
But
Good to have you here.
let's check
All
out
right, thanks
patch
for the
notes.
questions, everyone. We'll
Thanks,
see you next
everyone.
time. Thanks for watching.
Cameras on. So I'll just
Thanks
look
for
at you.
watching. Make sure you guys grab your drops and stuff. Patch note is here, so we'll be looking at patch notes. Right, that was a long yap. Alright, so let's see how long is the patch notes. Okay, so there's a lot of things to go through. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna go through everything, but we'll go through anything that is interesting. Holy, what the hell is this? What is this? Abominations. Preserve. Okay, no spoiler, guys. No spoiler. Okay, I'm just gonna go through the patch notes. No spoiler. New playable class is a Druid. Okay. Is it too small for you guys? Should we zoom in a bit more? Or is it fine? Abyss as core mechanics. That's fine, but Preserve Vertebrae no longer drops. Added in Atlas Passatory. Okay, so this is Abyss. I think that's a good change in general. Zoom in a bit. Okay. How about now? Control F, lightning arrow. Alright, we'll do that. Let's do that. They no longer bypass the charged up terms on lightning rods. It said the burst caused by lightning arrow can occur every 0.1 seconds. Wait. .1 is that dead? Cybertex is 0.03, right? So it's like 1/3 of the damage or what? Even if you bypass, right? Oh wait, so you have to wait for lightning rod charge up times? Wait, is it? So it's just so it's less damage, less active, and also you need to have like more setup times. Projectiles now convert 80%, previously 40%. Wait, that's the buff. Beam now convert 100%, previously 8. Wait, that's a buff to lightning arrows, but it's a nerf to lightning rod setups. I think lightning rod, lightning rod is fine, guys. Let's go back up. Right, 0 improvements to performance, we know that. Tailwinds, okay. Tailwinds grants 1%. Wait, so Tailwind's still the same. Okay, so they are nerfing Tailwinds a bit. No speed is the same. Less skill speeds, less evasions, okay. Unarm is now 1.65. Yo, that's a good change. That's a Hollow Palm buff. With Hollow Palm got a big nerf. Okay, no spoiler. I'm gonna go to it, but unarm attack time is good for Hollow Palm now. Revise the numbers enemy required to be surround no longer reduce the required numbers of enemy below 1. Okay, so that means constricting commands nerf. You always need an enemies nearby. This is actually quite a big nerf because the actual constricting commands, right? The nearby is just very small. It's actually not that big. So before you can just kind of run around the map, now you need to actually be very close to a monster. Rage regenerations, pause rage decay, similar to gaining rage. It means your rage will never decay while it's regens. Okay, that's good. That's buff. All rage spending cost has been changed to 10. Not sure how that changed. Physical damage reductions from armors no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. Mostly targets at preventing case when multi-hitting a player could deal 0 damage to armor monster at low level. Wait, so it's... Okay, so instead of doing 0 damage, we are doing 1 damage. Okay, that's nice. That's a good change. That's a big buff. It goes from 0 to 1. Igniting aura effect, including ignited ground, no longer applies infinite ignite. Oh, I remember we used to play Ignite build in 0.2 with Demon Form. That was pretty cool. They apply regular ignites with standard durations and will reapply after they expire. So you can't consume it and then it reapply. Wait, 1 second. Reapply after they expire. If you force expire, you can do cast on ignite, right? Oh, with the aura. Okay, but they did change it to flammability, so it's not like Eason. Infinite damage buff to tiny hits. Oh, it's the like one monster that can be damaged with projectile. Well, was it? It was not armor though. It was specifically against projectile damage that you do 0 damage. Wait, Wind Ward has been removed. What is that? I don't even play Deadeye, so less damage. But wait, it's actually does Deadeye attack these? Like these are pretty good. That's 30% less damage. So it prevents one shots. Now it's gone. Bullseye is now cold shots. Bullseye applies 10 critical weakness, previously 5. So they buffing this. Mirage Deadeye Ascendancies, which grants Mirage Deadeye meta skills. Firing a ranged anti-projectile crit and Mirage that use socketed attack. Wait, so this was a support gems. So they making the Mirage support into Deadeyes, okay. They want more Deadeye to get one shot. I mean, that makes sense, right? Was kind of broken. With tailwinds and less damage, you can kind of zoom without ever worry about dying, especially if you go for like hybrids, ES and evasions. So it was a bit too broken. Yeah, so they're moving Mirage Spirit Gems into the Deadeye's meta skills. Yeah, contagions remove. Okay, they talk about this. Running assaults also grants cannot be heavy stuns. Wait, cannot be heavy stuns while sprinting? That's good, right? So like what? You can just sprint forever? Wait, it's actually a really good buff. Wait, what was it before? Running assaults not affected by slow effects, right? Less movement speed penalty from using skills. Okay, so this change. I'm not sure if that's like. I'm not sure if that's worth like 1 ascendancy point, but it's a good change. Heavy stun, the trip that kill you. Yeah. It's that one. I think heavy stun is the one when you were like running and then you got hit and then you like fall to the ground, right? Have Seeker multi-choice ascendancy passives with Path of the Warriors can allocates passive from warrior starting points. Wait, this is Scions. Can allocates passive from sorcerer. Okay, what does that open up? That's actually insane. Wait, so what do you get? Like you get a bunch of like projectiles and stuff over here, and then you can do what? You can start over here as well. Wait, can you play werewolf with that? You can play wolf, right? You can play bleed wolf. Like okay, so 1 sec. Wait, but you can't play bleed wolf because you don't have the ascendancy boy. Incinerate PF? Yeah, not a lot of people playing that anyway. But you can play Bleed Bill, and then you can go over here and take some wolf notes. But then if you don't have Blood Mage, then you can't really bleed with Blood Bab, so would be insane if it was on Blood Mage. But what can we cook with that? I don't know. We'll see. But that's interesting. This is like the most interesting thing so far. I don't know why it has to be on a Pathfinder though. Poison Wolf? Okay, so Poison Wolf, do we benefits from like starting over here? I guess we can, right? We play Poison Wolf then? But it's ice damage, it's not physical damage. It has to be physical and chaos damage. Wait, what about Ignite? we can convert ignite to physical damage. Or I mean chaos damage. If we stand on the witch area, right? And take this, convert wait, it's like convert fire spell. Shouldn't work. Okay, so no idea yet. Wait, attributes, passive skills grants additional options. Wait, what? Oh, okay, so you can ignore attributes and you get 5% increased damage. Wait, you have, so like you have options? For example, you can choose 1, 2, 3, right? And then you have 3 more choice? Well, that isn't that broken? Cost efficiency. Right, I feel like cost efficiency is like crazy. It's an increase as well, so can you like run around with skill that like do I don't know, like cost like zero mana? Can you scale this to like 100%? That's only 20 notes. That's only 20 of these attribute notes, and you get 100% cost efficiency. Is that crazy? And then global defense. Wait, Pathfinder might actually be hidden OP. Okay, good thing they're reworking Amazon, because Elemental Search was like so stupid. It was kind of bad last week. Now provides when you consume a chart, trigger Elemental Search again. 3 lightning search. Wait, what was it before? When you consume a power chart, trigger Elemental Search. When you consume a charge. So any charge. With Elemental Search. Surging Avatar. Oh, so they changed this one too. Wait, where is it? Now provides when you consume a charge, any charge, right? Triggers Elemental Search to gain 3 lightning search. That's like for 3 attack. And then this one, when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Search to gain 2 cold, lightning, and fire. So that's 6 search. Wait, is that broken? Wait, Lightning Spear Amazon might actually be back. Be back, holy. Poison Wolf with that big fist hammer? Bro, Nif, you need talisman. Hey, what do you mean? To turn into a wolf, you need to be using a talisman. So you can't use a hammer. Ritualist. Stolen modifiers, they're still going with this. Corrupted Life Force also give you deal 15% more damage to enemies affected by blood, but okay, like, as a buff to AFK build. Amazon Druid might be good. Actually, yeah. Cause you can gain charge, right? You can gain charge on Druid. Is it like specific to bear form? Okay, we'll just keep going on. We'll just keep reading and then we'll come back. Warping Drow, I don't care. Titans don't really care. Blood Mage, Whisper of the Flesh. Also grants target cursed by you have 100%. Okay, what? Oh, this one. Enemy curse have life reserve. Okay, that's not really interesting. You want to see Titans? Okay, we'll go back up a bit. Surprising strengths has been removed. What's that? Okay, we'll go through everything. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna skip this one. Oh, Loki, this one was pretty strong. More damage against heavy stuns, and it was pretty strong for that build that Pauser was running. Because he stunned enemies, so it's like a nerf to that Tempest Flurry walling thing that he was playing. Crushing impacts now grants 25% more damage against heavy stuns. Oh, okay, so it moved. Okay, so this one moved over here. Okay, so it's actually a buff, not a nerf. Add a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy points, which grants every thud slams, doesn't require fissures. I don't play slam build, so I don't understand this. Be quiet, crushing impacts. Doesn't create fissures, which you use has 1 additional aftershocks. It's just like huge AoE and good for slam build. Hey San, what's up? They nerfed your Titan build. Did you play Fisher build? Last night, what's Karn build with Shield Wall was pretty broken. I thought that was low key pretty broken. But that's like the only build on Titans that I think was like really good. Smith. I don't know if I wanna do Smith. Okay. Okay, Warbingers, let's see. Grants fully broken armors. You inflict with all damage taken from hits instead. What was it before? You can break enemies' ammo to below 0. Okay, so this node was low-key bug, like broken. And that it didn't actually work. So now it grants fully broken ammo you inflict. Increase all damage taken from hits. Doesn't really say how much. Ancestral Wuhan minion summons by notable now consistently hit close-up enemies. That was like a buff to Warbringer totem deals. Smith of Kitawa would go hard with bear forms. Or SC. Armor is good. They already confirmed, right? Armor is good with bear forms. Cause your body armor grants 60% glory generations. Horn damage, holy. Any Taurus LG? Wait, what's that emote? Bro, I put out my own emotes. %30 increased spirit. The fire spell on melee hits grants Heat of the Forge. Snow melee when triggerings. Temper weapons. Cost no mana. Deal more damage. Wait, temper weapons. Can you like temper weapons and then turn into a bear? Or like, can the bear use hammer and the forge? That would be funny. Bro, that's the one we're in. Fire spell on melee, it's gonna be fun, yeah. Wait, temper weapons works with bear, right? The bear is kinda hammers? Right. I think that's will be fun. The bear smithing, that would be so funny. I think they should do it. Wait, what if GGG committed to it? That's gonna save Smith of Kitawa. As a maze, now has a cooldown of 6 seconds for slams. Manifest weapons. Now change target less frequently and thus spend more time actively attacking. Quarter stabs. sweep slams. Beer fix the bugs when damage deals dashings. Couldn't cover the full distance. I think the manifest weapon is kinda low-key bad. Hapasiator, thanks for the follows. Blood Mage, okay, we already read that. Some Weavers. Refracted infusions. When collecting elemental infusions, grant different elemental infusions. Okay. Oh, that was 100%. Wait, so you just automatically grant, like, you just get elemental infusion, double the infusions. That's like massive buff, I think. So if you get 190 total spirits, that's Smith spirit notes equal to T1 spirits on boy hammers. So that actually might be good. Stone Weaver is gonna be crack. I actually think. Wait, refracts infusion. Is this 2 points or 1 point? It's like 2 point, right? Wait, it's one. Wait, it's your first ascendancies. Wait, so actually might be crack because you get Yeah, that's easy way for you to get elemental infusion early on. So you can play Frostbomb and Spark, I think, or maybe Arc. Might actually save the early game step source. Some recollections now grant remnants that can be collected from 50% further away. Also grants, okay, so what is it before? Yeah, buffing it. Remnants you create reappear once. Okay, so let's like double the remnants. And then a bit more QL for that. Multiplying Squalls now grants +2 to limits of elemental skills. This one. This one limits. I don't know, I thought this one was pretty weak. This one was only being used on the Elemental Storm setups. You want to go Smith, but not sure what skill to use. We don't know what skill to use. We'll get there. +2. Okay, so basically more Elemental Storm. So Storm Weaver massive buff, I would say. Okay, Chronomancers. Wait, what? Just kidding. Okay, we'll read it. Inevitable Agony granted by Inevitable has been updated. Now ignore curse limits. Wait, just ignore? So you have like whisper, like, wait, what? Oh, it's just ignore for this particular skill. What is even the skills? I didn't even like read it. I think it was like you cast a curse and then the damage is stored and then it's explode, right? So basically it's ignore curse limits. Curse target. Okay, so as I explained, curse target take 50% hit damage. The wild curse. And then when curse expire. Firstly 20%. Scaling to 33%. Now it's just straight up 50%. Okay, so still useless, I guess. Bro, it sucks for Chronomancers. Chronomancer is such a cool idea. Like, they need to give Chronomancer some sort of, like, I don't know, damage? I mean, not even as, like, a support ascendancies, right? I guess it's just, Apex at the moment, and then Blasphemy support with, like, the Temporal Chain. But beside that, I mean, don't really benefit from anything. Isn't there's a unique bear items with glory gains? I think there might be. Let's take a look at this. Okay, let's look at should we look at this first? This one, right? Wait, this one is wolf. There's nothing for bear. Okay, we'll take a look at this later. Gemling Legionnaires, okay. +1 per 3. Okay, so then wait, it's a buff. But no one really uses it, right? It's like an easy way to get like plus maximum goal resist and also you can like combo that with I think this one also give maximum res. Oh no, it's just maximum other stuff. But there's like more way to get to the 90%, not as smith. Grant you a charge once every 5 seconds. Okay, 5 seconds might be okay. Before a second was just way too long. Yeah, but like this game is a solo game pretty much. So I rather they make Chronomancer better for solo than for party, I don't know. Oh wait, Tacticians. This is what I'm planning to... Well, not like planning, but like this is what I'm interested in playing. So, supporting fire skills granted by Elvish Hell, okay, has been updated. Okay, it's a buff, right? Okay, death from above, 20 seconds, okay. So that's like... It's actually massive. Because if you think about it, you can use it on every packs. Right? And this skill's actually numerical, it's already pretty good, in my opinions. It doesn't show here, but numerical, I thought I saw the numbers in 0.3, actually. It's already pretty good. Now, so if you get this to 20 seconds, it's like basically you use it for every pack, so yeah, not bad. It also buff, okay, so Firewall is every 0.7, so like more than twice as often. It fires 6 volley total, so it's like 50% increase in the number of volleys. Now also have bigger AoE. With bigger AoE, just bigger AoE, right? Attack damage is now 763. Okay, so previously 1000. Okay, so yeah, I saw the number was like 1000. So that was pretty good, but they nerfed that. But then we're getting more volleys and then a cooldown. So I think it's actually playable. It's a playable ascendancy points now. Del Totem Tactician, look nuts. Yo, Travik, thanks for the raids. Welcome, guys. We excited, we're nervous, we're scared. I don't want to like spoil you, because wait, aren't you supposed to like going through the patch note right now, or are you going through it later? I don't want to spoil you, because yeah, but so far we're really excited for the patch, and I think I'm gonna try to like make the wolf build works on one of these ascendancies. You went through it with that fast? Patch note is like 30 minutes. It has to be like 30 minutes. You already went through it? It'll spend like 5 hours? Okay, I'm gonna spend like half hours just reading. At least I want to read through all the ascendancies, and then we'll look at skills. We did Control F, like we look for lightning arrows, and then I guess we log out. Tactician looks fun. I mean, this one looks usable. Right, Artillery Ballista no longer grants a 40% increase in mobilization build-ups, now 20% increased skill speeds. Okay, so let's buff to Artillery Ballistas. Such a bait skill, it's kind of bait me last week. Siege Ballista no longer grants 50%, okay, it's just 20% more damage, okay. Against immobilized enemy. Wait, so it's 20%, 35% more instead of increase. Control F Twister no buff lock in. Twister is bursted, right? It's already really strong. I'll take a look at Twister. I don't think I will play, but wind type? For what? Is there something you can combo? Oh, it's a wind attack. So there's like support gem for wind. It's just wind type. That's cosmetic change. We get Fan the Flames. Messiah's Rejoicing, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna play, like... I mean, I'm not playing sand build, right? So... Most of the blaster, they pick a build they really like and save, and then they just play it, so just to make sure they have blast. And he's a Magic Fire and Blaster, so... Messiah, so, I'm not surprising if he's gonna play Twister. It's a good build anyway. Alright, so back to Tacticians. Siege Ballista. Okay, so I mean, might be actually be usable, but yeah. Don't think I'm getting baited again. So Mortal Cannons grant 25% damage gain as 5 from 50. Wait, it's buff, guys. We might do Mortal Cannons. It's actually buff. Spell totems to the embarkment auras. Spell totems grants 50% increase critical hit chance. So we play any cold spell with this, and then we get like really good crit chance. Spell totems. Okay, so if we're playing the spell totems, could we like do like arc? Cause it's a projectile spell, so we get benefits from this. Don't know if I want to play spell totems arc. How do you get charge if you are playing arc? It's a bit cold, right? Because the main thing is like you have to get like power charge, otherwise you can't use your totems. We could get frenzy charge, and then we convert to power charge. But then we need to like path all the way up here. So I don't think it's like an early game build either way. But you can play Tacticians, and then you have like Pin, right? And then Pin build Frenzy Charge and into Power Charge, and then you can have like a really good Spell Totems arc. You need to set up, yeah. Yeah, I saw Traffic blasting with that last week. Yeah, Twister build is strong. Yeah, you need setups. So like, if you're playing Spell Totems on Tacticians, I think the way to do it is... Let me think. Okay, so... Skill use bad totems. Only use... Okay, so I don't like... They don't touch this. They didn't touch this. This was like the biggest thing. Because I ended up didn't really like this, so we just like by default just have one less totems. Like for sure you want to click this, right? If you're playing Arc. 4 different class all using Constricting Command. Okay, Constricting Command's got kind of like massive nerf, to be honest. It doesn't go below 1, so you have to be like right next to the monster, because nearby is just very close. Anyway, so you take that. And then you take these, I guess. The banner doesn't give spell damage, so unless something changed and we don't want to click that, so we just go for this. Yeah, so Arc Totems on Tactician, I think it's gonna work. Because you already have access to a lot of projectile damage over here. I don't know if it can chain from terrains, but like you get like a bunch of this, so you can go early. You can go early crossbow, right? I think like early caster is just weaker than attack. And you already have access to a bunch of blinding node over here. It's just the problem is like you have to path, right? If you want to make it works, unless there's like better way to do this, you want to like path all the way for resonance, which is also a lot of points. So like you want to take that as well. Yeah, that's like 44 levels. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. But that's what happened when you want to play something off meta. Because you require setups for spell totem. It's not like PoE 1, right? Which is what I don't like. You want to get baited by oracles? Okay, let's see. Wishbane now has enemy maximum concentration equal to 30%. I think that's a buff. But they say this is a buff, okay. Just to make sure. This one grant sorcery words also protect against physical and chaos damage. Wait, was it just elemental damage before? Wait, that's a massive buff. Okay, that's a massive buff for sorcery word. Actually, it is a buff. Okay, Invoker. I actually never play a lot of Invokers, but less evasion ratings. Wait, that's a buff. Invoker is already in a good spot, I think, but I guess they're like buffing ascendancy points across the board. Which I like because I mean Invokers I mean they just gotta buff it, right? Because I do think ascendancy points is a bit too weak. Or was a bit too weak. Meta skills have 50% increased reservation efficiency. With no additionally grants. Meta skills grant more energies. Okay, so that's good, right? For any kind of like cast on build. That's nice. That's way too strong. Yeah, I think that's way too strong. Wait, is that way too strong or not? 50% increase on top of the other mana skills. I mean, yeah. It's just like lower the gear requirements a little bit. Yeah, yeah, you have like more, I mean, I guess better, it's better for gearing. Shocking and igniting now grants 1 unbound furies, previously 2, so it's a nerf. Oh, but there's no more limits on this. Wait, that's actually might be Broken's cast on ailments. So there's no limitations. Might be Broken's. Okay, it's Acolyte of Chayula. It's numerical, right? Double the effects. Double the leech. Last 8 seconds. Plus 10 to maximum darkness. Darkness was such a bad mechanics. I don't think anyone is using it. Cooldown 4 seconds. Grasp of the Void. Okay, that's like, is it like double the damage? Almost double the damage. 3 cooldown chargers. Numerical buff to Chalupa, but I don't think nothing changed too much. With the additional of Druids, we added 250 new passive skills. Oh boys. gonna have fun when we look at the passive skill trees data mine. Flammability magnitudes on passive skill trees been increased massively. They're buffing Ignite. I thought Ignite was not in like a bad spot either way. It was just like unconventional. But then, like, it's massive buff to Ignite. Buffing Elemental Archon. Okay, Hollow Pumps. Let's see. Grants 1% more attack speed. Per 75? Wait, that's like a massive nerf. Unarmed attack times. Okay, so they're giving you more attacks. I mean, it's a nerf to, like, I guess late game Hollow Pump, so they kind of like giving Hollow Pump more front load. It's like you're getting more front loaded for Hollow Pump, so Hollow Pump might legit be pretty good for leveling. I don't know if I'm actually gonna go through all of this, which is let's go to the skill gems. Okay, so let's go to the big one. Walk of the Wells, remove from the passive skill trees. Move on to a new lineage support. Okay, so we're losing this. Alright, so this one was a pretty good spot to like change the keystones back when I was playing the Molten Blast build. Because we get access to one of these node over here. This one, right? Yeah. We tell. Okay, so we lose this one. Then we just loses keystones. Hopefully they put some other useless keystone there. It's just better for leveling? Yeah, it's gonna be your twin leveling setups, yep. How much? I don't know. It's crazy, like, yeah, Evoker's got, like, buff, and Cholula, I guess, we'll see. Crimson Assault Keystone now grants 50% more magnitude of bleeding you inflict. Actually, I don't know if any build used this one. I don't know if any build used Crimson Assault just because of the downside, but yeah. 50% more magnitude is nice. Passive skill that grants reduced movement speed penalty from skills have been moving while moving on the passives have had their values lower. Okay. No, passive on the tree grants the stat to make up for some of this. Oh, more passive. Oh, so they are nerfing the Lich crossbow build, right? So you need to like take more. You need to take more reduce move speed penalty, but then you can still reach 100%, right? So nerfing it that a little bit, but that build was like crazy expensive anyway. Okay, yeah, new attack area of effects cluster on the with monk. Okay, monk, not druid. This monk need more AoE. 2 projectile speed cluster to the passive skill near mercenary. Okay. Not sure we need that. The bow cluster. Surpassing chance to fire additional arrows. What is surpassing chance? It's like more chance or like or additional arrows because that's like a buff again to bow. Self-ignite sim farmers. Yeah, it's probably better, right? If I have to guess. They said they're buffing it, so self-ignite sim farmer might actually be good. The only thing I don't like about that build is maybe It's not like 100% AFK, because, I mean, you can still self-ignite, but the ignite can run out if you don't refresh it fast enough. Then again, I don't know. I think that's a better build than the version I have on the like sim. So we'll see. Added a new class, new witch and monk who remnant attractions. What does it do? Does it say okay? Principal infusions have remnants can be collected some. Okay, so previously 20k. So buffing, pretty much buffing like the Revens and like setups on the Stormweaver or sorcerers. New mods for bows. Okay, they really like bows, huh? Okay, so just remnant pickup range. So massively improve QOL for like the caster build. It's kind of nice. Should I play a class like caster build like Stormweaver Arc? Stormweaver Arc might actually be nice. Wait, they're nerfing instackers. PO power notable no longer grants 2% increase. Now it's 10% more maximum lightning damage. Yo, rip. Wait, no more instacks. This one was like the instack notes. It's just 10% more maximum lightning damage, so that's like equal to this one. Wait, it's not even equal to this one. What? This one get 15 and it only costs you like 5 points. This one costs, okay, also 5 points, but it's only 10%. Yeah, let's ditch. They remove additional arrows modifier, so they replace it with surpassing chance. Okay. Oh, chance to fire additional arrow, yeah. Renamed Tandem Assault to Hunting Companions. No change. Man, we're not like halfway through the Passionate Holy. Okay, I get to hurry ups. Crescendo, now intelligence support gems. How does that works? That's for the monk skills. She missed the Wildstorm. Oh, Kinako, what's up? Wildstorm also get nerfed. Back to 10%. Did I miss it? Oh, this one. Okay. Wildstorm no longer grants 15%. 4% damage as extra on lightning. I mean, it's not bad, but it's like dash to instackers. Not my problem though. Okay, Atelier Bloodlettings now grants 2% extra fizz per 20 life cost. Up to 40% and no longer have a cost multiplier. Okay, so they did nerf it. There was like cost multiplier for this, so you could scale this to way too much and then you just recoup, and then it's just like, I mean, that was broken, right? So yeah, obviously this one is not the same. You'll make caster great again. Then buffing all this, so 40% fire as extra chaos is really good. These are already good gems. Like, these gems are already good. I think these gonna be good, right? If you want to play, for example, like Wolf Bill, and then you have this, and then you can play Wolf Poisons, because you get like extra chaos damage. And then you can force more chaos damage. Fist as extra chaos damage, also good. This one is like the most expensive one out of all of these gems. Someone have the link, please? This one is from PoE website. Just go on PoE. They make a post about the new patch notes. Chaos Herald Ice Loop still alive? Chaos Herald Ice Loop? Was that like a legit build? Because I don't think I remember that build. Is that Herald Ice explode? So Herald Ice explodey and then do chaos damage and then into more poisons? And then poison prolife? That's interesting. Wait, we can play that for Wolf? I have to look at that interactions. Maybe we can do that for Wolf. Right, so I'll keep note of that. I'm a break hero buys. Using chaos. Yeah, there's support gems for poisons. So poison armor break. Gotta be poison, right? Okay, I'll make note of this, so I'll take a look at that later. Einhar? Wait, Einhar what? Wait, where does it come from? Is this a new gems? 2 of the modifiers for 5 minutes? Excuse me? Wait. Killing blows from support skills against random. Wait, is that like mini headhunter with 5 minutes? What do you mean? But I guess the cap is 2, right? But 5 minutes is insane from 40 seconds. But I guess you can only get 2 modifiers. 5 minutes from 40 seconds is insane. Surely nerf before launch? I mean, why not? Like, I mean, why would they nerf it? They already make it like... I mean, it's probably gonna be capped to only 2 modifiers, so yeah. And you can only use one of these gems anyway. It's lineage support gems. Zarok refrains now support spell echo 3 times. Okay, so needed buff because this one was in that show. Echoes from support spell grants 40% increase effects. Okay. I mean, I did see they have the spell totem cast this. So if someone like we can bypass the cooldown, or like, you know, if we can put like multiple totems down and then you can have the support gems and maybe good for the ice meteors. But Mesh not get smacked, but Invoker did. Wait, Invoker the buff. Invoker the massive buff. Well, not massive, right? But for cast and crits or like cast and ailment build. Oh yeah, Blood Mage didn't get changed. Yeah, Blood Mage got like 1-9. Okay, yeah, Blood Mage didn't get shit patch at all. So I guess like if the safe, like if you want to be safe, we can still play Bleed Mage. So I actually think Bleed Mage is not bad at all. It's like small period where Bleed Mage is kind of weak for the early game, but I guess we can just hope like we play a crossbow skill to carry. Living Lightning has a cooldown count of 8. Is that a nerf? No one was using the skills anyway. Living Lightning attack now deals the same amount of damage as each hit in the chain. Previously, erroneously dealing less damage per subsequent hit in the chain, so it's like a buff, right? Don't know if I use any of this. Okay, Nova projectiles. This is what we are using. Support skill to gain 6 additional projectiles, less damage. Oh, they added Nova projectile too. So it gains 6 additional projectiles. Nova projectile no longer costs skill to gain 4 additional projectile. All supported skills deal 40% less damage. It apply cooldown times with some Molten Blast Bill is rip. Roll. They kill it. Yeah, so we no longer get additional projectiles. And then, yeah, basically we no longer get additional projectiles, so it's like, you need to get additional projectiles somewhere, but we can't really get to that level that we can before. But if we use this, and then there's like a 8-second cooldown, okay, so that's like a doom. What the hell? That's like an insane downside. Nobody's gonna use this slow shits. Like, what? It's 8 seconds on top of 50% less damage? What skill are we gonna use then? No skill, pretty much. Why would this be a good change? I don't get it. But I guess, like, you can use Arc, right? Nova projectiles, you can still use Arc. Additional projectiles, you can have, like, Wild Shark support any spells, right? So maybe Nova projectiles only work on, like, spell projectiles, but not the others. So yeah, Nova projectiles, maybe Arc. Damn, that's pretty, that's a doomer. Ice Fragment don't overlaps. Alright, let me see. Oh, it's no longer overlaps, but they buff numbers, right? Frozen Manable monster can once again no longer be bound as Spectre or Tame Beast. Yo, goodbye, little friends. We used to run this on Molten Blast build. Bro, they nerfed Molten Blast build pretty much. So yeah, that was a rip. We can no longer have fun. Alright, Chain 1 support no longer grants Chain 100% more times. Now it grants deal 30% less damage with hits. Wait. So what does it do? No longer grants Chain 100% more times? So it just grants 30% less damage with hits? Bro, what are these wording, man? Does it mean it's just have downside for now? Just like I guess wait, chain 2 previously 1, now 2. Okay, so I guess this chain 1 is just one chain, right? 50% less damage. No longer support skill. Okay, so that's like, okay, so chain more time with no less damage. Combinations. Okay, so it has a cap mail, so no more one-shot build for monk. They have AI doing these, hence the wording. Actually, I have high hope that GGG doesn't do that, because their wordings are very good. Yeah, so this one probably +1. That's what I meant, yeah. So it has a +1 before, with 100% more time, so now it's just like +1. Combinations, yeah, so this one was how the monk are able to use like Thunderfall to one-shot boss. Now basically it's gone, right? So no more stacking combos to like, I don't know, hundreds. Stonefire support. Okay, so this one where Ignite can't be expire, or what? Oh, it's shock and the expire, okay. Now cause enemy shock by support skills to take percentage of Ignite damage as lightning damage. Wait, so you basically you play Ignite Bill, and then if you can shock, you just like default to do more damage. Like percentage Ignite rate, so actually it might be a usable support for Ignite Bill. Living Lightning's attack. Okay, so we already read that. Will Cry, I don't know how to play, I don't care. Yeah, I don't play any slam build, so I have no opinions on that. Frozen Mandibles, Doom. Buff, Summon Spectres, okay. So more minions buff. Actually, I mean, I would not mind playing a Spectre build in PoE 2 if there's like some interesting Spectres. I already know, like, in 0.3 there's like a bunch of already good like Summon Spectre build that people are playing. Power skill movement has been adjusted to reduce case where players successfully use a skill but fail to hit the enemies after dashings. Thistle Ice Fragments. Which part is buffing like Cold Rangers? The per target hits limits on Firesome, Icesom, Rain of Arrows, Hailstorm has now display. So that's not a buff. Whirlwinds now take on elements of overlapping elemental grounds for 8 seconds. Fix the following skills have modifiers to limits. That was not described, okay, but we already know that. Acidic concoctions can no longer consume point. Okay, so they nerfed that brokens, I guess bug or brokens or whatever. Well, that's a very good, but visual healing, yeah, Valgas, yeah, it's one of the first Spectre build that actually is good, right? Consume poisons, not trigger acidic breaths from, yeah, Vine Arrow, so like more Vine Arrows, like Vine Arrow is such a broken skills that it was like broken when we played that Choromancer's build, and then it's still being nerfed in 0.3 with like broken interactions. It's kind of crazy. Hopefully we get more Vine Arrow broken in interaction, that would be funny. Just delete Vine Arrow, that's right, yeah. Broken every times. Invocation skill now have 0.2 second cooldowns. Freezing Salvos now offer as tier 3 skill gems. Wait, Arc now has a 50% increased magnitude of shock inflict. Instead of 50% more magnitude of shock inflict. I'm not sure how that changed in the grand scheme of things. But no, it's not always like good, right? If you have like many sources of like increase, it could be also like pretty good in terms of like ailments. Arctic Hammers, okay. Nerf. Wait, why are they nerfing it? So they're nerfing damage per stage, scaling to... Wait, they're nerfing it. 100% more freeze build-ups. 100% more magnitude of chill. Because I guess ripped the whatever Thorn build that using this. Nerf, right? Arctic Hammers. Ascendancies now reserve 30 spirits. Previously 60. Another nerf to the Taurus. Holy. It's just a joke, by the way. He's actually a very dedicated PoE 2 player. Bold Lightnings. Any change to this? So like buffing it, I think. It's buffing numericals. This is usually play with lightning warps, right? But now bolt lightning could actually be good. Just by itself. Yeah, he's a cool guy. Yeah, I mean, happens. Crush out, got baited by Route 2. cast on minion death, now reserves 30 spirits. Okay, charge regulations. Okay, this is interesting. No longer grants skill speed while having frenzy. Oh, it's no longer more. It now grants 24 to 25 increased speed, skill speed when you have a frenzy charge. Not sure if that's better. I guess that's like worse for, I don't know, accuracy seekers, but better for anything else. Comets. Okay, so comets buff. Comets buff. That's interesting. I mean, this is already pretty strong. No one was playing this like this. I mean, no one was playing this, right? Because we have explosive shots. Explosive shot is just like way better than this. So like buffing it by, I don't know, like minuscule amounts is not gonna change it. Disengage and now grant 2 frenzy charge on consuming the parry debuff. 3 frenzy charge, okay. Can you like I guess you can, it's one of the way to reliably get power like frenzy charge, right? Could play this with totems. Crash out moments, now he's part of the meme. Big enough to arc minions got massive cast on minions, death and tech rot. Minion got massive buff with cast on minion, death and tech rots. Actually, I don't play minions, so I don't really understand that, but yeah. Elemental conflux, reservations, 60 instead of hundreds. Okay, that's a big buff. I like elemental conflux. And you definitely can use this on the Stormweaver. Clickbait about Raise Gaming. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they just one clicked. Happens. I mean, they do that for like every game, and it just get like such a big I don't know, like negativity from the PoE community, because PoE community are not used to that. You know, that's right. Going in and say everything's best. Any build using electrocuting arrows? I thought this one was one of like the more interesting skills that no one used, but I thought it was interesting. And now it's got buff, so I think it might get play. Buffing escape shots. Explosive spear. Burst on limits, okay. Bro, I actually think spear might be back. Spear and Amazon might be back. Stack up armor scraps for sales. That's a crazy tips. That's a bit of a rich, to be honest. But yeah, clickbaits, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Fangs of Winter. Fangs of Winter. I have Winters first, actually. I projectiles, not sure very much longer distance. Cooldown's 10 seconds. Oh, it's okay. I was reading Explosive Spear, so I was saying like Explosive Spear is a pretty good skill to use early on. Frenzy Charge and Pile Explosion deals crazy amount of damage, actually. It's already good before, right? It's getting buff, and you're getting +1. This one, it might actually be insane. You get +1, you get buff damage, and now has 100% increased ignite effect, right? Before it's like 0. And then explosion length also increase with levels. So it's easier to hit on boss. You know what? I actually think explosive spears and then lightning spear might actually be back. And then we play that on the Amazon once again, and it's 0.2. Should we do that? Penguin Frost, more freeze build ups. Like my issues with freeze build is that there's like internal cooldown, so like you can't continuously freeze, so rip freezing Mark Hero of Ice explosions. Flame Blast cooldowns 10 seconds. Fragmentation rounds, okay. This one had Bolt pierce 2 enemies. Scaling to Bolt pierce 5 targets. At gem level 24. Wait, what? Gem level 24? Previously 2 at all gems level. Base projectile speed also has been increased. Wait, scaling to Bolt pierce 5 targets. And then we get to gems level 24. Is that too specific to just like a single ascendancies? Freezing Mark no cause explosions, okay. Buff grant extra cold damage until you mark another target, okay, it's kinda dead. Ditch. Any spell attack that doesn't need to aim. Let me think. Yo, what's up, Dome Doey? What's up? How am I feeling today? I'm feeling good. It's good patch. Hi. I'm thinking a lot on what build I want to play. Reading the patch note right now. I mean, it doesn't need to aim, right? Before it used to be Molten Blast, right? Oh, Molten Strike. Is it Molten Blast or Strike? I think it's Molten Blast. With Nova projectiles. Now they kinda nerfed it, so maybe Arc? Y Shard and stuff. So far, all skills you want to aim, I guess. Like, maybe you want to play Spark. Yeah, Frost Mode, Snake Spit, Y Shard is a good one, but then Snake Bait is so expensive. I mean, that's not gonna be an option. Frozen Locust no longer deal 80% less damage if destroyed within 0.5 seconds. Look like ES is gonna be a thing again. I mean, we kind of passed that because I think we're in a good spot in terms of defensive. So it's like it's not like ES gonna pass that, right? But then you get to like crazy ES amount, yeah. But in the early to mid game, it's a bit more balanced. Okay, so they're buffing Frozen Locust. Ice Crystal no longer has collisions. Hidden less damage taken from allies, so it's easier to blow it up. Instead in a hidden more damage taken from monster and the life has been greatly increased at lower level. She has been made to make Frozen Locust stronger with things that skill off Ice Crystal life, keeping the amounts of damage to destroy the crystal from both blade and monster roughly the same. It's basically a buff, actually, because Frozen Locust is a pretty good skill to level early on. Gathering some perfect timing window has been increased, okay? Much higher dash range. Shockwaves now have maximum 20 shockwave per use. With 20 instead of 8. Quality now provide +8, previously 2. Wait, that's a massive buff, right? Gathering Storm. You know what? Should we there's actually, I don't know if I should be saying this, but Wait, no, I'm not gonna say this now, but let's wait for like the patch, or like very close to the release dates, and then we can talk about it. This might actually be broken. Don't really care about ghost stems. Glacial Cascade. Glacial Lens, okay. Frenzy Charge and Power Explosion deals more damage. Attack speed buff, so basically just numerical buff. Okay, so this was an interesting one, okay? Because I saw this in the trailer. They were playing volatility stacking with Hailstorm Realm, and then I see that the skills, they keep using it. So like you can spam this. Little Lazy is a Hexblast buff enough for sighting. I didn't read to the Hexblast yet, so soon. Oh, right here. Okay, so Hailstorm stuff 40 to 50. Okay, so it's like double, and now has attack damage of a bit less, right, for balancing. 150% more reload speed. Previously 100%. So basically, they are trying to make this spammable, which I see that in the like teasers announcement, you can actually spam it. Might actually be good. Arrow of Thunders now have attack damage. Okay, so nerf. Hex Blast, okay. Now has a maximum 10 explosion per cast. Previously 3. The problem is not how many explosions. The problem is like you can't spam it. Explosions just add AoE, right? But the problem is that you can't spam it anymore. Yeah, so I don't know. Same thing. If you want to play Hex Blast, you still need something else. Ice Nova. Don't think it's great. Ice Sharps. Numerical buff. Big explosions, I don't think it's gonna be viable still. Cone angle increase. Okay, so like kind of buff to Ice Shard. Ice Shard is already good, and then cone angle increase just gonna give like better AoE. Ice Tips arrow has durations of 20 seconds, previously 8. Okay, so that's like big buff. Ice Fragment explosions 1.8. Yeah, but it doesn't overlap, so 1.8 doesn't really change too much. And power attack also grants 100% physical damage convert to cold damage. We'll have to see, but it's not gonna like revive like Cold Ranger. Cold Ranger is still gonna be good at AoE, and it's questionable for single target damage. Yo Zen, thanks for the primes. 2 months. The Hex Blast damage is not a problem. The problem is like you can't spam it. Cone angle. Cone angle is just like it's go wider, right? So when you shot at targets and the arrow's gonna split like in a cone. So you have bigger cones, so more AoE. It's like Frostblade. Are they doing 2 gifted sub reward again? No, that's not. Yeah, no. It's probably they're gonna do it on League launch. So like in 7 days. Today it's just watch the stream and get drops. Incinerates, okay. Additionally deals more damage. So you get more damage. Buff to incinerates, okay. Incendiary shots now consume 15 heat to gain more ignite magnitude. Previously 30 heat to gain 50% more ignite magnitude. So massive buff to this. The way we gain heat is from rubbish shots, right? So you get heat from throwing grenades. I guess we do rapid shots, and then we do incendiary shots, and then if the ignite spreads, it could be a pretty good early game setups. Most likely I'm gonna play a class, or like ascendancies, that use weapons for early games. Grenades consume heats, yeah, but like, how to, like, we're talking about how to gain heats. So gain heats, source some heats, I guess, from rapid shots. I'm not sure if there's any other source that give heats to your weapons. Okay, it's only rapid shots, okay. So it's like rapid shots and incendiary shots. Man, my voice cracking, yeah, talk too much. Anyway, we're almost done, I think. Okay, lightning arrow would read that. Killing palms, grant power charge. Quickly dash and strike additional valid targets. Wait, that's pretty nice. If we do something like put monster in call range, and then we can do like chain kill with killing palm and get like a bunch of power charge. Lightning rods, limits of active lightning rods, now 10. Oh, I didn't read this. Okay, so that's like half the damage. Will the LA lightning rod be okay? Is Fabian okay? Lightning warps, explosion and shock radius now 3 meters. Okay, so nerf a little bit. Oh, it's only ground though. 8 seconds instead of 10. If used on enemies that is not under cold threshold, is when I apply a debuff that will cause normal warping behavior automatically. If the enemies fall under the cold threshold while the debuff is active. So it's like a auto bomber. Is it auto bombers? Oh, but we have to use it, so it's not really auto bombers. I guess it's like nice QL, right? Lingering illusions now linger for 3 seconds. Wait, it's drop remnants? Wait, that's a nerf. Wait, that's like a massive nerf to lingering illusions. You'll rip. That's a rip, because I use this in my leveling setups, right? And with stopper remnants, you can't just like dodge roll and run. You have to come back and pick up the remnants with such. Like, it sucks. It sucks that you have to run back and pick up the remnants, so that's not good. Anyways, living bombs. Numerical buff. Magnetic Salvo. This one was interesting as well. It said like targets all the shocks enemies. With perfect striker buff. But this one was like already broken for levelings. Permafrost will now have projectile pierce 2 enemies. Yo, this is a massive buff. So before, this one doesn't pierce, so you need to like use pierce support, right? Now by default it also pierces 2 targets. That's crazy good. And then base projectiles increase. It has equal magnitude of chills, inflict as freeze build. Okay, so big buff to crossbow. We wanna play crossbow, then we're gonna play frostbolt and fragmented rail. Plasma blast now have 50% increase instead of more. Okay. Primo strike. It was Primo strike. Don't remember the skills. Is this like a spear skill? Is this the one that like call out like a bunch of animals? Plus 20. Okay, that's pretty good. And then the final hits in do elemental exposures. 50%. Oh, yo, that's a good buff. Which needs to shock enemy first, right? Grid of arrows now consume. Wait, now only consume one frenzy charge. Remove 50% more arrow per frenzy charge consumed. Now 50% more if a frenzy charge is consumed. So it might actually be pretty nice to play with this. I think it's spammable, right? You can play tacticians, random barrel. Wait, should we do that? Wait, we can play that, right? What is this gem tiers? Okay, so it deals such more damage. We just need to consistently consume frenzy charge. I don't think you need to aim wait, do you need to aim this one? Should have like PoE 2 DB open. But so this one right now. Okay, so it has a limit still. Okay, so the limits doesn't get removed. So I think the limits is like the worst thing about the skills. So you can't really spam it. Yeah, as long as there's like a limit, I don't think it's like good enough to use. Reap buff, right? Now have base crit chance of 14%. Yeah, that's nice. Reap is pretty good skills. Single targets. Run no longer increase your move speed. Wait, what? Wait, since when roll mounts increase your move speed? I thought it just doesn't reduce, like, you don't reduce move speed. What? When did it increase your move speed? Is that like a hidden buff? No, has 100% reduced move speed penalty from skills while mounted. There's like 80%. I'm so confused. I haven't played royal mounts since 0.2. Okay, shot scavengers buff durations is now 3 seconds, previously 2. Okay, so that's like a good buff. For crossbow, maximum durations between consumptions is now 6 seconds. So if we were to wait, okay. So the thing with shot scavengers, right, is you can increase buff durations. And now since they buffed it from 2 to 3 and then reduce the minimum durations, right? You can have like perma shot scavengers and then you can use whatever crossbow skill you want. So ideally this is a good change. If we are into playing a crossbow build right again, if we want to. So it might actually be nice. If anything, like crossbow build is gonna be like a safe build, right? If we like, I don't know, if we plan to play tactician wolf, for example, I might just like start as a tactician crossbow build, and then we will pivot to wolf whenever I feel like it's viable or something. So yes, Shaft Scavenger is really good. It's pretty big buff actually, because it's gonna be a lot easier to reach the threshold to like have it permanently up. And all you need is just to debuff, which you can very easily do it on the tacticians. Perma Frostbolt was good last league. It got massively buff. Yeah, I actually think with the buff to Shot Scavengers and Perma Frostbolt, it's gonna be pretty viable in my opinions. We'll see. Buffing shield charge damage. Interesting. Siege Cascade now has 100% more damage against immobilized enemies. Wait. Now has. What do you mean? Like, is that like a new line? Wait, bring it back? Chronomancer, Siege Cascade? No, wait, they just like massively buff this. Low key, wait, just like double the damage. This is double the damage against immobilized enemies. Wait, so, okay, so we're gonna play Perma Frostbow Tacticians into Siege Cascade. Easy campaigns. Oh, but they nerfing the quality. Wait, but it's overall massive buff, right? It's 40% less, so it's 60% more damage. Yeah, basically Siege Cascade is back, right? Siege Cascade is still pretty good skills for clearing. Might actually be back. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's might actually be back. Alright, Spark. I mean, I don't really care about Spark because I'm not gonna play it either way, but buffing numericals, okay. Spear of Solaris. Remove 100%. Wait, remove generate 100% power. Okay. Now generates 1 glory when you inflict freeze, shock, or ignite. How much glory do you need? 20, right? Still a bit too conditioner to use. Yeah, 20 glory. So like instead of stunning like 20 white mobs, you need to do more. But also like stunning elites like unique monster also give more glory. Not sure how that works with the unglory when you inflict freeze on enemies. Like does it increase on rare or like unique monster? Otherwise it's still unusable pretty much. Yo, spiral volley buff. Wait, my favorite skill is buff. Should we at least slap this? But it's my favorite skills. It's getting numerically buff 20%. Storm lens. Shock durations. No, 8 seconds. Okay. Tempest Bow. Buff hitbox a little bit. Toxic Domain. Anyone was using Toxic Domain? I thought it was pretty cool, but then no one really was using it, right? So, generates light per second. Explosions are now consistent across skills. Toxic Girl. Okay, this one, not sure. Nothing changed. Can you gain glory on weapon too? No. At least I don't think so. Unless it's like a tricks or, you know, buff that you can use to do. There was a way for you to gain glory like passively on like the other weapons. I forgot how to do it, but there was a way to do it. They might nerf perma-frostbolt before the patch drop if they look at the numbers. Siege Cascade for single targets. How good is Siege Cascade for single targets? Actually, I don't actually think it's that good, right? It was really good before, because it was good before with the low life setups. I'm not sure like how much damage it does. It's not really meant for like single targets anyway. Vine Arrow now gains +1 to limits of plants. Wait, so they're buffing Vine Arrow. Nice. Any idea on what class you might choose? Or still waiting to finish notes? I mean, I already finished notes, I think. Still a bit more to go, right? Kinda tired, so we'll try to skim through this. It targets 1 monster per cast, yeah, but like, if the damage is good, it's still fine. But actually, the damage is not like crazy good for single targets. I like tacticians. I like tacticians because of the pin for campaigns. I kind of like it on the 0.3 build. If anything, it kind of saved my campaigns, but yeah. But what I'm interested in is playing Wolf, right? So either we'll like start like Blood Mage, try to go Bleed, but then Bleed is like way down here, and the Wolf is like on the side. If anything, Pathfinder might actually be interesting. Cause Pathfinder, you get like extra passive point. This is always good, by the way. Extra passive point is always good. And then not affected by slow. And then you also get to, for example, like you can go down here, pick up poison notes, and then you can like start over here. Wait, was it witch and druid, right? Oh, a warrior. Okay, so I guess you can like start here, grab the poison notes, and then like path over here, grab the druid note. But yeah, some sort of I'll try to like make wolf work, but so far I haven't seen anything that's gonna make it work, so we'll try to scheme through. Grand spectrums now roll 6% to wait. This was already broken, by the way, and now it's like buff. It's really expensive anyway. But yeah. That's a massive buff too. It's pretty much free elements of resistance. So you can spend your suffix on something else. $333%. Previously 100%, so it's like triple the effects of Soul Core. Might actually be really good. Adorn buff. Holy. Well, that's insane. If you roll 150%, that's crazy. Wait, why are they giving like? It's such a crazy buff too. It's 50% more if you can roll 150%. That's crazy. The endgame's gotta be crazy. You know, it'd be like one tapping bosses left and right. Okay, so asylums now give increase. Okay, what? I mean, this buff is like literally useless. Melting Maestroms, okay, every 3 seconds, 100% as chaos damage to enemies. Never really truly understand how you're gonna like utilize this, but yeah, it's probably not gonna be used. Yo, Struggle Scream now have 3 additional skill modifiers. So this actually might gonna be really strong. It might actually be good now. Previously 2 and now 3, that's crazy. Yeah, Trial Chaos for me back, except you don't factor in the drop rate of Adorn. Okay, so this is something to look out if you're like doing build planning, because yeah, 3 additional modifiers can bring some really interesting stuff. Spine has 0 to wait, you can roll 0 now? Bro, that's insane. That's a big buff. Norio Invictus. Okay, nothing really changed there. 2 additional copies of each lineage support gems. Wait. 2? Wait, 2 additional copies of each lineage support gems. Wait. Can you do this like right now? Oh wait, I'm so wait, what? I thought it was like normal support gems. Oh, because they removed the limits. Okay, so it's lineage support gems. Wait, plus 2 is actually crazy. Mind of the Council. Okay, nothing changed. They're buffing like a bunch of ES evasions and like all the defensive stats. Defiance of Destiny. Wait, they're buffing this? Bro, what is this? 20 to 30%? That's crazy. That's crazy buff. It's already good at like 10 to 20 and now it's 20 to 30%. It's gonna like trivialize a lot of Simulacrum's farmers just because how good this is for Sims. You gotta do a Druid lazy. Maybe not Druids, but at least I'll try to do Wolf Guild. I'm not 100% on Druid because I haven't seen the passive skill trees, and I haven't seen anything related to Druid on here. Yo, massive buff to Whispering Eyes, 5 to 7 all cold spells skill gems. It has 10% intelligence, 2% increased spell damage per intelligence. It's like a new insect unique weapon, so I don't think it's gonna happen. Whispering Eyes. Chill enemy in your presence. Also give you ice storms. I mean, low-key, it's kind of like... I guess low-key is kind of good, right? You just don't have access to crits and stuff. Covenants... Covenants, go up to 100% now. Instead of 50%, so you don't have to take blood magics. But there's not really a way to scale the cost multiplier of Atalui anymore, so... That's like it's like a nerf, right? 10%, okay, that's above. I don't really see anything crazy so far. Wait, your crit chance cannot be reroll. That's interesting. Coming Calamity also have Herald skill deals increased damage, and that's like nice, but it's increased, so that's not too crazy. How LA is still good? Is LA still good? I think it is, right? Zol Blood is good now. Did I miss it? Zoblets now have enemies in presence have reduced fire resistance. Okay, so that's like more than double. 50 to 100%. Yeah, it's gonna be good on Smith, right? Whoever the Smith fire build. Maybe Smith can go Druid and then do that fire skill thing. Imagine that. Like, Smith is gonna be a better than Druid. Voltaxic Rift buff. Wait, we can actually play well, this is interesting change because Voltaxic Rift is already pretty good before. But with this buff, you might be able to play the Poison Spiral Volley. So lightning damage convert to chaos on this bolt. So it's gonna be a. I don't think this is like a red drops, right? So 100% lightning damage convert to chaos. And then you get shock, right? Might be interesting. I'll keep in mind when I want to play this. Maybe we'll play this on the Shayula. I mean, Shayula did have pretty decent notes to run this. Like, Into the Bridge and Lucid Dreaming is like giving pretty good damage. And then Spiral Valleys, you don't really need to aim. So technically, you can run around grabbing these and then just focus on, just clear it. And then they also buffing Leech on the spell as well. Yeah, Leech based on chaos damage as well as Fist, right? So we running around doing like a bunch of Bleach to life and then just Spiral Volley. But this one might actually be pretty nice. How about we cook that? How about we try that? I mean, maybe not Tactician anymore. We'll play Acolyte of Chayula, Spiral Volley with Voltastic Rift. Check a Dominus Grass or something like that. Chain support, but without damage penalty. We'll get to that. Mining Core buff, nice. Those Protectors. Surrenders. Cultural, Culture of Crimsons. As a buff to this. This one basically half your HP, right? Was it? But this one was pretty interesting. Oh, Life Leech can overflow. So I just run this on the Chayula. Sacrosanctums also buff. Wait, yo, the survivability of the AFK Simmer is like massively buff, right? It's already good before, and for example, like I get 10% recoup right now, we get 20%. And like with a buff to Defiance of Destiny, like it's gonna be a drop to AFK in Sims if you get that set up early. Like you don't need anything, really. Just run the setups I had last week. I think the Ignite one might be good, but I don't know how hard is it to go online. It might actually be good because Ignite is buff, so we'll take a look into that. Right, how I is no longer do this. What? Okay, so this one might be interesting. extra damage is always good. Can be like cheap setups for, again, the Spiral Volley. Because Spiral Volley, you want to have freeze as well, right? You either do it if you do it on Acolyte of Shayula, you don't have a reliable source of frenzy, so you want to basically have it, I guess. But then I guess you can do Endurance Charge from Breaking, and then since you're playing Acolyte of Chayula, you can path to Resonance very easy. Instead of like Tacticians, right? You have to path all the way. So you know what? I think if I want to play Spiral Volleys with Acolyte of Chayula, I might just do it. Yo, they're buffing this for Hollow Palms, right? 15% base crit chance instead of 5%, and then deal 40% more damage at lightning damage at all levels. Yeah, that's pretty insane. Okay, lightning coil vertical charge now grants bolt chain 2 additional times and more lightning damage. Maybe auto bombers, lightning coil build. Does that count as Torn? Because that's another Taurus LFG. No, Oro Slava. Now on hitting an enemies, gain maximum lightning damage equal to enemy power for 20 seconds. Wait, it's a buff to Molten Blast, except they nerf, except they freaking nerf Nova Projectile, dude. Can we still play Molten Blast? There's other way to gain, projectiles, like additional projectiles, right? Can do this on Deadeye, maybe. Yeah, just 20 seconds instead of 6. So it's easier to stack up. Sacrifice a blood keystone granted by Undying Hate. Unique now grants 1 life per 16 spent. So this one was part of the broken combo, right? 4 seconds instead of 8. Okay, so it's nerf. Previously 50, yeah, so it's less. So it's just basically less multiplier for Tech Rod. So Tech Rod is still gonna be there, I think. It's not like way broken as before, where it's grant you like so much fist damage. Ruin Socket has been renamed to Open Sockets. All the rooms are limited to be 1. Okay, essence change. Let's see. What is the essence of battle? Okay, so essence of battle grants +3. Yo, rip. That's like -1. So you don't get like the maximum amount, right? So before 6, now it's 5. I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, -1. So they didn't like completely kill it. You will get like a mid-level craft with this. Pretty easy. So I think mobile, like crossbow build is still gonna be a go, I think. Map no longer scale pack size. Okay, so this is the density nerf. Still good, because it's deterministic. Yeah, deterministic craft, yeah. For sure, still good. Right, I don't know if any of the endgame changed kind of what I want to read, but yeah. User interface change. Quick search. Quick search features to stat filters in trade markets. I like to use the in-game trade markets, so this is a good thing. Does it say it's gonna save your search? Because I don't see that. Use a quick search to like save your like your search history or something, because that's like the most annoying thing. Both player and minimize disruptions. Bug fix. I mean, see if any bug fix like in their file build. Wait, face a bug where effect that spread ignites with incorrectly just inflicting a single hit's worth of flammability when it try to spread, and only igniting if flammability was high enough. Wait, is that like does this one kill the self-ignite one? Yo, this one kill the self-ignite versions. Okay, so because before, like you do like a single hit, and then you reflect the ignite onto yourself, and then you spread that like ignites, right? But now it only ignites if flammability was high enough, which it's not gonna be if you're not constantly attacking and like stacking up that flammability. So yeah, rip that self-ignite setups that people were running. Alright, so back to the AFK setup that I'm running. If we're gonna play AFK Simmer. Wait, should we just start like Ritualist and then we pivot into AFK Sim and then we make a lot of monies and then we play other builds? I think that's a pretty good one. Anything good for Ballista? I mean, they kind of changed the numerics and make it good for Ballista, but from my personal experience, it's not gonna be as good, right? So I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be like it's gonna be fine for campaigns, but yeah, just like 50% increased damage, so it's not gonna like make it good, right? It's not. It's gonna be way. It's gonna be way behind Mortal Cannons, basically. Alright, so I think that's pretty much everything. But yeah, self-ignite build Detch. Based on issues that cause Bloodhound's blood loss consumptions, explosion to sometimes deals the incorrect amount of damage. Didn't say like more or less. Glory not generating while on raw mounts. Based on what glory generate from rare or unique monster in your presence, generate based on your current weapon sets. Instead of each weapon set passive. Okay, so they nerfed the but to kind of like I was talking about that earlier, that you can passively gain glory even if you're not in your like other weapon sets. You exciting Druid? I don't know if I'm actually exciting Druid. What's up, Midnight? By the way, haven't seen you in a while. I'm gonna try to like that Wolf build, but not sure if I'm gonna do it. Like I haven't seen any informations. Like I'm not gonna try to force myself in playing Druids, but it could be fun. If the passive skill tree looks good and then the skill looks good, then sure. But yeah, in the patch note, we don't see anything about that yet. This is just balance change. So yeah. But yeah, we get shifting to be wyverns. That's pretty cool. Like if anything, I might try it like to be a wyverns, right? But it's fire, so I mean I don't really like fire. But then we get like a bunch of new elemental skills and then also spell totems. A spell totem has like such a huge downside. Basically, it consumes 3 power charge or endurance charge. So again, like, I don't know why they're forcing this, but like, if you're playing, I mean, Warbringer, right, and then play spell totems, I guess that's fine, but then, yeah. I don't want to play Warbringer. Anything interesting here? The force charges is dumb as shit. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Completely agree. It is so dumb. Like, why are they gating it behind it? I was talking like how I want it to be similar to like Path of Consecrated Ground, right? Oh, and Path of um Endurance Consecrated Ground, or something like that's where there's like a cooldown, right? And you can bypass with charge. So like they can give like, I don't know, like 5 seconds per spell totems, but not gated you behind the charge. But if you have extra charge, you can put out more. That's fine. I'm fine with that. I don't know why they can't do that. Like, forcing it behind charge mean that you can only do it on a few, like, efficiently on a few ascendancies, basically. But yeah, I mean, nothing, nothing too crazy so far. I still don't know what I'm playing. Just to be safe, I think I'm kind of interested in playing Acolyte Chayula, Spiral Arrow, Poison, Chaos. But otherwise, I mean, let's look at the Wolf skill gems. So it is an attack. The attack damage is only 40%. It's really low. So basically, you want to freeze, right? And then hitting a mark enemy. So like, okay, so we don't even get marked in early levels. This one doesn't mark. This one just basically like swipe and then doing like no damage. This one is for AoE. Ice Fragment will be pulled from the locations. And explode. Do they say how you summon the little wolf? It doesn't. Okay, so it doesn't look too crazy for me. This one is a spell, but it also scale off attack damage percent. Right, so yeah, the jump is cross slash. Cooldown 2 seconds. You can kind of see it here. It looks like it's doing good damage. Swipe is not doing good damage, but maybe the talisman have good stats. Yes, you can just. It's an attack build, right? So you can just like stack flat damage. Just for the sake of like 0.4, if if the passive creature looks good and give you like tons of damage, we can just kind of like force ourselves into playing what GG want us to play, right? Play this on the Druids. Then we can pivot later into something interesting. If I'm gonna play something, it's gonna be, I think, Wolf. I think Wyvern might be interesting, but I think that's a bit heavy on the buttons. Wolf is like the most straightforward, I think. And if anything, can we do Blood Mage? But if it path over here, it takes so many points to path to the bleed nodes. And then you don't get crits, and you don't get any of the stuff over here. Which, again, is a problem, because if you're playing Aomen's build, you really want to have crits. Is there new campaign content? There's no new campaign content. Basically, you get new endgames a little bit. Safe bet would be Stormweaver, Max Remnant. I think safe bet would be Crossbow, actually. We'll try to do a crossbow build, okay? So maybe tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream, I'm gonna play some PoE 2. Just gonna refresh on the games, and I want to test out Frostbolt. But let's try the crossbow skills and then see how it goes. I think it might be the safest choice. We just played it on Tacticians. And Tacticians have like pin build-ups and everything. So if you wanna like pivot into Wolf and have like ice damage, also helps a lot. And also Tactician is very flexible as well, right? So you have this for pin. And then you have this for whatever you want, right? And then this one deal good damage because Wolf is melee. And then they didn't really touch deflection though, but they're giving us like a bunch of buff on the armors and evasion stats. Could also do support Alish Howl, right? This one massively buff, so I think Tactician is actually a safe bet. If anything, I will be playing Tacticians. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna like head off right now. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching. Tomorrow, maybe we'll do some PoE 2 game, like gameplay content. We'll do like a content run with Crossbow to see how it goes. Cause skills massively buff Huma Frostbow. It has default 2 pierce in it right now, so it's really good. But that's it's like huge. It's huge for early games. Yeah, see you guys in 0.3 actually tomorrow. Like in a few days, I'll be playing PoE 2. Yeah, kind of sad that we don't actually get any like Druids informations over here. Hopefully, I really hope they release the new passive like ASAP. I don't know, there's like 250 more passive points, so we really want to see that. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. See you guys tomorrow, hopefully. If I feel like clicking streams, I'll do that. Or otherwise I'll be playing PoE offline just to see how the crossbow setup is. Good night, guys. Alright, good night, good morning, depending on where you are. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Or maybe in a few days. Thanks for watching, bye. Just checking if there's any anyone online that I can rate. If you want to say, but I don't know, if I don't see anyone, I'm just gonna click go offline. Bro, I sent you guys to Anime Princess. I think he's simulating a minion druid simulator run. Might actually be interesting.